20. Military Hospital of R. 16th February. Let them say what they like, but you just drop it. You're a good police officer, okay? Sergeant Moreksu summoned all his gypsy spirit to express his sympathy with her. Never before had he spoken to her in that sad tone. It was almost fatherly, and yet Mila felt she didn't deserve his defense. The phone call from her superior had reached her unexpectedly, just as news of her nocturnal trip to the orphanage had emerged. They would blame her for the death of Ronald Dermis, she was sure of it, even though it had only been self-defense. She had recuperated in a military hospital. A civilian establishment had not been chosen because Roche had wisely decided to take her away from the curious eyes of the press. That was why she had a whole ward to herself. And when she asked why on earth there were no other patients there, the concise reply had been that the complex had been planned to quarantine people affected in a possible bacteriological attack. The beds were remade every week, the sheets washed and ironed. In the pharmacy, the medicines that went out of date were promptly replaced, and all this waste of resources solely for the remote possibility that someone might decide to unleash a genetically modified virus or bacteria that would leave no survivors. The craziest thing in the world, thought Mila. The wound in her arm had been sewn up with about 40 stitches by a kind surgeon who, when he had examined her, hadn't mentioned the other scars. He had only said, "You couldn't have ended up in a better place for a firearms injury." "What do viruses and bacteria have to do with bullets?" she had asked provocatively. He had laughed. Then another doctor had examined her a few times, measuring her blood pressure and taking her temperature. The effects of the powerful sleeping pills that Father Timothy had administered had vanished of their own accord in a few hours. A diuretic had done the rest. Mila had had lots of time to think. She couldn't help thinking about child number 6. She didn't have a whole hospital at her disposal. The greatest hope was that Albert was keeping her constantly sedated. The specialists that Roche had called in to give their thoughts about the likelihood of survival had taken into account not only the serious physical damage, but also the shock and stress to which the girl had been subjected. She may not even have noticed that her arm is missing, Mila thought. That often happened to people who had suffered an amputation. She had heard it mentioned with reference to people who had suffered war injuries. Even though they've lost a limb, they still feel a residual sensitivity in that part of the body, have a sense of movement beyond the pain, and sometimes even a tickling sensation. Doctors call it perception of the phantom limb. Those thoughts profoundly disturbed her, amplified by the oppressive silence of the ward. Perhaps, for the first time in many years, she found herself wishing she had company. Before Moreksu's phone call, no one had come. Not Goran or Boris or Stern, let alone Rosa, which could mean only one thing. They were taking a decision about her, and about whether or not to keep her in the team, even though the last word would go to Roche. She was angry with herself for having been so naive. Perhaps she really did deserve their mistrust. The only thought that consoled her was Goran's certainty that Ronald Dermis couldn't be Albert. Otherwise there would be nothing to be done for the 6th child. Isolated in that place, she knew nothing of the developments in the case. She asked for updates from the nurse who served her breakfast and who showed up again with a newspaper a short time later. The case filled the first 6 pages. The small amount of information that had filtered through was repeated several times and inflated beyond measure. People were greedy for news. Once the public had found out about the existence of a 6th child, The country had reacquired a sense of solidarity that prompted everyone to do things that would have been unthinkable shortly before, like organizing prayer vigils or support groups. An initiative had been launched, a candle for every window. Those little flames would mark the wait for the miracle, and would be extinguished only when the sixth child returned home. People used to ignoring each other for a lifetime were encountering a new kind of experience, thanks to this tragedy: human contact. They no longer had to wear themselves out trying to find pretext for having relationships with each other, because it was taken for granted that they now had something in common: pity for that creature. And that helped them to communicate. They did it everywhere: at the supermarket, in the bar, at work, on the subway. The television programs spoke of nothing else. But amongst all the initiatives, one in particular had created a sensation, embarrassing even the investigators: a reward. 10 million to anyone who provided information useful to the rescue of the sixth child. A big sum that had prompted fierce polemics. Some people maintained that it had polluted the spontaneity of people's solidarity. Others claimed it was a fair idea that would finally get things moving, because beyond the feel-good facade, selfishness still ruled and could be harnessed only by the promise of profit. So, without noticing, the country had divided itself once again. The initiative for the reward came from the Rockford Foundation. When Mila asked the nurse who was behind the charity, the woman opened her eyes wide with surprise. "Everyone knows it's Joseph B. Rockford." Her reaction told Mila how much, absorbed in the hunt for missing children and her own personal problems, she had cut herself off from the real world. "Sorry, I don't," she replied. And she thought about the absurdity of a situation in which the life of a magnate was fatally interwoven with that of an unknown child. Two human beings who, until now, must have led very different lives, and they would probably have continued like that until the end of their days, if Albert hadn't thought of bringing them together. She went to sleep with those thoughts, and was finally able to benefit from a dreamless sleep that cleansed her mind of the waste of those days of horror. When she woke, restored, she was not alone. Gavila was sitting beside her on the next bed. Mila sat up, wondering how long he had been there. He calmed her down. "I chose to wait rather than wake you. You looked so serene. Did I do the wrong thing?" "No," she lied. It was as if he had caught her at a moment when she was entirely defenseless, and before he noticed her embarrassment, she hurried to change the subject. "They want to keep me under observation here, but I told them I'm getting out this afternoon." Goran looked at his watch. "Then you'll have to get a move on. It's almost evening." Mila was surprised she had slept so long. "Is there any news?" "I'm just back from a long meeting with Chief Inspector Roche." "That's why he's here," she thought. "He wanted to tell me in person that I'm out." But she was wrong. "We've found Father Rolf." Mila felt a contraction in her stomach, imagining the worst. "He died about a year ago, of natural causes." "Where was he buried?" From that question, Goran knew that Mila had already guessed everything. "Behind the church. There were other graves, too, containing animal carcasses." Father Rolf was keeping him on a short rein. "It seems to have gone like this. Ronald had a borderline personality disorder. He was a serial killer in the making, and the priest had understood that. The killing of animals is typical in these cases. It always starts like that. Then, when the subject gets no more satisfaction from it, he shifts his attention to his peers. Ronald, too, would have moved on to kill other humans. Basically, that experience had been part of his emotional baggage since childhood. "We've stopped him now," Goran shook his head seriously. In fact, it was Albert who stopped him. It was paradoxical, but it was also the truth. But Roche would have a heart attack rather than admit anything of the kind. Mila thought that by saying these things, Goran was just trying to postpone the news that she was off the case, and decided to get to the nub. "I'm out, aren't I?" He looked startled. "Why do you say that?" "Because I fucked up." "We all do that." "I caused Ronald Dermis's death, so we'll never know how Albert found out about his story." "First of all, I think Ronald took his own death into account. He wanted to end the doubts that had troubled him for many years. Father Rolf had turned him into a fake priest, convincing him that he could live like a man dedicated to God and his fellow man. But he didn't want to love his fellow man. He wanted to kill him for his own pleasure. And how did Albert find out about that? Goran's face darkened. He must have come into contact with Ronald at some point in his life. I can't think of any other explanation. He understood what Father Rolf understood before him. And he got there because they are similar, he and Ronald. In some way they found one another, and recognized one another too. Mila took a deep breath as she thought about fate. Ronald Dermis had been understood by only 2 people in his life: a priest who had found no better solution for him than hiding him from the world, and someone like himself, who had probably revealed his own nature to him. You would have been the second. Goran's words brought her back to reality. What? If you hadn't stopped him, Ronald would have killed you, as he did Billy Moore many years ago. At that point he drew an envelope from the inside pocket of his coat and handed it to her. I thought you had a right to see them. Mila took the envelope and opened it. Inside were the photographs that Ronald had taken as he pursued her in the refectory. In a corner of one of those pictures, there she was, crouching under the table, eyes wide with fear. "I'm not very photogenic," she said, trying to play it down. But Goran noticed that she was shaken. "This morning Roche announced that you're dismissed for 24 hours, or at least until the next corpse is found." "I don't want a holiday. We have to find the 6th child," protested Mila. "She can't wait." "I think the Chief Inspector knows that, but I fear he's trying to play another card." "The reward," Mila said immediately. "It might yield unexpected fruits." "And what about research into the professional registers of doctors? And the theory that Albert might be one who's been struck off?" "A feeble track. No one really believed in that from the start. Just as I don't think anything can come out of investigating the drugs he's probably using to keep the girl alive. Our man could have got hold of them in lots of ways. He's cunning, and he's prepared, don't forget it." "Much more than we are, by the look of it," was Mila's piqued reply. Goran took no offence. "I came here to collect you, not to argue." "To collect me? What do you have in mind, Dr. Gavila?" "I'm taking you to dinner. And by the way, I'd like you to start calling me Goran." Once they were out of the hospital, Mila had insisted on calling in at the studio. She wanted to wash and change her clothes. She went on telling herself that if her sweater hadn't been torn by the bullet, and if the rest of her clothes hadn't been bloody from her wound, she would have worn the one she had on. In fact, that unexpected invitation to dinner had made her agitated, and she didn't want to stink of sweat and iodine. The tacit agreement with Dr. Gavila, even if she now had to call him by his first name, was that she shouldn't see it as an excursion, and that after dinner she would come back to the studio straight away to resume her work. But even though she felt guilty towards the 6th child, she couldn't help feeling slightly smug about the invitation. She couldn't shower because of her wound, so she washed herself carefully, bit by bit, until she exhausted the supply of hot water in the little boiler. She put on a black polo neck. The only spare jeans she had were too provocatively tight at the rear, but she had no choice. Her leather jacket was torn at the left shoulder, where she had shot it with her gun, so she couldn't use it. To her great surprise, however, an army green parka lay on the camp bed in the guest room, with a note beside it. "The cold here is deadlier than any bullets. Welcome back. Your friend, Boris." She felt full of affection and gratitude, most of all because Boris had signed himself her friend. That stripped her of any doubts about him. There was also a box of mints on the jacket, Stern's contribution to that gesture of friendship. It had been years since she had worn a colour other than black, but the green parka suited her. Even the size was right. When he saw her coming out of the studio, Goran didn't seem to notice her new look. He had always been too distracted. He probably didn't pay any attention to other people's appearance. They walked to the restaurant. It was a pleasant stroll, and thanks to Boris's present, Mila didn't feel the cold. The steakhouse sign promised juicy Argentinian Angus steaks. They sat down at a table for two by the window. Outside, the snow covered everything, and a reddish, smoky sky promised more that night. In the restaurant, people chatted and smiled cheerfully. Everything on the menu looked good, and Mila took a while to make her mind up. In the end, she chose a well-done steak with roast potatoes and lots of rosemary. Goran had an entrecote and tomato salad. They both drank only sparkling mineral water. Mila had no idea what they would talk about, whether it would be work or their lives. The second option, interesting though it was, made her uneasy. But first there was something she was curious about. "What really happened?" "What do you mean?" "Roche wanted to throw me off the case, but then he changed his mind." "Why?" Goran hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell her. "We put it to a vote." "A vote?" she said, surprised. "So it was a yes?" "By some margin." "But how?" "Even Sarah Rosa voted in favor of your staying," he said, guessing the reason for her reaction. Mila was thunderstruck. My worst enemy, of all people. You shouldn't be too hard on her. I really thought it was the other way around. Rosa's going through a bad patch. She's splitting up from her husband. Mila wanted to say she had seen them arguing below the studio the night before, but she kept quiet to avoid seeming too indiscreet. That's a shame. It's never easy when there are children involved. Mila thought this was a reference that went beyond Sarah Rosa and possibly involved Goran himself. Sarah Rosa's daughter has developed an eating disorder in reaction to it all, with the result that her parents still share a roof, but you can imagine the effects of that situation. And that means she can take it out on me? As a new arrival, and the only other female on the team, you're the easiest target for her. She certainly can't take it out on Boris or Stern, people she's known for years. Mila poured herself some mineral water, then turned her attention to her other colleagues. I'd like to know them well enough to know how to behave with them, was her excuse. Well, it seems to me that with Boris it's pretty easy. What you see is what you get. Yeah, agreed Mila. I could tell you that he was in the army, where he became an expert in interrogation techniques. I've often seen him at work, but he boggles my mind every time. He can get inside people's heads. I didn't think he was as clever as that. No, he is. A few years ago they arrested a guy because he was suspected of killing and hiding the corpses of his aunt and uncle, who he was living with. You should have seen him. He was cold, extremely calm. After 18 hours of serious interrogation in which 5 officers had taken turns to grill him, he hadn't admitted a thing. Then, Boris arrives, goes into the room, spends 20 minutes with him, and he confesses to everything. Goodness. And Stern? Stern is a good man. In fact, the expression could have been coined specifically for him. He's been married for 26 years. He has 2 sons, twins, both in the Navy. He seems a bit quiet. I noticed he's very religious as well. He goes to Mass every Sunday, and he also sings in the choir. I can't believe his suits. They make him look like someone in a 70s cop show. Goran laughed and agreed. Then he grew serious again when he added, his wife Marie was on dialysis for 5 years, waiting for a kidney that didn't come. 2 years ago, Stern donated one of his. Surprised and admiring, Mila didn't know what to say. Goran went on. He gave up a good half of the time left to him so that she had at least a hope. He must be very much in love. Yes, I think he is, said Goran, with a hint of bitterness that she couldn't help noticing. At that moment, their orders arrived. They ate in silence, the lack of conversation not oppressive in the slightest, like 2 people who know each other so well that they don't constantly need to fill the gaps with words to keep from feeling embarrassed. I have to tell you one thing, she continued towards the end. It happened when I got here. The second evening I set foot in the motel where I was staying before I moved to the studio. I'm listening. It might have been nothing, or perhaps it was just a feeling, but I felt as if someone was following me as I crossed the area outside. What do you mean, you felt? That he was copying my footsteps. Why should anyone have been following you? That's why I haven't mentioned it to anyone. It struck me as absurd. It was probably just my imagination. Goran registered the information and said nothing. When coffee came, Mila looked at her watch. There's a place I'd like to go, she said. At this time of night? Yes. Okay, then I'll ask for the bill. Mila offered to split it, but he insisted on his obligation to pay, since he was the one who had invited her. With his typical and almost picturesque disorder, along with banknotes, coins, and business cards, he took some coloured balloons out of his pocket. They are my son Tommy's. He puts them in my pocket. Oh, I didn't know you were... she pretended. No, I'm not, he said hastily, lowering his eyes. Then he added, not anymore. Mila had never been to a funeral at night before. Ronald Dermis's was the first. It had been decided to hold it then for reasons of public order. For her, the idea that someone could take out their revenge on a coffin was at least as gloomy as the event itself. The undertakers were at work around the grave. They didn't have a digger. The ground was icy, and moving it was both difficult and tiring. There were 4 of them, and they took turns every 5 minutes, 2 to dig and 2 more to light the scene with their torches. Every now and again one of them cursed the damned cold, and to warm themselves up they passed around a bottle of wild turkey. Goran and Mila watched the scene in silence. The coffin containing Ronald's remains was still in the van. A little further on was the stone that would be put there at the end. No name, no date, just a serial number and a small cross. At that moment the scene of Ronald's fall from the tower reappeared in Mila's head. As he plunged, she had seen no fear, no alarm on his face. It was as if he was undaunted by death. Perhaps, like Alexander Berman, he preferred that solution, yielding to the desire to erase himself forever. "Everything all right?" Goran asked her, penetrating her silence. Mila turned towards him. "Everything's fine." At that moment she thought she noticed someone behind a tree in the cemetery. She took a better look and recognized Felder. Apparently, Ronald's secret funeral wasn't as secret as all that. The labourer was wearing a checked woolen jacket and holding a can of beer, as though raising a toast to his old childhood friend, even though he probably hadn't seen him for years. Mila thought this might be a positive thing. Even in a place where evil is buried, there can still be room for pity. If it hadn't been for Felder, for his involuntary help, they wouldn't have been there. And it was thanks to him that she had stopped that serial killer in the making, as Goran had called him. When she caught his eye, he crushed the tin and headed towards his pickup, parked not far away. He would return to the solitude of his house on the dump, to cold tea in mismatching glasses, to the rust-coloured dog, to wait for that same anonymous death to turn up at his door one day. Mila's decision to attend Ronald's hurried funeral was probably linked to something Goran had said in the hospital. If you hadn't stopped him, Ronald would have killed you, as he did Billy Moore many years ago. And who knows, perhaps he would have gone on killing after her. People don't know, but according to our statistics, between 6 and 8 serial killers are currently active in this country. But no one has identified them yet, said Goran, as the gravediggers lowered the wooden box into the hole. Mila was shocked. How is that possible? Because they strike at random, without a pattern, or because no one has managed to link murders that look very different to one another. Or perhaps because the victims aren't worthy of a large-scale investigation. Maybe, for example, a prostitute is found in a ditch. In most cases it's drugs, or her pimp, or a customer. Bearing in mind the risks of the profession, 10 murdered prostitutes are considered an acceptable average, and they don't end up on a serial killer case list. It's hard to accept, I know, but sadly that's how it is. A gust of wind threw up little whirlwinds of snow and dust. Mila shivered and huddled even deeper into her parka. "What's the point of it all?" she asked. But the question had nothing to do with the case they were dealing with, or with her chosen profession. It was a prayer, a way to surrender to her inability to understand certain dynamics of evil, and also a sad request for salvation. And she certainly didn't expect a reply. But Goran spoke. God is silent. The devil whispers. Neither of them said anything more. The gravediggers were beginning to fill in the hole with icy earth. The graveyard rang with the sound of spades. Then Goran's mobile phone rang. He hadn't had time to take it from his coat pocket when Mila's phone rang as well. They didn't have to answer to know that the third girl had been found. 21. The Kobashi family, father, mother, and 2 children, a boy of 15 and a girl of 12, lived in the prestigious complex of Capo Alto. 60 hectares plunged in greenery, with a swimming pool, a riding school, a golf course, and a clubhouse reserved for the owners of the 40 villas of which it was composed. A refuge of the haute bourgeoisie, made up for the most part of specialist doctors, architects, and lawyers. A 2-meter wall, cleverly masked by a hedge, separated this paradise of the elite from the rest of the world. The place was guarded 24 hours a day. The electronic eyes of 70 CCTV cameras that kept the whole perimeter under surveillance, and a private police force, guaranteed the safety of the residents. Kobashi was a dentist, a high salary, a Maserati in the drive and a Mercedes in the garage, a second home in the mountains, a yacht, and an enviable collection of wines in the cellar. His wife brought up the children and furnished the house with unique and wildly expensive objects. "They were in the tropics for 3 weeks. They came back last night," Stern announced as Goran and Mila reached the villa. The reason for the trip was the business of the kidnapped girls. The daughter is more or less the same age, so they thought it was a good idea to send the servants on holiday and get a change of air. Where are they now? In a hotel. We've put them there for their safety. The wife needed a few Valiums. Not to put too fine a point on it, they are devastated." Stern's last words helped to prepare them for what they were about to see. The house was no longer a house. Now it was definitely a crime scene. It had been entirely enclosed by a tape to keep away from the neighbors who were crowding around to see what had happened. "At least the press won't be able to get in," Goran remarked. They walked along the lawn that separated the villa from the street. The garden was well tended, and splendid winter plants decorated the beds where Mrs. Kobashi would grow her prize roses in summer. An officer had been placed at the door to let in only authorized personnel. Both Krepp and Chang were at work with their respective teams. Shortly before Goran and Mila prepared to cross the threshold, Chief Inspector Roche came out. "You can't imagine," he said in a deathly voice, holding a handkerchief over his mouth. "This business is taking an increasingly horrible turn. I wish we'd been able to prevent this slaughter. They're only children, for God's sake." Roche's fury sounded genuine. "As if that weren't enough, the residents have already complained about our presence, and they're pressurizing their political acquaintances to have us sent away as soon as possible. Can you imagine? Now I have to call some fucking senator to reassure him that we'll be quick." Mila looked around the little crowd of residents assembled in front of the villa. It was in their private Eden, and they saw them as invaders. But in their corner of paradise, an unexpected gateway to hell had opened up. Stern passed Mila the jar of camphor paste to put under her nostrils. She completed the ritual of being introduced to death by putting on plastic shoe covers and latex gloves. The officer at the door stepped aside to let them pass. The holiday suitcases and the bags of souvenirs were still by the door. The flight that had brought the Kobashis back from the tropical sun to that February chill had landed at about 10 o'clock at night. Then home as quickly as possible to get back to the old habits and comfort of the place that would never be the same for them. The servants would only return from leave the following day, so they were the first to step across the threshold. The stench fouled the air. "This is what the Kobashis smelt as soon as they opened the door," Goran said immediately. "For a moment or two they must have wondered what it was," said Mila. Then they turned the light on. In the big sitting room, the scientific technicians and the pathology staff coordinated their gestures as they moved, as if guided by a mysterious and invisible choreographer. The precious marble floor pitilessly reflected the light from the halogen lamps. Modern furniture alternated with antiques. 3 dust-colored leather sofas bounded 3 sides of a square in front of a huge pink stone fireplace. On the middle sofa sat the body of the little girl. Her eyes were open, veined blue, and she was looking at them. The fixed stare was the last sign of humanity in that ravaged face. The processes of decomposition were already at an advanced stage. The lack of the left arm gave her a slanted posture, as if she was going to slip to one side at any moment. Instead, she remained seated. She was wearing a blue floral dress. The stitching and cut suggested that it was homemade, and that it had probably been made to measure. Mila also noticed the crocheting of her white socks, the satin belt fastened at the waist with a mother-of-pearl button. She was dressed like a doll, a broken doll. Mila couldn't look at her for more than a few seconds. She looked down and noticed for the first time the silk rug between the sofas. It showed Persian roses and multicolored waves. She had the impression that the figures were moving. Then she looked more closely. The rug was completely covered with little insects that swarmed and clambered over each other. Mila instinctively brought a hand to the wound in her arm and squeezed it. Anyone watching her would have thought that it hurt. In fact, it was the opposite. As usual, she was seeking comfort in pain. It didn't last long, but it gave her the strength to be a careful witness to that obscene display. When she had had enough of the spasm, she stopped squeezing. She heard Dr. Chang saying to Goran, "They're larvae of Sarcophaga carnaria. Their biological cycle is quite quick, and they're in the warm, and they're very greedy." Mila knew what the doctor was referring to, because her missing person cases were often solved with the finding of a corpse. Often it was necessary to proceed not only to the pitiful rite of recognition, but also to the more prosaic one of dating the remains. Different insects participate in the different phases that follow death, especially when the remains are exposed. The Sarcophaga carnaria was a viviparous fly and had to be part of the second group, because Mila heard the pathologist saying that the corpse must have been there for at least a week. Albert had a lot of time to act while the owners were away. "But there's something I really don't understand," Chang added. "How did the bastard manage to get the body here with 70 surveillance cameras and 30 private guards checking the area 24 hours a day?" 22. "We've had a problem with energy surges crashing the system," the commander of the Capo Alto private guard had said when Sarah Rosa had asked him to explain the 3-hour blackout of TV cameras that had happened the previous week, when it was assumed that Albert had taken the little girl into the Kobashi's house. "And doesn't something like that put you on a state of alert?" "Well, no, miss." "I understand." And she hadn't said anything else, merely looked at the captain's stripes on his uniform. A rank as fake as his function. The guards who should have been guaranteeing the safety of the residents were really just uniformed bodybuilders. Their only training consisted of a 3-month paid course held by retired police officers at the offices of the company that had taken them on. Their equipment consisted of a hands-free connected to a walkie-talkie and a pepper spray, so it hadn't been too hard for Albert to get round them. A breach 1.5 meters across had also been made in the perimeter barrier, hidden by the hedge that covered the whole of the surrounding wall. That aesthetic whim now made Capo Alto's one true security measure look ridiculous. Now it was a matter of working out why Albert had chosen this particular place and this particular family. The fear of facing a new Alexander Berman had led Roche to permit all kinds of investigation, even the most invasive, into Kobashi and his wife. Boris had been given the task of quizzing the dentist. The man probably had no idea of the special treatment reserved for him over the next few hours. Being questioned by a professional interrogator isn't the same as the methods in police stations over most of the world, where everything is based on the process of wearing down the suspect through hours and hours of psychological pressure and forced wakefulness, answering the same questions over and over again. Boris hardly ever tried to catch out the people he was interrogating, because he knew that stress often produces negative effects on the deposition, which then becomes vulnerable to attacks from a good attorney in the courtroom. Neither was he interested in half-confessions or attempts at negotiation that the suspects often brought into play when they felt that they were on the ropes. No, Special Agent Klaus Boris only tried to get a full confession. Mila saw him in the studio kitchen, preparing to come on stage, because that, in the end, was what it was all about, a performance in which the parts are often reversed. By using lies, Boris would break down Kobashi's defenses. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, He held a little bottle of water in one hand and walked back and forth to stretch his legs. Unlike Kobashi, Boris would never sit down, always intimidating the other man with his build. Meanwhile, Stern was updating him about what he had so far managed to discover about the suspect. The dentist evades part of his taxes. He has an offshore account to which he sends the untaxed income from his clinic and the prizes from the golf tournaments that he plays almost every weekend. Mrs. Kobashi, on the other hand, has a different kind of hobby. Every Wednesday afternoon she meets a well-known lawyer in a hotel in the centre. Of course, the lawyer plays golf with her husband every weekend. That information would constitute the key to the interrogation. Boris would measure it out, using it at the right moment to bring the dentist down. The interrogation room in the studio had been set up a long time ago next to the guest room. It was narrow, almost suffocating, with no windows and only one doorway that Boris would lock as soon as he had gone inside with the suspect. Then he would slip the key into his pocket, as he always did, a simple gesture that assured him of his position of strength. The neon light was powerful, and the lamp gave off an irritating hum. That sound was also one of Boris's tools. He would mitigate its effects by stuffing cotton wool in his ears. A fake mirror separated the room from another with a different doorway so that the others could witness the interrogation. It was very important that the man under questioning was always positioned in profile with regard to the mirror, and never head-on. He had to feel he was being observed without ever returning that invisible gaze. Both the table and the walls were painted white. The monochrome effect meant that he had no point to concentrate upon so that he could reflect on his answers. One leg of his chair was shorter than the others, and it would rock constantly to irritate him. Mila came into the other room as Sarah Rosa prepared the Voice Stress Analyzer, or VSA, an apparatus that would allow them to measure the stress in the variations of the man's voice. When someone lies, the amount of blood in their vocal cords diminishes as a result of the tension, consequently reducing the normal vibration. A computer would analyze the micro-variations in Kobashi's words, revealing his lies. But the most important technique that Klaus Boris would use, the one in which he was practically a master, was observation of behavior. Kobashi was led into the interrogation room after being politely invited, albeit with no preliminary warning, to help the police with their inquiries. The officers whose task it was to escort him there from the hotel in which he was staying with his family had made him sit on his own on the back seat of the car and taken a longer route than usual to bring him to the studio, to intensify his state of doubt and uncertainty. Given that this was only an informal discussion, Kobashi hadn't asked for the presence of a lawyer. He was afraid that such a request would expose him to suspicions of guilt. That was exactly what Boris was hoping for. In the room, the dentist looked drawn. Mila studied him. He was wearing yellow summer trousers. They were probably part of one of the golfing suits he had brought with him on his trip to the tropics, which now constituted the entirety of his wardrobe. He had on a fuchsia-coloured cashmere sweater, and poking from its collar a white polo neck. He had been told that an investigator would shortly be arriving to ask him some questions. Kobashi had nodded, putting his hands in his lap in a defensive position. Meanwhile, Boris watched him from the other side of the mirror, allowing himself a long wait to study him properly. Kobashi noticed a file on the table with his name on it. Boris had put it there. The dentist would never touch it, just as he would never look in the direction of the mirror, even though he knew very well that he was being observed. The file was actually empty. "It looks like a dentist's waiting room, doesn't it?" joked Sarah Rosa, staring at the unfortunate man behind the glass. Then Boris announced, Right, let's get started. A moment later he entered the interrogation room. He greeted Kobashi, locked the door, and apologized for his lateness. He made it clear once again that the questions he was going to ask him were only requests for clarification. Then took the file from the table and opened it, pretending to read something. "Dr. Kobashi, you're 43, is that right?" "Exactly." "For how long have you been working as a dentist?" "I'm an orthodontic surgeon," he explained, "but I've been doing that for 15 years. Boris took some time to examine the invisible papers. "Can I ask you what your income was last year?" The man started slightly. Boris had delivered his first blow. The reference to income was an indirect allusion to taxes. As predicted, the dentist lied shamelessly about his financial situation, and Mila couldn't help noticing how naively he went about it. The conversation was about a murder, and any fiscal information that might emerge would have no relevance and couldn't be passed on to the tax office. The man also lied about his personal details, thinking that he could easily control his replies. And for a while Boris let him get on with it. Mila knew Boris's game. She had seen other old-school colleagues doing something similar, although the special agent practiced it at indubitably higher levels. Whenever Kobashi relied upon his own imagination, Boris knew straight away. The increase in anxiety generates anomalous microactions, like bending one's back, rubbing one's hands, massaging one's temples or wrists. These actions are often accompanied by physiological alterations, like an increase in sweating, a rise in the tone of the voice, and uncontrolled eye movements. But a well-trained specialist like Boris also knew that these are only suggestions of lies, and they must be treated as such. To prove that the subject is lying, he has to admit his own responsibility. When Boris sensed that Kobashi felt confident enough, he moved into the counter-attack, insinuating into his questions clues to do with Albert and the disappearance of the 6 little girls. 2 hours later, Kobashi had been worn out by a barrage of increasingly intimate questions. By now the dentist had abandoned any notion of calling a lawyer. He just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. He was in such a state of psychological collapse that he would have said anything just to have his freedom back. He might even have admitted to being Albert. Except that it wouldn't have been true. When Boris realized that, he left the room, on the pretext of getting a glass of water, and rejoined Goran and the others in the room behind the mirror. "He has nothing to do with it," he said, "and he doesn't know a thing." Goran nodded. Sarah Rosa had recently come back with the results of the analyses of the computers and the use of mobile phones owned by the Kobashi family, which had not provided a shred of evidence. And there were no interesting leads to be found among their friends and acquaintances. "Which means it must be the house," the criminologist concluded. Had the Kobashi's house been the scene, as in the case of the orphanage, of something terrible that had never come to light? But that theory didn't work either. The villa was the last to be built on the only free lot of the complex. It was finished about 3 months ago, and the Kobashis have been its first and only owners," said Stone. But Goran refused to give up. "The house hides a secret." Stern immediately understood and asked, "Where do we start?" Goran thought for a moment, then issued the order. "Start by digging up the garden." First, the corpse dogs were brought in, capable of sniffing out human remains to a great depth. Then came special radar equipment to scan under the ground, but nothing suspicious appeared on the screens. Mila watched the various attempts take place. She was still waiting for Chang to give her the identity of the child found in the house by comparing her DNA with that of the parents of the victims. They started digging at about 3 in the afternoon. The little diggers shifted the earth in the garden, destroying the masterly external architecture that must have cost a great deal of trouble and a great deal of money. Now it was carried away and dumped carelessly on the trucks. The noise of the diesel engines disturbed the peace of Capo Alto. As if that weren't enough, the vibrations produced by the diggers constantly set off the alarm on Kobashi's Maserati. After the garden, the search moved inside the villa. A specialist company was called in to remove the heavy marble slabs from the sitting room. The internal walls were sounded for gaps, which were then brought to light with picks. The furniture also suffered an unhappy fate. Dismantled and dissected, now fit only for the rubbish dump. They had also been digging in the cellar and the foundations. Roche had authorized that destruction. The department couldn't afford to fail again, even at the cost of causing millions worth of damage. But the Kobashis had no intention of coming back and living there. Everything that belonged to them had been irredeemably polluted by horror. They would sell the property at a lower price than they had paid for it, because their gilded life would never be the same with the memory of what had happened. At about 6 p.m., the nervous tension of the people in charge of work on the crime scene was palpable.
"Could somebody turn off that damned alarm?"
Roche yelled, pointing at Kobashi's Maserati. "We can't find the car remotes," Boris replied.
"Call the dentist and tell him to give them to us. Do I have to tell you everything?"
They were going around in circles. Rather than uniting them, the tension was turning them against one another, frustrating them with their inability to solve the problem that Albert had devised for them. Why did he dress the child as a doll? The question was driving Goran mad. Mila had never seen him like this. There was something personal in this challenge, something that perhaps even the criminologist wasn't aware of, which was interfering with his ability to reason lucidly. Mila kept her distance, unnerved by the wait. What was the meaning of Albert's behavior? At midnight, Kobashi's car alarm still marked the passing of time, inexorably reminding everyone that their attempts so far had been pretty well useless. Nothing new had emerged from under the ground. The villa had been practically gutted, but the walls had revealed no secrets. As Mila had been sitting on the pavement in front of the house, Boris had come over, holding a mobile phone. "I'm trying to make a call, but there's no signal." Mila checked her phone as well. Maybe that's why Chang still hasn't called to give me the outcome of the DNA test. Boris gestured around him. "Well, it's some consolation to know that rich people lack something too, don't you think?" He smiled, put his phone back in his pocket, and sat down next to her. Mila still hadn't thanked him for the present of the parka, so she did so now. "It's nothing," he replied. At that moment they noticed that the private guards of Capo Alto were arranging themselves around the villa to form a security cordon. "What's going on?" "The press are coming," Boris told her. "Roche has decided to authorize pictures of the villa. A few minutes for the television news to show that we are doing everything possible." She watched the fake policemen taking up position. They were ridiculous in their blue and orange uniforms, made to measure to display their muscular physiques, with hard expressions on their faces, and their walkie-talkies that were supposed to give them a very professional appearance. "Albert made you look like idiots by blowing your cameras with a simple short circuit," she thought. After all this time and still no answers, Roche will be foaming at the mouth. "He always finds a way to come out smelling of roses, don't worry." Boris took out his papers and a packet of tobacco and started silently rolling himself a cigarette. Mila had the distinct sense that he wanted to ask her something, but not directly, and if she stayed silent, she wouldn't help him. She decided to give him a hand. "What did you do with the 24 hours of freedom that Roche allowed you?" Boris was evasive. I slept and thought about the case. Sometimes you need to clear your head. I know you went out with Gavila last night." Hey, he's finally said it. But Mila was wrong in thinking that Boris's reference was motivated by jealousy. His intentions were quite different, as she discovered from what he said next. "I think he suffered a lot." He was talking about Goran's wife, and he did so in such a sad voice that it made her think that whatever had happened to the couple, it had indirectly involved the team as well. "I really don't know anything about it," she said. "He didn't talk to me about it. Just a hint at the end of the evening." "Then perhaps it's better if you know now." Before going on, Boris lit the cigarette, dragged deeply on it, and breathed out the smoke. He was searching for words. "Dr. Gavila's wife was a fantastic woman. Not just beautiful, but nice, too. I've lost count of the times we all ate at their house. She was part of us, as if she was on the team as well. When we had a difficult case on our hands, those dinners were the only relief after a day among blood and corpses. A reconciliation with life, if you know what I mean." "And then what happened?" "It happened 1.5 years ago. With no warning, without so much as a hint, she walked out." "She left him?" "Not just Gavila, but Tommy too, their only son. He's a lovely boy. He's lived with his father since then." Mila had guessed that the criminologist was weighed down by the sadness of a separation, but she had never imagined anything like that. How can a mother abandon a son? She wondered. Why did she leave? No one ever worked it out. Perhaps she had someone else. Perhaps she got tired of that life, who knows? She didn't leave so much as a note. She just packed her bags and left. End of. I wouldn't have given up without knowing why she did it. The strange thing is that he never asked me to find out where she was. Boris's tone changed. He looked around before going on, checking that Goran was nowhere around. And there's something that Gavila doesn't know and mustn't know. Mila nodded to show him that he could trust her. Well, a few months later, Stern and I tracked her down. She was living in a town on the coast. We didn't go to her directly. We just let her spot us in the street, in the hope that she might come over and talk to us. And did she? She was surprised to see us, but then she just waved, lowered her eyes, and walked on. This was followed by a silence that Mila couldn't interpret. Boris tossed his cigarette butt away, careless of the furious glance from one of the private security guards, who immediately came and picked it up off the lawn. Why did you tell me that, Boris? Because Dr. Gavila is my friend, and so are you, although I haven't known you as long. Boris must have understood something that neither she nor Goran had yet managed to get into focus. Something about them. He was only trying to protect them both. When his wife walked out, Gavila kept going. He had to, especially because of the boy. Nothing changed with us. He still seemed exactly the same, precise, punctual, efficient. He just stopped dressing quite so smartly. That wasn't important. It was nothing to worry about. But then came the Wilson Pickett case. Like the singer? Yes, that's what we called it. Boris clearly regretted having mentioned it. He said tersely, "It went badly. There were mistakes, and someone threatened to dissolve the team and dismiss Dr. Gavila. It was Roche who defended us and insisted that we keep our jobs." Mila was about to ask what happened, sure that Boris would tell her in the end, when the alarm on Kobashi's Maserati went off again. Damn, that noise blows a hole in your brain. At that moment, Mila happened to glance towards the house, and in a moment she catalogued a series of images that drew her attention. The same expression of annoyance had appeared on the faces of the security guards, and they had all put their hands to their walkie-talkie headpieces, as if there had been some sudden and unbearable interference. Mila looked at the Maserati again. Then she slipped her mobile phone from her pocket. There was still no signal. She had an idea. "There's one place we haven't looked yet," she said to Boris. "What place is that?" Mila pointed upwards. "In the ether." Less than half an hour later, in the cold of night, the experts from the electronics team had already started to sound out the area. Each one wore headphones and held a little device aimed at the sky. They walked around, very slowly, silent as ghosts, trying to pick up possible radio signals or suspect frequencies, just in case the air contained some kind of message, which it did. That was what was interfering with the alarm on Kobashi's Maserati and inhibiting phone reception, and had got into the walkie-talkies of the security guards in the form of an unbearable whistle. A little while later, the transmission was transferred to a receiver. They gathered around the apparatus to hear what the darkness had to tell them. Not words, but sounds. They were plunged into a sea of rustling from time to time, but there was a harmony in the precise sequence of notes, short, then longer. 3 dots, 3 lines, and 3 dots again. Goran translated for the benefit of the others. In the language of the most famous radio code in the world, those elementary sounds had an unequivocal meaning. SOS. "Where is it coming from?" asked the criminologist. The technician studied the signal as it appeared on his screen. Then he looked towards the street and pointed. "From the house opposite." 23. It had been in front of their eyes all the time. The house opposite had been watching their strenuous efforts silently all day. It was there, a few feet away, calling them, repeating its curious and anachronistic request for help. The 2-story villa belonged to Yvonne Gress, the painter, as the neighbours called her. She lived there with her 2 children, a boy of 11 and a girl of 16. They had moved to Capo Alto after Yvonne's divorce, and she had returned to her passion for art, which she had abandoned as a girl, to marry the promising young lawyer, Gress. At first, Yvonne's abstract paintings hadn't been well received. The gallery that showed them had closed her solo show without a single piece sold. But Yvonne, convinced of her talent, hadn't let go. And when a friend had commissioned a portrait in oils of her family to hang over the mantelpiece, Yvonne had discovered her forte. Within a very short space of time, she had become the most hotly desired portrait painter among people weary of the usual photographs, who wanted to immortalize their own clans on canvas. When the Morse code message drew attention to the house on the other side of the street, one of the guards remarked that Yvonne Gress and her kids hadn't been around for a while. The curtains were drawn, which made it impossible to look inside. Before Roche gave the order to enter the villa, Goran tried to call the woman's phone number. A moment later, in the general silence of the street, a ringing sound was heard coming, faintly but clearly, from the inside of the house. No one answered. They also tried to contact her ex-husband, in the hope that at least the children were there. When they managed to track him down, he said he hadn't heard from the children for ages. That wasn't strange, since he had abandoned his family for a model in her 20s, and thought he fulfilled his paternal duty by paying regular maintenance money to see that they were fed. The technicians placed thermal sensors around the perimeter of the villa to trace any sources of heat inside.
"If there's anyone alive in that house, we'll soon know,"
said Roche, who had blind confidence in the efficiency of technology. Meanwhile, electricity, gas, and water had also been checked. The respective connections had not been cut off, because the bills were paid by direct debit, but the meters had stopped 3 months before, a sign that for almost 90 days no one in there had turned a light on.
That's more or less since the Kobashi's villa was finished and the dentist moved here with his family,
Stern remarked. Goran asked, "Rosa, I want you to examine the CCTV camera recordings. There's obviously a connection here." "Let's hope there are no more blackouts on the system," she said.
"We're preparing to go in,"
announced Gavila. Meanwhile, Boris put on his Kevlar protection in the mobile unit. "I want to go in," he declared when he saw Mila appearing on the threshold of the camper. "They can't stop me. I want to go too." He couldn't stomach the idea that Roche might ask the special units to go in first. "They'll only make a mess. They'll have to move about in the dark once they get in." "Well, I suspect they'll manage," observed Mila, without intending to contradict him too much. "And will they also be able to guarantee their evidence?" he asked sarcastically. "Then I want to be in there too." Boris stopped for a moment and looked down at her without saying a word. "I think I've deserved it. After all, I was the one who worked out that the message was—" He interrupted her by throwing her a second bulletproof jacket. A little while later they left the camper to join Goran and Roche, reasserting to them their reasons for going in.
"Out of the question,"
the Chief Inspector said immediately.
"This is an operation for special forces. I can't afford such recklessness."
"Listen, Inspector." Boris went and planted himself in front of Roche so that he couldn't ignore him. "Send Mila and me in on reconnaissance. The others will only go in if they really need to." Roche refused to yield. "I've been in the army. I'm trained for these things. Stern has 20 years' experience in the field, as I can confirm, and if he hadn't lost a kidney, he'd be volunteering with me, as he knows very well. As for Officer Mila Vasquez, she went alone into the house of a maniac who was holding a little boy and a girl prisoner." If Boris had known what had really happened when she had put her own life on the line, as well as her hostages' lives, he wouldn't have supported her candidacy quite so stoutly, Mila thought bitterly. "So, think about it. There's a girl still alive somewhere, but she won't be for long. Every crime scene tells us more about her kidnapper." Then Boris pointed to Yvonne Gress's house. "If there's anything in there that can bring us to Albert, we need to find it before it gets destroyed. And the only way is to send us in."
"I don't think so, Special Agent,"
Roche replied serenely. Boris came a step towards him, looking him straight in the eye. "Do you want any more complications? It's hard enough as it is." A guarded threat, Mila thought. She was surprised that Boris would address his superior in that tone, but it seemed like a matter between the two of them. Roche looked at Gavila for a moment too long. Was he after advice, or did he just want someone to share responsibility for the decision? But the criminologist didn't try to exploit the situation, and just nodded.
"I hope we won't regret it."
The Chief Inspector deliberately used the plural to stress Goran's share of responsibility. At that moment, a technician came over with a monitor for the thermal data.
"Mr. Roche, the sensors have found something on the 2nd floor. Something alive."
Everyone looked back at the house.
"The subject is still on the 2nd floor and isn't moving from there,"
Stern announced on the radio. Boris silently counted backwards before turning the front door handle. The spare key had been given to him by the commander of the security guards. There was a copy for every villa. They kept them in case of emergency. Mila studied Boris's concentration. Behind them, the men of the special unit were ready to intervene. The special agent was the first to step inside, and she followed him. Their guns were leveled, and apart from their Kevlar protection, they wore caps with an earpiece, a microphone, and a little torch by the right temple. From outside, Stern guided them by radio, while watching on a screen the movements of the outline found by the thermal sensors. The figure showed numerous fluctuating colors, indicating the various temperatures of the body, from blue to yellow to red. It wasn't possible to make out its shape, but it looked like a body lying on the ground. It might be someone who'd been injured. But before they found out, Boris and Mila would have to carry out an accurate search in line with security procedures. Outside the villa, 2 huge, powerful reflectors had been set up, illuminating both facades. But because of the drawn curtains, the light fell only faintly on the interior. Mila tried to get her eyes accustomed to the dark. "All okay?" Boris asked her in a whisper. "All okay," she confirmed. Meanwhile, where the Kobashi's lawn had once been, Goran Gavila now stood, more desperate for a cigarette than he'd been for years. He was worried, particularly for Mila. Beside him, Sarah Rosa was watching the CCTV recordings, sitting in front of 4 monitors. If there really was a link between the 2 houses that stood opposite one another, they would soon know. The first thing Mila noticed in Yvonne Gress's house was the chaos. From the door she had a complete view of the sitting room on her left and the kitchen on her right. The table was piled high with open cereal boxes, half-empty bottles of orange juice, and cartons of rancid milk. There were also empty beer cans. The larder had been opened, and some of the food was scattered on the floor. The table had 4 chairs, but only one had been moved. The sink was full of dirty plates and pots with encrusted food remains. Mila aimed the light of her torch at the fridge. Under a tortoise-shaped magnet, she saw the picture of a blonde woman in her 40s, smiling as she hugged a little boy and a slightly older girl. In the sitting room, the low table in front of a huge plasma screen was covered with empty bottles of spirits, more beer cans, and ashtrays spilling over with butts. An armchair had been dragged into the middle of the room, and there were muddy boot prints on the carpet. Boris attracted Mila's attention and showed her the map of the house, suggesting that they should split up before meeting again at the bottom of the stairs leading to the floor above. He pointed to the area behind the kitchen, keeping the library and the study for himself. "Stern, everything's still okay on the first floor?" Boris whispered into his radio. "It's not moving," was the reply. They nodded to one another, and Mila set off in the direction assigned to her. "We've got it," Sarah Rosa said to the monitor at that same moment. "Look!" Goran leaned on her shoulder. According to the date in the corner of the screen, these images dated from 9 months before. The Kobashi's villa was just a building site. In the speeded-up shot, the workers scuttled around the unfinished facade like frantic ants. "Now watch!" Rosa sped through the recording until it reached sunset, when everyone left the building site to go home and come back the following day. Then she put the video back to normal speed. At that moment there was a glimpse of something in the shot of the Kobashi's front door. It was a shadow, motionless, waiting, and it was smoking. The intermittent glow of the cigarette revealed its presence. The man was inside the dentist's villa, waiting for evening to fall. When it was dark enough, he came outside. He looked round, then walked the few yards that separated him from the house opposite, and entered without knocking. "Listen." Mila was in Yvonne Gress's studio, where canvases were stacked in every corner, easels and paint scattered here and there. When she heard Goran's voice in the earpiece, she stopped. "We've probably worked out what happened in that house." Mila waited. "We are dealing with a parasite." Mila didn't understand, but Goran explained the term. Every evening, one of the workers employed on the Kobashi villa waited for the building site to close before immediately letting himself into the house opposite. We fear he may have... The criminologist paused before defining such a chilling idea. Kidnapped the family in their own home. The guest takes possession of the nest, convincing himself that he is part of the family's life. He justifies everything with his supposed love. But when he tires of that fiction, he gets rid of his new family and seeks another nest to infest. As she observed the putrid signs of his passage in Yvonne's studio, Mila remembered the Sarcophaga canaria larvae banqueting on the Kabashi's rug. Then she heard Stern asking, "For how long?" 6 months, was Goran's reply. Mila felt a tightness in her stomach. For 6 months, Yvonne and her children had been the prisoners of a psychopath who had been able to do whatever he liked with them. And what was more, he did it in the middle of dozens of other houses where other families, isolated in this affluent place, imagined they could flee the horrors of the world, trusting in an absurd ideal of security. 6 months, and no one had noticed anything. The lawn had been mown every week, and the roses in the beds had continued to receive the loving care of the gardeners of the residential complex. The porch lights were turned on every evening, with a timer synchronized to the timetable indicated by the rules of the condominium. The children had played on bikes or with balls in the drive in front of the house. Ladies had walked by, chattering about this and that, and exchanging recipes for desserts. The men had gone jogging on Sunday morning and washed the car in front of their garages. 6 months, and no one had seen. They hadn't wondered why the curtains were drawn even by day. They hadn't noticed the mail that was accumulating in the letterbox. No one had paid any attention to the absence of Yvonne and her children at social occasions in the clubhouse, like the autumn dance and the tombola on the 23rd of December. The Christmas tree decorations, the same for the whole complex, had been arranged as usual by the management, and then removed after the holiday. The phone had gone unanswered. Yvonne and the children hadn't come to open the door when people had knocked, and yet no one's suspicions had been roused. Yvonne Gress's only relatives lived a long way away, but even they didn't seem to have thought there was anything strange about that silence that had been protracted for so long. Throughout that long, long time, the little family had wished, hoped, prayed every day for help or attention that had never come. He's probably a sadist, and this is his game, his entertainment. His doll's house. The words ran through Mila's mind as she thought about the clothes worn by the corpse that Albert had left on the Kobashi's sofa. She thought of the countless violations that Yvonne and her children had undergone in that endless period of time. 6 months of torment. 6 months of torture. 6 months of agony. But thinking about it, it had taken less than that for the whole world to forget about them. And even the guardians of the law hadn't noticed anything, even though they were stationed 24 hours a day in a state of alert right in front of the house. They too were somehow guilty, complicit, and so was she. Once again, Mila reflected, Albert had shone a light on the hypocrisy of that portion of the human race that feels normal just because it doesn't go around killing innocent children by severing one of their arms. But it is capable of an equally serious crime: indifference. Boris interrupted Mila's train of thought. "Stern, how are things going up there?" "Nothing there." "Fine. Then let's move." They met as agreed at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second floor, where the bedrooms were. Boris nodded to Mila to cover him. From that moment they would observe the most complete radio silence so as not to reveal their positions. Stern was authorized to break it only to warn them if the living outline showed any movement. They began to climb the stairs. The carpet that covered the steps was dotted with stains, footprints, and leftover food. On the wall next to the stairs were photographs of holidays, birthdays, and family parties. And at the top there was a portrait in oils of Yvonne and her children. Someone had dug out the eyes in the painting, perhaps irritated by that insistent gaze. When they reached the landing, Boris stepped aside to let Mila catch up with him. Then he led the way forward. Various half-opened doors led onto the corridor, which turned off to the left at the end. Behind that last corner was the last living presence in the whole house. Boris and Mila started walking slowly in that direction. They passed one of the doors that stood ajar. Mila recognized the rhythmical sound of the Morse code that had been sent into the ether. She gently opened the door and found herself looking at the 11-year-old boy's room. There were posters of planets on the walls and astronomy books on the shelves. A telescope was set up by the barred window. On the little desk there was a science diorama, the scale reproduction of a 19th-century telegraph station. It consisted of a little wooden board with 2 dry batteries connected through electrodes and copper wire to a perforated disc that rotated on a sprocket at regular intervals. 3 dots, 3 lines, 3 dots. The whole thing had then been linked by a small cable to a walkie-talkie in the shape of a dinosaur. The diorama bore a bronze plate bearing the inscription, "First Prize." That was where the signal had been coming from. The 11-year-old boy had turned his homework into a transmitter, evading the checks and restrictions of the man who was keeping them prisoner. Mila moved the beam of the torch over the unmade bed. Under it was a dirty plastic bucket. She also noticed signs of rubbing at the edges of the bedhead. On the opposite side of the corridor was the room of the 16-year-old girl. On the door, coloured letters composed a name, Kira. Mila quickly glanced at the room from the doorway. The sheets were piled up on the floor. An underwear drawer had been tipped up on the floor. The mirror from the chest of drawers had been moved in front of the bed. It wasn't hard to imagine why. Here, too, there were signs of rubbing on the struts. Handcuffs, thought Mila. He kept them tied to their beds during the day. This time the dirty plastic bucket was in a corner. It must have been used for bodily functions. A few yards away was Yvonne's room. The mattress was grimy, and there was only one sheet. There were stains of vomit on the carpet, and tissues were scattered around the place. On one wall there was a nail which might once have held a painting, but from which a leather belt now hung in full view, a reminder of who was in charge, and how. "This was your games room, you bastard. And I expect you paid the little girl a visit every now and again, too. And when you tired of them, you went into the 11-year-old's bedroom, even if it was just to beat him." Anger was the only emotion she had been granted in this life, and Mila took advantage of it, greedily drinking from that dark well. There was no way of knowing how many times Yvonne Gress had forced herself to be nice to that monster, just to keep him with her in that room and avoid him taking it out on her children. "Guys, there's something moving." Stern's voice was alarmed. Boris and Mila turned simultaneously towards the corner at the end of the corridor. There was no more time to inspect the place. They aimed their guns and torches in that precise direction, waiting to see something appear at any moment. "Don't move," said Boris. "It's coming towards you." Mila moved her index finger on the trigger and began to exert light pressure on it. She heard her heart thumping in a crescendo in her ears. "It's behind the corner." The presence announced itself with a faint groan. A hairy muzzle appeared and looked at them. It was a Newfoundland dog. Mila raised her weapon and saw Boris doing the same. "All okay," she said to the radio. "It's just a dog." Its fur was rough and sticky, its eyes red, and it was injured in one paw. "He didn't kill it," thought Mila, approaching it. "Come on, boy, come here."
"He's survived on his own here for at least 3 months. How did he do that?" Boris wondered.
As Mila stepped towards him, the dog retreated.
"Careful, he's frightened. He might bite you."
Mila paid no heed to Boris's suggestions and went on slowly approaching the Newfoundland. She knelt down to reassure him and called to him, "Come on, boy, come to me." When she was close enough, she saw that he had a nameplate hanging from his collar. She read his name in the torchlight. "Newfie, come to me, come on." At last the dog allowed her to reach him. Mila held a hand in front of his muzzle so that he could sniff it. By now Boris was impatient.
"Okay, let's stop checking the map and then bring the others in."
The dog lifted a paw towards Mila, as if trying to show her something. "Wait."
"What?"
Mila didn't reply, but got up and saw that the Newfoundland had gone back towards the dark corner of the corridor. "He wants us to follow him." They walked behind him. They turned the corner and saw that the corridor ended a few yards further on. At the end, on the right, there was one last room. Boris checked on the map.
"It faces towards the back, but I don't know what it is."
The door was closed. Some things were piled up in front of it. A quilt printed with a pattern of bones, a bowl, a coloured ball, a lead, and the remains of some food. "That's who's been raiding the larder.
I wonder why he brought his things up here."
The Newfoundland approached the door as if to confirm that this was now his bed. "Are you saying he brought everything up here all by himself? Why?" As if to answer Mila's question, the dog started scratching the wood of the door and whimpering. "He wants us to go in." Mila took the lead and tied the dog to one of the radiators. "You be good, Newfie." The Newfoundland barked as if he had understood. They shifted the things from the doorway, and Mila gripped the handle as Boris levelled his gun at the door. The thermal sensors hadn't revealed any other presences in the house, but you never knew. But they were both convinced that this thin barrier concealed the tragic epilogue to what had been happening there for so many months. Mila lowered her hand to click the lock open, then pushed. The light from the torches pierced the darkness. The beams moved from one side to the other. The room was empty. It was about 20 feet by 10. There was no carpet on the floor, and the walls were painted white. The window was closed with a heavy curtain. A lamp hung from the ceiling. It was as if the room had never been used. "Why has he brought us here?" Mila asked, more to herself than to Boris. "And where are Yvonne and her children?" She avoided the real question. Where did the bodies end up?
"Stern."
"Yes?"
"Bring in the scientists. We've finished here."
Mila went back to the corridor and freed the dog, which ran away from her into the room. Mila watched him settle in a corner. "Newfie, you can't stay here." But the dog didn't move. Then she approached him with the lead in her hand. The animal barked again, but didn't seem threatening. Then he started sniffing the floor by the skirting board. Mila bent down beside him, pushed his muzzle aside, and moved her torch to get a better view. No, there was nothing there. Then she saw it. A brown stain. It was less than 3 millimeters across. She came closer and saw that it was rectangular and with a slightly puckered surface. Mila had no doubt what it was. "This is where it happened," she said. Boris didn't understand. Then Mila turned towards him. "This is where he killed them."
"We actually had noticed someone going into the house, but, you know, Yvonne Gress was an attractive woman, living on her own, so she sometimes received visits from men in the neighbourhood late in the evening."
The commander of the security guards gave a meaningful nod, to which Goran reacted by standing on tiptoe to stare him in the eyes. "Don't you dare insinuate anything of that kind." He said it in a neutral voice, but one which contained a threat. The security chief should have been trying to justify this serious breach on the part of himself and his underlings, but he'd been briefed by the lawyers of the Capo Alto complex. Their strategy consisted in making Yvonne Gress look like an easy woman, just because she was single and independent. Goran remarked that the creature, because he could think of no other name for him, who had come and gone from her house for 6 months, had taken advantage of the same excuse to do as he pleased. The criminologist and Rosa viewed lots of the film from that long period of time. They had to speed up the recording, but more or less the same scene was repeated over and over again. Sometimes the man didn't come, and Goran imagined that those nights were the best for the segregated family. But perhaps, too, they were the worst, since it meant they couldn't be untied from their beds, and they couldn't get any food or water if he didn't look after them. Being raped meant surviving in the perennial quest for the lesser evil. The films also showed the man by day working on the building site. He always wore a cap with a visor, which prevented the cameras from recording his facial features. Stern questioned the owner of the building firm that had taken him on as a seasonal worker. They said the man's name was Lebrinsky, but the name turned out to be false. That often happened, mostly because foreign workers without residence permits were taken on at the building sites. By law, the employer was only obliged to ask them for their papers, not to check that they were genuine. Some labourers who had worked at the Kobashi's villa during that time said Lebrinsky was a taciturn character who kept himself to himself. They gave remembered descriptions of him to create an identikit, but in the end the reconstructions were too different to be useful. When he had finished with the head of the security guards, Goran joined the others inside Yvonne Gress's villa, which was by now the exclusive domain of Krepp and his men. The piercings of the fingerprint expert jangled cheerfully on his face as he moved around the place like an elf in an enchanted wood. The house had a surreal look. The carpet had been completely covered with plastic sheets, and there were halogen lamps set up around the place to highlight various areas or even just a detail. Men in white overalls and protective perspex goggles dusted every surface. "Okay, our man isn't very clever," Krepp began. "Apart from the mess that the dog has made, he's left all kinds of rubbish around here. Cans, cigarette stubs, used glasses. There's enough of his DNA to clone him." "Fingerprints?" asked Sarah Rosa. "Tons, but he's never been a guest of our prison system, sad to say, and there's no record of him." Goran shook his head. A pile of clues like that, and still it wasn't possible to find a suspect. Certainly the parasite had been much less cautious than Albert, who had taken care to black out the security cameras before getting into the Kobashi's house with the girl. Precisely for that reason, there was one thing that didn't make sense to Goran. "What can you tell me about the bodies? We've viewed the films, and the parasite has never taken anything out of the house." "Because they didn't leave by the door." They all looked at each other, trying to work out what the sentence could mean. Krepp added, "We are going through the drains. I think he got rid of them like that." He had chopped them up, Goran concluded. That maniac had acted out the part of the loving husband and the adored dad. And then, one day, he had tired of them. Or maybe he had just finished work on the house opposite and come in for the last time. Perhaps Yvonne and her children had had a sense that the end was approaching. "But I've saved the strangest thing till last," said Krepp. "What might that be?" "The empty room on the floor above, the one in which our policewoman friend found that small bloodstain." Goran saw Mila stiffen, on the defensive. The expert had that effect on lots of people. "The room on the second floor will be my Sistine Chapel," Krepp stressed. "That stain suggests to us that it was there that the massacre took place, and that afterwards he cleaned everything, although he missed that detail. But he did more than that. He actually repainted the walls." "Why would he do that?" asked Boris. "Because he's stupid. That much is obvious. After leaving such a mess and so many clues and flushing the remains down the sewer, he had already earned himself a life sentence. So why bother to freshen up a room?" For Goran, too, the motive was obscure. "So, how do you proceed from here?" "We'll take off the paint and see what's underneath. It'll take us a while, but with new techniques we can recover all the bloodstains that idiot tried to hide so childishly." Goran wasn't convinced. "All we have for now is false imprisonment and the concealment of bodies. He would get jail, but that doesn't mean justice will have been done. To get the truth out and arrest him for homicide, we need that blood as well." "You'll have it, Dr. Gavila." For the time being, they had a very brief description of the subject they were looking for. They compared it with the data gathered by Krepp. "I'd say he's a man between 40 and 50, Rosa began. "Well-built and about 5'11". The shoe prints on the carpet are a size 9, so I'd say that's about right." "A smoker?" "He rolls his own cigarettes with tobacco and papers." "Like me," said Boris. "I'm always glad to have something in common with guys like that." "And I'd say he likes dogs," Krepp concluded. "Just because he left the Newfoundland alive?" asked Mila. "No, my dear. We've found some mongrel hairs." "But who says the man brought them into the house?" "They were in the mud of the shoe prints that he left on the carpet. Obviously there was material from the building site, cement, gums, solvents, which acted as glue for the rest, including the stuff that the guy brought in from his own house." Krepp looked at Mila like someone who has been unwisely challenged and who has finally prevailed with dazzling brilliance. After that brief interval of glory, he looked away from her and went back to being the cold professional they all knew. "And there's one more thing, but I haven't yet worked out if it's worth mentioning." "Tell us anyway," broke in Goran. He knew how much Krepp liked being asked. "In that mud under his shoes, there was a high concentration of bacteria. I asked the opinion of my most trusted chemist." "Why a chemist and not a biologist?" "Because I guessed that they were refuse-eating bacteria, which exist in nature but are used for various purposes, such as devouring plastic and petroleum derivatives." Then he became specific. "They don't eat anything, in fact. They just produce an enzyme. They are used for cleaning up former dumps." At those words, Goran noticed that Mila had suddenly glanced towards Boris, and that he had done the same. "Former dumps. Holy shit. We know this guy." 24. Felder was waiting for them. The parasite had withdrawn into his cocoon at the top of the hill of refuse. He had all kinds of weapons, which he had been piling up for months in preparation for the final showdown. He hadn't actually done very much about hiding. He knew that sooner or later someone would come to ask him for explanations. Mila arrived with the rest of the team, followed by the special units which placed themselves around the property. From his lofty position, Felder could check the streets leading to the former dump. He had also cut down the trees that blocked his view. But he didn't start firing straight away. He waited until they were in position before beginning his target practice. First, he aimed at his dog, Koch, the rusty mongrel that wandered about the scrap iron. He killed it with a single shot to the head. He wanted to show the men out there that he was serious, and perhaps spare the animal a worse death, thought Mila. Crouching behind one of the armoured vehicles, the policewoman observed the scene. How much time had passed since the day she had set foot in that house with Boris. They had gone there to ask Felder about the religious institution he'd grown up in, while he himself concealed a secret much worse than Ronald Dermis's. He had lied about lots of things. When Boris had asked him if he had ever been in jail, he had answered in the affirmative. And in fact, it wasn't true. That was why they hadn't found a match for the prints left in Yvonne Gresser's house. But he'd been able to use that lie to be certain that the two officers knew almost nothing about him. And Boris hadn't noticed anything, because you don't usually lie to give a negative image of yourself. Felder had done it. He had been quite crafty, Mila thought. He had sized them up, and he had started playing with them, certain that they would have no clues to link him to Yvonne's house. If he had suspected the opposite, they probably wouldn't have left that house alive. Mila had been tricked for a second time by his presence at Ronald's nocturnal funeral. She had thought it was a gesture of pity, when, in fact, Felder was checking out the situation.
"Come on, you bastards! Come and get me!"
Machine-gun bullets rattled through the air, some thudding dully against the armoured vehicles, others echoing off the scrap metal.
"Sons of bitches! You won't get me alive!"
No one replied. No one tried to strike a deal with him. Mila looked round. There was no negotiator anywhere around with a megaphone ready to tell him to drop his weapons. Felder had already signed his own death warrant. None of the men out there was interested in saving his life. They were only waiting for one false move to wipe him off the face of the earth. A few snipers were already in place, ready to fire as soon as he moved. For the moment, they were letting him rant. That made it more likely that he would make a mistake.
"She was mine, you bastards! Mine! I just gave her what she wanted!"
He was provoking them, and to judge from the faces staring at him, the attempt was successful.
"We've got to take him alive," said Goran eventually. "It's the only way we'll find out the link between him and Albert." "I don't think the guys in the special units agree with you, Doctor," said Stern. "Then we've got to talk to Roche. He has to give the order to call in a negotiator."
"Felder isn't going to be taken. He's already predicted everything, including his own death," observed Sarah Rosa. "He's trying to think up a coup de théâtre so that he can go out with a bang." She wasn't mistaken. The pyrotechnicians who had just arrived had identified some variations in the terrain surrounding the house.
"Landmines,"
one of them said to Roche, coming over to join him.
"With all the shit that's under there, this could be the end of the world."
A geologist was consulted, and she confirmed that the dump forming the hill could contain tons of methane produced by the decomposition of refuse.
"You've got to get out of here straight away. A fire could be devastating."
Goran insisted that they should at least try to negotiate with Felder. In the end, Roche allowed him half an hour. The criminologist thought about using the phone, but Mila remembered that the line had been cut off on non-payment, because when he and Boris had tried to contact Felder some days before, they'd got a recorded voice. The phone company took 7 minutes to re-establish contact. They only had 23 to persuade the man to give himself up. But when his home phone started ringing, Felder reacted by firing at them. Goran didn't throw in the towel. He picked up a megaphone and planted himself behind the armoured vehicle nearest the house.
"Felder, it's Goran Gavila."
"Fuck off!" followed by a shot.
"Listen to me. I despise you like all the other people here."
Mila understood that Goran didn't want to barter with Felder by making him believe things that weren't true, because there would be no point. The man had already chosen his own fate. That was why the criminologist had immediately put his cards on the table.
"You piece of shit! I don't want to listen to you!"
Another shot, this time a few inches away from where Goran was standing. Although he was well protected, Goran gave a start. "But you will, because I've got something to tell you." What kind of offer could he make him when they'd reached this point? Mila had no sense of Goran's strategy. "We need you, Felder, because you probably know who's keeping the 6th child prisoner. We call him Albert, but I'm sure you know his real name." "I don't give a fuck." "You do, because there's a price on the information right now." The reward. So that was Goran's game. The 10 million offered by the Rockford Foundation to anyone who provided information useful to the rescue of child number 6. Some might also have wondered what advantage the sum might hold for a man who was sure he was going to jail. Mila understood. The criminologist had been trying to plant in Felder's mind the idea that he might get away with it, that he might be able to screw the system. The same system that had persecuted him all his life, making him what he was, a miserable wretch, a loser. With that money, he could afford a big lawyer, who might be able to reduce the charge on the grounds of diminished responsibility, a legal option usually reserved for wealthy defendants because it was difficult to sustain and demonstrate without adequate funds. Felder could have hoped for a lower sentence, maybe as little as 20 years, to be spent not in prison but among the patients in a judicial psychiatric hospital. Then, once he was out, he would enjoy the rest of his wealth as a free man. Goran had hit the target, because Felder had always wanted to be something more. That was why he had gone into Yvonne Gress's house, to know at least once what it feels like to live a privileged life in a rich area with a beautiful wife and beautiful children and beautiful things. Now he had the chance of getting a double result, winning that money and getting away with what he'd done. He would walk right out of that house, smiling his way past 100 police officers who wanted him dead. But above all, he would come out a rich man, in many ways as an actual hero. There were no insults, no shots from Felder in reply. He was thinking. Goran took advantage of that silence to add to his expectations. "Mr. Felder, no one can take away what you've earned, and even though I don't like to admit it, a lot of people will have to thank you. So put down your weapons now, come outside and give yourself up." Once again, evil in the service of good, Mila thought. Goran was using the same technique for good. A few seemingly interminable seconds passed, but Goran knew that the more seconds passed, the more hope that there was his plan might succeed. From behind the armored vehicle that sheltered him, he saw one of the men from the special units extending a pole with a little mirror to check Felder's position in the house. A moment later he spotted him in the reflection. They could only see his shoulder and the back of his neck. He was wearing a camouflage jacket and a hunting cap. Then, for a moment, he had a glimpse of his profile, his chin, and his untended beard. It only took a split second. Felder raised his rifle, perhaps to shoot or as a sign of surrender. The muffled whistle passed quickly over their heads. Before Mila realized what was happening, the first bullet had already struck Felder in the neck. Then came the second from another direction. "No!" cried Goran. "Stop! Don't shoot!" Mila saw the elite marksmen of the special units emerging from their hiding places, the better to take aim. The 2 holes that Felder had taken to his neck sprayed vaporized blood to the rhythm of his carotid artery. He was dragging himself along on one leg, his mouth wide open. With one hand he tried desperately to plug his wounds, while with the other he tried to hold the rifle raised to return fire. Goran, careless of the danger, came out into the open in a desperate attempt to stop time. At that moment, a third shot, more accurate than the others, struck its target in the neck. The parasite, had been exterminated. 25.
Sabine likes dogs. Did you know that?
She'd said it in the present tense, thought Mila. That was normal. That mother had not yet come to terms with her grief. Soon it would begin, and for some days she would have neither peace nor sleep. But not now. It was too soon. Sometimes in cases like this, for some reason, grief leaves a space, a barrier between you and the information, an elastic barrier that stretches out and shrinks in again, without letting the words, "We've found your daughter's body," bring their message to its destination. The words bounce off that strange sense of tranquility, a brief pause of resignation before the collapse. A few hours before, Chang had given Mila an envelope containing the results of the DNA comparison. The child on the Kobashi's sofa was Sabine, the third to be abducted, and the third to be found. It was now a consolidated program, a modus operandi, Goran would have said. Even though no one had ventured any hypotheses on the identity of the corpse, everyone had expected it to be her. Mila had left her colleagues to wonder about the sudden defeat of Felder at his home and try to search that mountain of refuse for possible clues that might lead to Albert. She had asked the department for a car, and now she was in the sitting room in the house of Sabine's parents, in a part of the countryside inhabited chiefly by horse breeders and people who had chosen to live close to nature. She had travelled almost 300 miles to get there. The sun was setting, and she'd been able to enjoy the wooded landscape crisscrossed with streams that fed into amber-coloured pools. She thought that, for Sabine's parents, receiving a visit from her, even at such an unusual time of day, might be reassuring, a sign that someone had taken care of their daughter. She wasn't mistaken. Sabine's mother was tiny and lean, her face covered with little lines that emanated a sense of strength. Mila looked at the photographs that the woman had put in her hands, listened to her talking about the first and only 7 years of Sabine's life. Her father stood in a corner of the room, leaning against the wall, with his eyes downcast and his hands behind his back. He was swaying back and forth, concentrating only on his breathing. Mila was sure his wife ruled the roost in this house.
Sabine was premature, 8 weeks early. We told ourselves it had happened because she had this crazy desire to come into the world. And there's some truth in that.
She smiled and looked at her husband, who nodded.
The doctors told us straight away that she wouldn't survive, because her heart was too weak. But contrary to all predictions, Sabine survived. She was the size of my hand, and weighed barely a pound, but she fought tenaciously in the incubator. And week after week, her heart grew stronger and stronger. Then the doctors had to change their minds, and told us she would probably survive, but that her life would be one of hospitals, medicine, and operations. All in all, that we would have been better off if she had died.
She paused for a moment.
At one point, I was so convinced that my daughter would suffer for the rest of her days that I prayed that her heart would stop. Sabine was even stronger than my prayers. She developed like a normal child, and 8 months after she was born, we brought her home.
The woman broke off. For a moment her expression changed. It got ugly.
That son of a bitch wrecked all her efforts.
Sabine was the youngest of Albert's victims. She had been taken off a merry-go-round on a Saturday evening, in front of her mother and father, and in front of the eyes of all the other parents. Everyone was looking at their own child, Sarah Rosa had said at the first meeting in the thinking room. And Mila remembered her adding, "People don't care. That's the reality."
Mila hadn't gone to that house just to console Sabine's parents, but also to ask them a few questions. She knew she had to take advantage of those moments before suffering crashed into their temporary refuge and erased everything once and for all. She was aware of the fact that the couple had been questioned dozens of times about the circumstances of the little girl's disappearance. But perhaps her questioners didn't have her experience of missing children. "The fact is," she began, "that you are the only ones who might have seen or noticed something. All the other times, the kidnapper acted in isolated places, or when he was alone with his victims. In this case, he took a risk, and it's also possible that something went wrong. Do you want me to tell you everything from the start?" "Yes, please." The woman collected her thoughts, then began. "That was a special evening for us. You must know that when my daughter turned 3, we decided to leave our jobs in the city to move here. We were drawn by the landscape and the chance to bring up our daughter far from the noise and smog." "You said the evening of your daughter's abduction was a special one for you." "That's right." The woman tried to catch her husband's eye, then continued. "We won the lottery, a large sum, not enough to make us rich, exactly, but enough to give Sabine and her children a comfortable future. I'd never really done it before, but one morning I bought a ticket, and it happened." The woman forced a smile. "I bet you've always wondered what you would do if you won the lottery." Mila nodded. "So you went to the fair to celebrate, right?" "Right. I'd like you to reconstruct the exact moments when Sabine was on that merry-go-round. We'd chosen the blue horse together. During the first 2 turns, her father stayed with her. Then Sabine had insisted on doing the third on her own. She was very stubborn, so we let her do it." "I can see that. It's quite natural with children," said Mila, to absolve her in advance of any sense of guilt. The woman raised her eyes to her, then said confidently, "There were other parents on the merry-go-round, each beside their own child. My eyes were fixed on mine. I swear I didn't miss a single second of that turn, except for the moments when Sabine was on the opposite side to us." "He made her disappear like a conjuring trick," Stern had said in the thinking room. Mila explained. "Our hypothesis is that the kidnapper was already on the merry-go-round, one parent among many others. That made us think that he must look like an ordinary man. He managed to pass for a father, immediately making off with the little girl and vanishing into the crowd. Sabine might have cried or protested, but no one paid any attention because in everyone's eyes she just looked like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Probably the idea that Albert had passed for Sabine's father hurt more than anything else. I assure you, Officer Vasquez, that if there had been a strange man on that merry-go-round, I would have noticed. A mother has a sixth sense for these things." She said it with such conviction that Mila didn't feel like contradicting her. Albert had managed to give himself a perfect disguise. 25 police officers, closed in a room for 10 days, had carefully examined hundreds of photographs taken at the fair that evening. They had also viewed the amateur films shot on family video cameras. Not a single shot had immortalized Sabine with her abductor, not even fleeing. They didn't appear in a single photograph, not even as colorless shadows in the background. She had no other questions, so Mila took her leave. Before she left, Sabine's mother insisted that she take away a photograph of her daughter. "So you won't forget her," she said, unaware that Mila wouldn't forget her anyway, and that in a few hours' time she would bear a tribute to that death in the form of a new scar. "You'll take it, won't you?" She wasn't surprised by Sabine's father's question. In fact, she expected it. Everyone asked it. "You will catch the murderer?" and she gave the reply she always gave in such cases. "We'll do all we can." Sabine's mother had wished her daughter dead. Her wish had come true 7 years later. Mila couldn't help thinking about it as she drove back to the studio. The woods that had cheered her journey on the way there were now dark fingers that climbed towards the wind-stirred sky. She had programmed her sat-nav to take her back the shortest possible way. Then she had switched the display to night mode. The blue light was relaxing. The car radio only picked up AM stations, and after wandering through the frequencies, she had found one that played old classics. Mila kept Sabine's photograph on the seat beside her. Thank heavens, her parents had been spared the painful process of the identification of the body when her remains were already prey to fauna cadaverica. For that reason, she blessed the breakthroughs in DNA extraction. That brief chat had given her a sense of incompleteness. There was something wrong, something that hadn't worked, that had got in her way. It was a simple consideration. One day that woman had bought a lottery ticket and won. Her daughter had fallen victim to a serial killer. 2 unlikely events in a single life. The terrible thing, however, was that the 2 events were linked. If they hadn't won the lottery, they would never have gone to the fair to celebrate, and Sabine wouldn't have been abducted and brutally killed. The retribution for that stroke of luck had been death. "That's not true," she thought to herself. "He chose the families, not the children. He would have taken her anyway." But the thought made her uneasy, and she couldn't wait to get to the studio to relax and chase it from her mind. The road curved among the hills. Every now and again there were signs for horse ranches. They weren't far away from one another, and to reach them you had to take secondary roads that often ran for miles through the middle of nothing. Throughout the journey, Mila had seen only a few cars coming in the opposite direction, and a combine harvester with flashing lights to warn of its slow progress. The station played an old hit by Wilson Pickett, "You Can't Stand Alone." It took her a few seconds to link the artist with the name of the case that Boris had mentioned when talking about Goran and his wife. It went badly. There were mistakes, and someone threatened to dissolve the team and dismiss Dr. Gavila. It was Roche who defended us and insisted that we keep our jobs, he had explained. What had happened? Perhaps it had something to do with the pictures of the beautiful girl she had glimpsed at the studio. Had her new colleagues set foot in the apartment since then? But these were questions she couldn't have answered. She dismissed them from her mind. Then she turned up the heating a little. Outside it was -3, but inside the car it was fine. She had even taken off her parka before sitting down at the wheel and waited for the car to warm up gradually. That passage from intense cold to heat had calmed her nerves. She yielded pleasurably to the weariness that was gradually taking control of her. All in all, she was enjoying the car journey. In a corner of the windscreen, the sky, which had been covered by a thick layer of cloud for days, suddenly opened up, like someone had cut out a scrap of it, revealing a multitude of scattered stars and letting the moonlight through. At that moment, in the solitude of those forests, Mila felt privileged, as if that unexpected spectacle were only for her. As the road curved round, the tear of light moved over the windscreen. She followed it with her eyes, but when they settled on the rear-view mirror, she saw a gleam. The moonlight was reflected in the bodywork of the car that was following her with its lights out. The sky closed over her, and it was dark again. Mila tried to stay calm. Once again someone was copying her footsteps, as had happened in the gravel yard outside the motel. But if the first time she had accepted that it might be a figment of her imagination, now she was absolutely convinced of its reality. I have to stay calm and think.
If she accelerated, she would reveal her state of alarm, and she didn't know how skilled a driver her pursuer was. On those rough roads that she didn't know, an attempted escape could have proved fatal. There were no houses to be seen, and the first centre of human habitation was at least 20 miles away. And besides, her nocturnal adventure at the orphanage, with Ronald Dermis and his drugged tea, had put her courage severely to the test. She hadn't admitted it until then. In fact, she had insisted to everyone that she felt well and hadn't suffered from shock. But now she wasn't so sure that she could confront another dangerous situation. The tendons in her arms stiffened, her nervous tension rose. She felt her heart speeding up, and she didn't know how to stop it. She was gripped by panic. I must stay calm. I must stay calm and think sensibly. She turned off the radio to help her concentration. She worked out that her pursuer was using her lights to guide him. After staring at the sat-nav screen for a moment, she detached it from its fitting and put it in her lap. Then she reached her hand towards the light switch and turned them out. Suddenly she accelerated. In front of her there was nothing but a wall of darkness. Without knowing where she was going, she trusted only the trajectory indicated by the navigation device. Take a 40-degree bend to the right. She obeyed and saw the cursor on the display pointing out her journey. A straight line. Skidding slightly, she complied. She kept her hands firmly on the wheel, because without any bearings it would only have taken a tiny variation to send her off the road. A curve to the left, 60 degrees. This time she had to change down suddenly so as not to lose control, and steered into the bend. Another straight line, longer than the earlier one. How long could she go on without having to turn the lights back on? Had she managed to trick whoever was on her tail? Taking advantage of the straight road ahead of her, she looked in the rear-view mirror. The lights of the car behind her came on. Her pursuer had finally revealed himself, and he wasn't giving up. His headlights shone their beam on her, and beyond her, on the road ahead of her. Mila steered just in time to take the bend, and at the same time she turned her lights back on. She accelerated and travelled just over 300 meters at full speed. Then she abruptly braked in the middle of the carriageway and stared at the mirror again. The ticking of her engine, along with the thumping drum in her chest, were the only sounds she could hear. The other car had stopped before the bend. Mila saw the white beam of the headlights stretching across the tarmac. The roar of the exhaust sounded like some wild beast preparing to leap and sink its teeth into its prey. "Come on, I'm waiting for you." She took her gun and slipped a bullet into the barrel. She didn't know where she got the courage that she had felt she didn't have only a moment before. Desperation had led her into a ludicrous duel in the middle of nowhere. But her pursuer didn't take up the invitation. The headlights around the bend disappeared, making way for two faint red glows. The car had turned round. Mila didn't move. Then she started breathing normally again. For a moment she lowered her eye to the passenger seat, seeking comfort in Sabine's smile. Only then did she notice that there was something wrong in the picture. It was just past midnight when she got to the studio. Her nerves were still on edge, and for the rest of the journey she had thought only about the photograph of Sabine, looking around at the same time, waiting for whoever was following her to appear at any moment from a side road or ambush her behind a bend. She quickly climbed the stairs leading to the apartment. She wanted to speak to Goran straight away and tell the team what had happened. Perhaps that had been Albert tailing her. It must have been. But why her? Reaching the right floor, she opened the heavy armed door with the keys Stern had given her, passed the security booth, and found herself plunged in the most complete silence. The creak of her rubber soles on the linoleum floor was the only sound in those rooms that she quickly inspected. First the common area, where on the rim of an ashtray she noticed a cigarette that had burned away in a long strip of grey ash. There were the remains of dinner on the kitchen table, a fork resting on one side of a plate, a portion of flan that had barely been touched, as if someone had been suddenly forced to interrupt their meal. The lights were all out, even in the thinking room. Mila quickened her pace as she headed for the bedroom. Something had plainly happened. Stern's bed was unmade. There was a box of mints on her pillow. A beep from her phone told her that a text had come in. She read it. "We're going to the Gress house. Krepp wants to show us something. Join us. Boris." 26. When she got to Yvonne Gress's house, she saw that they hadn't all gone in yet. Sarah Rosa was slipping on her overalls and plastic shoe covers by the van. Mila had noticed that Sarah had been much calmer with her over the past few days. She walked around almost always lost in other thoughts. Perhaps it was because of her family troubles. But now Rosa looked up at her. "Christ, you don't miss a trick, do you?" "Just leave it," thought Mila. She ignored her, trying to get into the van to get some overalls. But Rosa planted herself on the steps, keeping her from getting past. "Hey, I'm talking to you." "What do you want?" "You really think you're quite the expert, don't you?" She was standing only a few inches from her face. From below, Mila could smell her breath, cigarettes, gum, and coffee. She wanted to push her aside or give her a piece of her mind. But then she remembered what Goran had said about her separation from her husband and her daughter with an eating disorder, and decided to put it off for the time being. "Why have you got it in for me, Rosa? I'm just doing my job." "Then you'd have found child number 6 by now, don't you think?" "I will." "You know, I don't think you're going to be in this team for long. You think you've won them over for now, but sooner or later they'll work out that they can do without you." Rosa stepped aside, but Mila stayed where she was. "If you hate me so much, when Roche wanted to fire me, why did you vote for me to stay?" Sarah turned towards her with an amused look on her face. "Who told you that?" "Dr. Gavila." Rosa burst out laughing and shook her head. "You see, sweetie, it's that kind of thing that means you won't last long. Because if he told you that in confidence, then you've betrayed him by telling me. And by the way, he fooled you because I voted against you." And she left her there, frozen, heading resolutely towards the house. Mila watched after her, dumbfounded by her last words. Then she got into the van to change. Krepp had guaranteed that it would be his Sistine Chapel. The comparison with the room on the second floor of Yvonne Gress's villa wasn't as wild as all that. In modern times, Michelangelo's masterpiece had been given a radical restoration that had given the paintings back their original splendor, freeing them of the thick layer of dust, smoke, and animal glue that had accumulated over centuries of use of candles and braziers. The experts had started their work with a little detail about the size of a stamp, to give themselves an idea of what was hidden underneath. It had come as a complete surprise. The thick layer of soot had hidden extraordinary colors that couldn't even have been imagined before. So Krepp had begun with a simple drop of blood, the one found by Mila with the help of the Newfoundland dog, to end up making his masterpiece. "There was no organic material," said the scientist, "but the pipes were worn, and there were traces of hydrochloric acid. Let's hypothesize that Felder used it to dissolve the remains, to make it easier to get rid of them. Acid's even very good at getting rid of bone." Mila only caught the last part of the sentence as she reached the second-floor landing. Krepp was in the middle of the corridor, and in front of him were Goran, Boris, and Stern. Further back was Rosa, leaning against the wall. "So the only clue we have to link the massacre to Felder is this little bloodstain? Have you had it analyzed?"
"Chang says it's 90% likely that it belongs to the boy."
Goran turned to look at Mila, then back to Krepp. "Okay, we're all here. We can start."
They'd been waiting for her. She should have felt flattered, but she was still trying to digest Sarah Rosa's words. Who was she to believe? That hysterical mad woman who'd been abusing her since the start? Or Goran?
Meanwhile, Krepp, before leading them into the room, told them,
"We can stay in here for a quarter of an hour at most, so if you have any questions, please ask them now."
They said nothing.
"Okay, let's go in."
The room was sealed off by a double glass door with a little passageway in the middle that allowed one person to enter at a time. It served to preserve the microclimate. Before going inside, one of Krepp's colleagues took everyone's body temperature with an infrared thermometer of the kind normally used with children. Then he entered the data in a computer connected to the humidifiers in the room that would correct their contribution to keep the thermal conditions constant. The reason for these devices was explained by Krepp himself, who came into the room last.
"The main problem has been the paint used by Felder to cover the walls. It couldn't be removed with a normal solvent without also taking away what was under it."
"So what did you do?"
asked Goran. "We analyzed it, and it emerged that it's a water-based paint using a vegetable fat as a collagen. All we had to do was spray a solution of refined alcohol and leave it in suspension for a few hours to dissolve the fat. We effectively reduced the thickness of the paint on the walls. If there's any blood under there, luminol should be able to show it up."
3-aminophthalhydrazide, better known as luminol, a substance that aids a great deal of the techniques of modern scientific policing. Reacting with an element in blood, it produces a blue fluorescence, visible only in the dark. There is only one problem with luminol. The fluorescent effect lasts just 30 seconds, which makes the test practically unrepeatable after the first time. For that reason, a series of long-exposure cameras would document each result before it vanished forever. Krepp distributed masks with special filters and protective goggles, because even though it had not yet been demonstrated, it was feared that luminol might be carcinogenic. Then he turned back to Gavila.
"When you're ready,
let's get started." With a walkie-talkie, Krepp transmitted the order to his men outside. First, all the lights were turned out. It wasn't a pleasant sensation for Mila. In that claustrophobic darkness, she could make out only her own short breathing, which, filtered through the mask, sounded almost like a death rattle. It was superimposed over the deep mechanical breathing of the humidifiers, incessantly pumping their vapors into the room. She tried to stay calm, even though anxiety was rising in her chest and she couldn't wait for the experiment to finish. A moment later, the noise changed. The vents began to emit into the air the chemical solution that would make the blood on the walls visible. Shortly afterwards, the hiss of the new substance was accompanied by a thin bluish glow that started appearing all around them. It looked like sunlight filtered through the depths of the sea. At first Mila thought it was only an optical effect, a kind of mirage created by her mind in response to a state of hyperventilation. But when the effect spread, she realized she could see her colleagues again, as if someone had turned the lights back on, but replacing the icy color of the halogens with this new indigo tone. At first she wondered how it was possible, then she got there. There was so much blood on the walls that the luminol effect lit them all up. The splashes spread in various directions, but all seemed to come from the exact center of the room, as if there had been a kind of sacrificial altar there in the middle, and the ceiling looked like a layer of stars. The magnificence of the vision was broken only by the knowledge of how it was produced. Felder must have used a chainsaw to reduce the bodies to a mass of mangled flesh, a mush that could easily be flushed down the toilet. Mila noticed that the others were as frozen as she was. They looked around like robots as the precision cameras arranged along the perimeter went on clicking relentlessly. Just 15 seconds had passed, and the luminol was still showing up new and increasingly latent stains. They stared at that horror. Then Boris raised his arm towards a side of the room, showing the others what was gradually appearing on the wall. "Look," he said, and they saw. In one area of the wall, the luminol did not take root. It encountered nothing, and that area remained white. It was framed by a rim of blue stains, as when you spray paint on an object on a wall, and when you remove it, an outline remains, like an outline carved into the plaster, like the negative of a photograph. Each of them thought that the print looked vaguely like a human shadow. As Felder tore into the bodies of Yvonne and her children with chilling ferocity, someone in one corner of the room was impassively witnessing the spectacle. 27. Someone has called her name. She's sure of it. She hasn't dreamed it. That was what dragged her from her sleep this time. Not fear, not the sudden awareness of where she had been for so long. The effect of the drug that dulled her senses vanished as soon as she heard her name bouncing off the belly of the monster. Almost like an echo that had come looking for her from who knows where, and finally found her. "I'm here," she wants to shout, but she can't. Her mouth is still furred. And then there are the noises, too. Sounds that weren't there before. What do they sound like? Footsteps? Yes. They're the footprints of heavy boots. And shoes at the same time. There are people. Where? They're above her, around her, everywhere, but somehow far away. Too far away. What are they doing here? Have they come looking for her? Yes, that's it. They're there for her, but they can't see her in the belly of the monster. So the only option is to make them hear her. "Help," she tries to say. Her voice comes out in a strangled form, infected by days of induced agony, violent, cowardly sleep, administered to her at will, at random, just to keep her well-behaved as the monster digests her in its stone stomach, and the world out there slowly forgets her. But if they are here now, it means they haven't forgotten me yet. The thought fills her with a strength she didn't know she had, a reserve stored by her body in a deep hiding place, and to be used only for emergencies. She starts thinking hard. How can I tell them I'm here? Her left arm is still bandaged, her legs are heavy, her right arm is her only possibility, the only thing that keeps her attached to life. The remote control is still fastened to the palm of her hand. She lifts it and aims it at the screen. The volume is normal, but perhaps it can be increased. She tries to, but can't find the right button. Perhaps because they all give a single command. Meanwhile, the sounds continue above her. The voice that she hears belongs to a woman. But there's a man with her. Or rather, two. I've got to call them. I've got to make sure they notice me, or I'll die down here.
It's the first time she mentions the possibility of dying. She has always avoided the thought until now. Perhaps she did it as a kind of good luck charm. Perhaps because a child shouldn't think of death. But now she realizes that if no one comes to rescue her, that will be her fate. The ridiculous thing is that the one who's going to put an end to her brief existence is now looking after her. He bandaged her arm, he gives her medicine through the drip, he takes scrupulous care of her. Why does he do that, if he's going to kill her in the end anyway? The question brings her no relief. There's only one reason to keep her alive down there, and she suspects that he has plenty of other torments in store for her. So perhaps this is the only opportunity she has to get out of here, to get back home, to see her family, her mother, her father, her grandfather, even Houdini. She swears she will even love that damned cat if this nightmare ever ends. She lifts her hand and starts thumping the remote control hard against the steel edge of the bed. The sound that she makes is irritating, even to her, but it is liberating. Harder and harder, until she feels the plastic gadget beginning to break. She doesn't care. Those metallic hammering noises are getting angrier and angrier. A broken cry emerges from her throat. "I'm here." The remote control comes away from her palm, and she's forced to stop. But she hears something above her. It might be positive, or it might not. It's silence. Perhaps they've become aware of her, and now they're trying to hear better. That's it. They can't have left already. Then she starts knocking again, even though her right arm hurts, even though the pain runs along her shoulder and flows into her left arm, even if that only increases her desperation, because if by any chance no one hears her, it will be even worse afterwards. She's sure of it. Someone will avenge her and make him pay. Cold tears run down her cheeks, but the sounds start up again, and she takes courage again. A shadow detaches itself from the rocky wall and comes towards her. She sees it, but goes on anyway. When the shadow is close enough, she notices its delicate hands, its little blue dress, the chestnut hair falling softly on its shoulders. The shadow turns back towards her with a child's voice. "That's enough now," it says. "They'll hear us." Then it rests a hand on hers. The contact is enough to make her stop. "Please," the shadow adds. And its plea is so sad that she is convinced and doesn't start again. She doesn't know why that child wants something so ridiculous as to stay in there, but she obeys anyway. She doesn't know whether to start crying over her failed escape attempt, or to be happy to discover she's no longer alone. She's so grateful that the first human presence she has been aware of is a little girl like herself, that she doesn't want to disappoint her. So she forgets she wants to leave. The voices and sounds on the floor above have stopped. This time, the silence is complete. The little girl slips her hand from hers. "Stay," she pleads now. "Don't worry. We'll see each other again." And the girl returns to the darkness, and she lets her go. And she clutches at that small and insignificant promise to go on hoping. 28. Alexander Behrman's armchair. In the thinking room, the team were concentrating on Gavila's words. They thought back to the ghetto district where the paedophile kept his lair, and the computer with which he went hunting on the internet. Krepp found no prints on the old leather armchair in the basement. Goran suddenly saw this as a revelation. On everything else, hundreds, but not there. Why?
Because someone took the trouble to wipe them off.
The criminologist moved towards the wall where all the reports, photographs, and documents about the orphanage case were pinned up with drawing pins. He took one down and started reading. It was the transcription of the recording in which Ronald Dermis, as a child, confessed to Father Rolfe, found on the tape recorder in Billy Moore's coffin.
You know what happened to Billy, don't you, Ron? God took him away. It wasn't God, Ron. You know who it was? He fell. He fell from the tower. But you were with him. Yes. And then later the priest assures him, no one will punish you if you tell us what happened. That is a promise. And you hear Ronald replying, he told me to. You understand? He.
Goran inspected the faces that were looking at him in puzzlement.
Now hear what Father Rolfe asks. Who's he, Billy? Did Billy ask you to push him? No, Ronald replies. So, was it one of the other boys? And Ronald says, no. Who then? Come on, answer me. This person you're talking about doesn't exist, does he? He's just a figment of your imagination. And Ronald seems certain when he denies it again, but Father Rolfe cuts in. There's no one else here, just me and your companions. And finally, Ronald replies, he only comes for me.
Gradually they were all getting there. Goran, as excited as a little boy, ran to the pages on the wall and took down a copy of the letter that the adult Ronald had sent the investigators. There was one part that struck me on that note. Then he came. He understood me. He taught me. He showed them the letter, pointing to the passage. You see, here the word he is deliberately written in capitals. I'd already thought about that, but the conclusion I had reached was wrong. I thought it was a clear example of personality dissociation, in which the negative I always appears separate from the agent I. And that's why it becomes he. It was me, but it was he who told me to do it. It's his fault I'm what I am. I was wrong, and I was making the same mistake that Father Rolfe made 30 years before. When, during Ronald's confession, he mentioned him, the priest thought he was referring to himself, and that he was just trying to externalize his own guilt. That's typical of children. But the Ronald we knew was no longer a child. Mila saw some of the energy fading from Goran's eyes. It happened every time he got an assessment wrong. This he that Ronald is referring to is not a projection of his own psyche, a double to hold responsible for his own actions. It's the same he who made himself comfortable in Alexander Berman's armchair every time he went on the internet hunting for children. Felder leaves a myriad of clues in Yvonne Gress's house, but takes care to repaint the room where the massacre happened, because there, on the wall, is the only thing he urgently needs to hide, or highlight. The image, immortalized in blood, of the watching man, because he is Albert.
"I'm sorry, but it doesn't work," said Sarah Rosa with a calm and confidence that startled the others. "We've watched the films from the Capo Alto surveillance system, and apart from Felder, no one went into that house." Goran turned towards her, pointing at her with a finger.
Exactly. Because every time he did, he blocked the cameras with a little blackout. If you think about it, you could get the same effect on the wall with a cardboard outline or a mannequin. And what does this teach us?
"That he's an excellent creator of illusions," said Mila.
Again, exactly. Since the start, this man has challenged us to understand his tricks. Take the abduction of Sabine from the merry-go-round, for example. Brilliant! Dozens of people, dozens of pairs of eyes at the fair, and no one notices a thing. Goran gave the impression of being really delighted by the ability of his challenger. Not because he didn't feel pity for the victims. It wasn't a demonstration of a lack of humanity on his part. Albert was his object of study. Understanding the devices that moved his mind was a fascinating challenge. But personally, I believe Albert was really present in the room while Felder was massacring his victims. I would rule out mannequins or tricks of that kind. And you know why? For a moment the criminologist enjoyed the expression of uncertainty on their faces. In the arrangement of the bloodstains on the wall around the outline, Krepp identified what he called constant variations. That's what he called them. And it means that whatever obstacle was placed between the blood and the wall, he wasn't motionless, but moving. Sarah Rosa was open-mouthed. There wasn't much to say. "Let's be practical about this," Stern announced. "If Albert knew Ronald Dermis when he was a little boy, how old could he have been? 20? 30? That would make him 50 or 60 now." "Correct," said Boris. "And considering the dimensions of the shadow that formed on the wall in the massacre room, I would say he's about 5'3". 5'2", said Sarah Rosa, who had already taken the measurement. "We have a partial description of the man we have to look for. That's something in itself." Goran spoke again. "Behrman, Ronald, Felder. They're like wolves, and wolves often work in a pack. Every pack has a leader, and Albert is telling us this. He's their leader. There was a moment in the lives of those three individuals when they met, separately or together. Ronald and Felder knew each other. They'd grown up in the same orphanage. But we can assume that they didn't know who Alexander Behrman was. The only common element is him, Albert. That's why he's left his mark on every crime scene." "And what's going to happen now?" asked Sarah Rosa. "You can imagine that yourselves. 2 corpses of little girls are still missing, and consequently 2 parts of the pack." "There's also little girl number 6, Mila pointed out. "Yes, but Albert's keeping her for himself." She had lingered for about half an hour on the pavement outside without having the courage to ring. She was trying to find the right words to explain her presence. By now she was so unused to interpersonal relationships that even the simplest approaches struck her as impossible. And meanwhile she was getting cold out there without being able to make her mind up. "The next blue car, I'll move." It was after 9, and there wasn't much traffic. Goran's windows on the 3rd floor of the block were lit. The slush-bathed street was a concert of metallic drips, spluttering gutters, and gurgling drainpipes. "Fine, I'm going." Mila moved from the cone of shadow that had protected her till then from the eyes of possible curious neighbours, and ran quickly to the door. It was an old building which must in the mid-19th century have housed a factory, with its big windows, wide cornices, and the chimney pots that still adorned the roof. There were several of them in the area. The whole district had probably been gentrified by the work of a few architects, who had transformed the old industrial workshops into condominiums. She rang on the entry phone, and waited for almost a minute before she heard Goran's voice. "Who is it?" "It's Mila. Sorry, Goran, but I needed to talk to you, and I didn't want to do it on the phone. Before, at the studio, you were very busy, and then I thought I'd—" "Come up. 3rd floor." A brief electric tone sounded, and the lock of the front door clicked open. A goods carrier acted as a lift. To make it work, you had to close the sliding doors by hand and move a lever. Mila rose slowly through the floors until she reached the 3rd. On the landing she found a single door half open for her. "Come in, Sit down."
Goran's voice reached her from inside the apartment. Mila followed it. It was a wide loft with various rooms coming off it. The floor was made of raw wood. The radiators were cast iron and ran around the pillars. A big lit fireplace filled the room with amber light. Mila closed the door behind her, wondering where Goran was. Then she saw him appearing fleetingly in the kitchen doorway.
"I'll be with you in a second."
"No rush." She looked round. Unlike the criminologist's usual dishevelled appearance, his house was very orderly. There wasn't an inch of dust around, and everything seemed to reflect the care he took to bring a little harmony into his son's life. A moment later she saw him coming in with a glass of water. "I'm sorry I've just turned up out of the blue."
"That's okay. I usually go to sleep late."
Then, pointing to the glass,
"I was putting Tommy to bed. It won't take long. Sit down, or fix yourself a drink. There's a mobile bar down at the end there."
Mila nodded and saw him heading towards one of the rooms. Partly to avoid any embarrassment, she went and made herself a vodka and ice. As she was drinking, standing by the fireside, she saw the criminologist through the half-open door of his son's bedroom. He was sitting on the boy's bed, telling him something as he stroked his hip with one hand. In the half-darkness of that room, barely lit by a night-light in the shape of a clown, Tommy appeared as a shape under the blankets, formed by his father's caresses. In that family context, Goran looked like someone else. For some reason, she remembered the first time when, as a girl, she had gone to see her father in his office. The man who left the house every morning in his jacket and tie was transformed there. He became a hard, serious person, so different from her gentle dad. Mila remembered being terribly distressed. The same applied to Goran. She felt a great wave of tenderness for him as she saw him pursuing his job as a father. For Mila, that dichotomy had never occurred. There was only one version of her. There was no break to the continuity in her life. She never stopped being the policewoman who tried to find missing people, because she was always looking for them. On her free days, when she was on leave, while she was doing her shopping, studying the faces of strangers had become a habit. Minors who disappear have a story, like everyone else. But at some point, the story is interrupted. Mila examined their little footsteps, lost in the dark. She never forgot their faces. Years might have passed, but she would always be able to recognize them. Because the children are among us, she thought. Sometimes you just have to look for them in the adults they have become. Goran was telling his son a fairy tale. Mila didn't want to go on disturbing that scene with her gaze. It wasn't a spectacle for her eyes. She turned round, but immediately saw Tommy's smile in a picture frame. If she had met him, he would have made her uneasy, and she had turned up late in the hope of finding him already in bed. Tommy was a part of Goran's life that she wasn't disposed to know. A little while later he joined her, and with a smile announced, "He's gone to sleep." "I didn't want to disturb anyone, but I thought it was important."
"You've already apologized. But now, come on, tell me what's happening."
He sat down on one of the sofas and invited her to sit down next to him. The fire cast dancing shadows on the wall. "It's happened again. I've been followed." Goran frowned.
"Are you sure?"
"The last time, no. This time, yes." She told him what had happened, trying not to leave out any details. The car with its headlights turned off, the reflection of the moon on the bodywork, the fact that her pursuer had turned around and driven off once spotted.
"Why should anyone follow you, of all people?"
He had already asked her that question at the restaurant, when she had mentioned the sense of being tailed that she had felt in the yard at the motel.
This time, Goran seemed to be turning it on himself. "I can't think of a valid reason," he admitted after thinking for a moment. "There would be no point putting someone on my back at this point, trying to catch my pursuer." "He's aware that you know now, so he won't do it again." Mila nodded. "But that's not the only reason I came." Goran turned to look at her. "Have you discovered something?" "It's more that I've worked something out. One of Albert's conjuring tricks." "Which of the many?" "How he managed to take the child from the merry-go-round without anyone noticing anything." Now Goran's eyes were shining with interest. "Go on, I'm listening." "We've always taken it for granted that Albert was the kidnapper. A man, then. But what if it was actually a woman?" "Why do you think that?" "It was actually Sabine's mother who made me consider that hypothesis for the first time. Even though I didn't ask her, she said that if there had been a strange man on that merry-go-round, someone who wasn't a father, she would have noticed. Also adding that a mother has a kind of sixth sense for these things. And I believe her." "Why?" "Because the police have viewed hundreds of pictures taken that evening, and home movies too, and no one has noticed a suspicious man. For this, we too have deduced that our Albert looks entirely ordinary. Then it occurred to me that a woman would find it even easier to take the child away." "So you think he has an accomplice?" "He quite liked the idea. But we have no clues supporting a thesis of this kind." "I know, and that's the problem." Goran got to his feet and started pacing around the room. He rubbed his untidy beard and thought. "It wouldn't be the first time. It's happened in the past. In Gloucester, for example, with Fred and Rosemary West." The criminologist quickly ran through the case of the serial killer couple. He a bricklayer, she a housewife. 10 children. Together they kidnapped and killed innocent girls after forcing them to take part in their erotic parties, before burying them in the back garden at number 25 Cromwell Street. One of the girls who had ended up under the paving stones was the couple's 16-year-old daughter, who had probably dared to rebel. 2 other victims were found in other places that could be connected to Fred. 12 corpses in all. But the police stopped digging at the little grey house for fear that it would collapse. Perhaps the woman is looking after the 6th child. Goran seemed very intrigued, but he didn't want to let himself get carried away with enthusiasm. "Don't misunderstand me, Mila. It's an excellent hunch, but we've got to check it out." "Will you mention it to the others?" "We'll take it into consideration. Meanwhile, I will ask one of our men to take a look at the pictures and films taken at the fair." "I could do that." "Fine. There's one more thing. It's something I'm curious about. I've tried to find the answer on my own, but I haven't got there." "What is it?" "In the decomposition process, a corpse's eyes undergo a transformation, don't they?" "Well, usually the iris discolors over time." Goran stopped to stare at her. He couldn't work out what she was getting at. "Why are you asking me?" Mila took out of her pocket the picture of Sabine that her mother had given her at the end of her visit. The same one that she had kept on the passenger seat all the time while she was driving back. The one that she had found herself staring at after she had got over her fear of being followed, and which had aroused her doubt. There was something wrong. Goran took it and looked at it. "The corpse of the little girl that we found in the Kobashi's house had blue eyes," Mila pointed out. Sabine's eyes were brown. In the taxi, Goran hadn't said a word. After she had told him her discovery, Mila had seen his mood suddenly change. "We are looking at someone we think we know everything about, when we don't know anything about him at all." He thought for a while. "He's played us for fools." At first she had thought the criminologist was referring to Albert, but he wasn't. She sat through a quick sequence of phone calls to people, including not only the members of the team, but also Tommy's babysitter. "We've got to go," he had said to her without further explanation. "What about your son?" "Mrs. Runa will be here in 20 minutes. He'll go on sleeping." And they had called the taxi. The lights were still on at Federal Police Headquarters. In the building there was a bustle of policemen changing shifts. Almost all of them were busy with the case. For days now they'd been involved in following up phone calls from eager citizens in search of the 6th girl's prison. After paying the taxi driver, Goran headed for the main entrance without even waiting for Mila, who had trouble keeping up with him. Climbing the stairs to the Department of Behavioral Sciences, they found Rosa, Boris, and Stern waiting for them. "What's happening?" asked Stern. "We need clarification," Goran replied. "We have to see Roche straight away." He found the chief inspector in the middle of a meeting of senior federal officers that had already been going on for a number of hours. The meeting was about the Albert case. "We need to talk to you." Roche got up from the armchair and introduced him to the others. "Gentlemen, you all know Dr. Gavila, who has been working with my department for years." Goran whispered in his ear. "Now." The polite smile faded from Roche's face. "You must excuse me, gentlemen. Some information has come in that requires my presence elsewhere." "This had better be important," said the chief inspector after throwing the file down on the desk in his office. Goran waited for everyone to come into the room before closing the door and facing Roche down. "The corpse found in the Kobashi's sitting room didn't belong to the 3rd missing girl." The firmness of his tone left no room for denial. The chief inspector sat down and clasped his hands in front of him. "Go on." "This isn't Sabine. It's Melissa." Mila remembered child number 4. Even though she was the oldest of the 6, she was physically immature for her age, which could have confused the investigation. And she had blue eyes. "Go on, I'm listening," Roche said again. "This can mean only 2 things. That Albert has altered his modus operandi, because until now he's been letting us find the girls in the order in which they were abducted. Or else that Chang has made a mistake with his DNA tests. I think the first hypothesis is almost impossible. And with regard to the second, I actually think you ordered him to falsify the results before giving them to Mila." Roche turned purple. "Listen, Doctor, I'm not going to stay here and listen to your accusations. Where was the body of child number 3 found?" "What?" The chief inspector was doing everything he could to seem surprised by this assertion. "Because it plainly has been found. Otherwise Albert wouldn't have continued with his sequence by moving straight on to number 4. The corpse had been in the Kobashi's house for over a week. Perhaps, as you say, we should have found child number 3 first. Or perhaps we've simply found the 4th one first. And then Chang got muddled. What do I know?" The criminologist stared straight into his eyes. "That's why you gave us 24 hours off after what happened at the orphanage, so we wouldn't be under your feet all the time." "Goran, I've had enough of these ridiculous accusations. You can't prove any of the things you're saying." "This is because of the Wilson Pickett case, isn't it?" "What happened then has nothing to do with that, I assure you." "But you don't trust me anymore, and perhaps you're not entirely wrong. But if you think I'm losing control of the investigation, I'd rather you said it to my face, without playing political games. You say so, and we'll all take a step back, without causing you any embarrassment, and continuing to shoulder our responsibilities." Roche didn't reply immediately. He held his hands clasped under his chin and rocked back and forth in his armchair. Then, very calmly, he began. "Honestly, I really don't know what you're—" "Come on, tell him." It was Stern who interrupted him. Roche glared at him.
You stay right where you are.
Goran turned to look at him. Then he stared at Boris and Rosa as well. He immediately realized that everyone knew, apart from him and Mila. This is why Boris was so evasive when I asked him what he did with his day off, she thought. And she also remembered the slightly threatening tone her colleague had used with Roche outside Yvonne Gress's house, when he refused to send him inside before the special units. The threat implied blackmail. "Yes, Inspector, tell him everything, and let's get it over with," Sarah Rosa cut in, backing up stern.
"He can't be left out. It's not fair,"
Boris added, nodding towards the criminologist. It was as if they wanted to apologize to him for keeping him in the dark, and that they felt guilty for obeying an order that they considered unfair. Roche let a few more seconds pass, then looked in turn at Goran and Mila.
"Fine, but if you say a word about this, I'll ruin you."
29. A shy dawn was spreading across the fields. It barely lit the outlines of the hills that followed one another like massive waves of earth. The intense green of the fields, freed from snow, stood out against the grey skies. A strip of tarmac slipped among the valleys, dancing in harmony with the movement of the landscape. With her forehead resting against the back window of the car, Mila became aware of a strange sense of tranquility, due perhaps to fatigue, perhaps to resignation. Whatever she discovered at the end of that short journey would no longer surprise her. Roche hadn't given much away. After telling her and Goran to keep their mouths shut, he had locked himself away in his office with the criminologist for a face-to-face confrontation. She had stayed in the corridor, where Boris had explained to her why the chief inspector had decided to exclude her and Gavila.
"He's effectively a civilian, and you, well, you're something like a consultant, so—"
There wasn't much else to add. Whatever the big secret that Roche was trying to protect, the situation had to stay under control. So it was vital to avoid any leaks. He'd made sure that the only ones who knew anything were those who were directly under his command, and who could be intimidated for that reason. Apart from that, Mila hadn't found out anything, and she hadn't asked any questions either. After a few hours, the door to Roche's office had opened, and the chief inspector had ordered Boris, Stern, and Rosa to take Dr. Gavila to the third site. Although he didn't name her directly, he had allowed Mila to take part in the expedition as well. They had left the building and gone to a nearby garage. They had taken 2 saloons with anonymous plates that couldn't be traced to the police, to avoid being followed by the journalists who were constantly parked outside the station. Mila had got into the car with Stern and Gavila, deliberately avoiding the one in which Sarah Rosa was sitting. They had travelled several miles. She had tried to get some sleep, and had actually got some. When she woke up, they were nearly there. It wasn't a very busy road. Mila noticed 3 dark cars parked by the side of the carriageway, each with 2 men on board. Sentries, she thought, to keep rubberneckers away. They drove along a high red brick wall for about half a mile, until they reached a heavy iron gate. The road stopped there. There was no bell or entry phone. There was a TV camera attached to a pole, and as soon as they stopped, it sought them with its electronic eye. It remained fixed on them. At least a minute passed, and then the gate began to open. The road continued, disappearing almost immediately behind a hump. There were no other houses to be seen beyond that boundary, just an expanse of field. It was at least another 10 minutes before they saw the spires of an old building. The house appeared in front of them as if it was emerging from the bowels of the earth. It was vast and austere. Its style was that of the early 19th century country house, as built by steel or oil magnates to celebrate their own good fortune. Mila recognized the stone coat of arms that dominated the facade. It contained an enormous R in bas-relief. It was the home of Joseph B. Rockford, the president of the foundation of the same name, who had put up a reward of $10 million for the discovery of the sixth child. They passed the house and parked the two saloons near some stables. To reach the third site, on the western rim of an estate of several acres, they had to take some electric cars that resembled golf carts. Mila got into the one driven by Stern, who started explaining who Joseph B. Rockford was, his family origins, and his vast wealth. The dynasty had begun over a century before, with Joseph B. Rockford I, the grandfather. Legend had it that he was the only son of an immigrant barber. Not satisfied with scissors and razors, he had sold his father's shop to seek his fortune. While everyone at the time was investing in the new oil industry, Rockford I had had the lucky hunch of using his own savings to set up a company to drill artesian wells. Considering that oil is almost always found in the least hospitable parts of the world, Rockford had concluded that the people who were busy getting rich quick would soon lack one essential commodity: water. And the water extracted from the artesian wells, sprung from the main deposits of black gold, was sold at almost twice the price of oil. Joseph B. Rockford I had died a billionaire. He had died shortly before his 50th birthday of a rare and devastating form of stomach cancer. Joseph B. Rockford II had inherited a vast fortune from his father, which he had managed to double by speculating on everything that had come within his reach, from Indian hemp to real estate, from cattle breeding to electrical goods. To crown his rise, he had married a beauty queen who had given him 2 lovely children. But shortly before he reached the age of 50, he had showed the first symptoms of the stomach cancer that would carry him off in less than 2 months. His oldest son, Joseph B. Rockford III, took over his huge empire at a very young age. His first and only act of command was to get rid of the irritating Roman numerals attached to his name. Since he had no financial goals to achieve, and since he could afford any kind of luxury, Joseph B. Rockford led a purposeless existence. The family foundation had been the idea of his sister Lara. The aim of the institution was to provide less fortunate children with healthy food, a roof over their heads, adequate medical care, and an education. The Rockford Foundation had immediately received half of the family inheritance. In spite of the generosity of the arrangement, according to their advisers' calculations, the Rockfords would have enough wealth to live comfortably for at least another century. Lara Rockford was 37, and at the age of 32 she had miraculously survived a terrible car crash. Her brother Joseph was 49. The genetic form of stomach cancer that had struck down first his grandfather and then his father had also appeared in him just 11 months before. For 34 days, Joseph B. Rockford had been in a coma, waiting to die. Mila carefully listened to Stern's account as the electric car bounced over the bumpy ground. They were following a path that must have formed naturally over those 2 days because of the continuous passage of vehicles like these. About half an hour later, they reached the edge of the third site. In the distance, Mila made out the busy white overalls that enlivened every crime scene. Even before getting there to see with her own eyes the spectacle that Albert had prepared for them, this time, it was that sight that distressed her most. There were more than 100 experts at work. A tearful rain beat relentlessly down. As they made their way through the workmen removing large quantities of earth, Mila felt uneasy. As the bones were unearthed, someone catalogued them and put them in transparent bags to which labels were attached so that they could be put in the appropriate boxes. In one, Mila counted at least 30 femurs. In another, pelvises. Stern turned to Goran.
"The child was found around about here."
He pointed to a fenced-off area covered with plastic sheets to protect it against the weather. On the ground, an outline of the body was drawn in latex. The white line reproduced its shape, but without its left arm. Sabine.
She was lying on the grass in a state of advanced deterioration. She had been exposed for too long for the animals not to sniff out her presence.
Who noticed she was there?
One of the gamekeepers who checked the estate.
Did you start digging straight away?
First we brought the dogs, but they couldn't smell anything. Then we flew over the area in a helicopter to check for any irregularities in the layout of the terrain. We noticed that around the point where the body was found, the vegetation was different. We showed the photographs to a botanist, and he confirmed that those variations might indicate that something was buried beneath it.
Mila had heard of this before. Similar techniques had been used in Bosnia to find the common graves containing the victims of ethnic cleansing. The presence of bodies underground affects the vegetation above, because the land is enriched by organic substances produced by decomposition. Goran looked around. How many are there?
30 or 40 bodies, who knows?
And how long have they been down there?
We found some very old bones. Others seem to be more recent.
Who did they belong to?
Males, most of them young, between 16 and 22 or 23. In some cases this was confirmed by analysis of their dental arches.
"This puts everything else in the shade," said the criminologist, already thinking of the consequences when the story got out. "Roche won't try and cover this one up, will he? With all the people here?"
"No, the Chief Inspector is only trying to put off the announcement until everything's satisfactorily resolved."
"That's because no one can work out what a common grave is doing in the middle of the Rockfords' lovely estate." He said it with a hint of indignation that escaped no one present. "But I think our Chief Inspector has an idea. What about you?" Stern didn't know what to say, nor did Boris and Rosa.
"Stern, one thing. Were the bodies found before or after the reward was announced?"
The officer admitted in a faint voice, "Before."
"I suspected as much."
When they got back to the stables, they found Roche waiting for them beside the department car that had brought him there. Goran got out of the golf cart and walked resolutely towards him. "So, am I still involved in this investigation?"
"Of course. Do you think it's been easy for me to keep you out of things?"
"Not easy, no, given that I've discovered everything. I'd be more inclined to say it was convenient."
"Meaning?"
The Chief Inspector was starting to get annoyed. "That I would already have identified the perpetrator."
"How can you be so sure of his identity?"
"Because if you hadn't thought Rockford was the man really behind all this, you wouldn't have gone to so much effort to keep the story hidden." Roche took him by an arm.
"Listen, Goran, you think it's all up to me, but it isn't, believe me. There's so much pressure from above, more than even you can imagine."
"Who are you trying to cover up for? How many people are involved in this filth?" Roche turned and nodded to the driver to leave. Then he turned back towards the team.
"Fine, let's get things clear once and for all. I feel like throwing up when I think about this story, and I don't even have to threaten you to keep all this to yourselves, because if so much as a word about this comes out, you'll lose everything in an instant. Your career and your pension, and so will I."
"We understand. Now, what's behind it?" Goran broke in.
"Joseph B. Rockford has never left this place, the house where he was born."
"How is that possible?" asked Boris.
"Never? Never, Roche confirmed. At the start, it seems he had a fixation on his mother, the former beauty queen. He had a morbid love for her that kept him from having a normal childhood and adolescence.
But when she died, Sarah Rosa tried to object.
When she died, it was too late. The boy wasn't able to establish any kind of human contact. Until then, he'd been entirely surrounded by deferential people who worked in the service of his family. And then there was the so-called Rockford curse, the fact that all the male heirs died of a stomach tumour at the age of 50.
Maybe his mother was unconsciously trying to save him from that fate, Goran suggested. And his sister? Mila asked.
A rebel, said Roche. Younger than him, she was able to escape the mother fixation just in time. Then she did what she felt like with her life. She travelled the world, squandering her wealth, burning herself out on the most unlikely relationships, and trying drugs and experiences of every kind, all to seem different from the brother who had remained a prisoner in this place, until the road accident 5 years ago effectively locked her away with him in this house.
Joseph B. Rockford was homosexual, said Goran, and Roche confirmed this.
Yes, he was. And the corpses found in the common grave tell the same story, all in the bloom of youth.
Then why kill them? Asked Sarah Rosa. It was Goran who replied. He had seen this happen before. The chief inspector will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Rockford couldn't accept being the way he was. Or, perhaps, when he was young, someone discovered his sexual preferences, and he never forgave them. Everyone thought of his mother, even though no one mentioned her. So, every time he repeated the act, he felt a sense of guilt, but rather than punishing himself, he punished his lovers, with death, Mila concluded. The corpses are here, and he has never moved, said Goran. So it was here that he killed them. Is it possible that no one, the servants, the gardeners, the gamekeepers, ever noticed anything? Roche had an answer, but he let them guess for themselves. I can't believe it, said Boris. He paid them. He bought their silence for all those years, added Stern with disgust. What price a man's soul, thought Mila, because that, in the end, was the issue. Sometimes a human being discovers that he has an evil nature, which means he can only find happiness by killing someone else. There's a name for him, a murderer or serial killer. But what do you call the others, the ones around him who don't stop it happening, or who even take advantage of it? How did he get hold of the boys? Goran asked.
We don't know yet. We've put out an arrest warrant for his personal assistant, who seems to have vanished into nowhere since the body of the girl was found.
And what will you do with the rest of the staff?
They're in custody until we've cleared up the issue of whether or not they took any money, and how much they knew.
Rockford didn't stop at corrupting the people he had around him, did he? Goran was reading Roche's thoughts, and the chief inspector admitted,
Some years ago, a policeman's suspicions were aroused. He was investigating the disappearance of a teenage boy who had run away from home and robbed a general store. His trail brought us here. At that point, Rockford consulted some powerful friends, and the cop was transferred. Another time, a couple were parked on the road that runs along the wall surrounding the estate. They saw someone climbing over it. It was a half-naked boy, wounded in one leg and in a state of shock. They took him in their car and brought him to hospital. He only stayed there for a few hours. Someone came and got him, saying they were from the police. From that point onwards, nothing more was heard of the boy. The doctors and nurses were given large bribes to keep their mouths shut. The couple were illicit lovers, and all that it took was a threat to reveal all to their respective spouses.
That's terrible,
said Mila.
I know.
And what can you tell us about the sister?
I don't think Lara Rockford's quite right in the head. The traffic accident left her in a really bad way. It happened not far from here. She did it to herself. She came out into the road and drove her car into an oak tree.
We should still talk to her, and to Rockford, said Goran. He probably knows who Albert is.
How on earth are you going to talk to him? He's in an irreversible coma.
Then he's got away with it.
Boris's face was a mask of rage.
Not only can he be no help to us, but he won't spend a day in jail for what he's done.
Oh, no, you're wrong, said Roche. If there is a hell, they'll be waiting for him there. But he's going there very slowly and painfully.
Then why are they keeping him alive?
Roche smiled ironically, raising one eyebrow.
His sister wants them to.
The inside of the Rockfords' house was deliberately made to make you think of a castle. The interior architecture was dominated by black marble, whose veined surfaces absorbed all the light. Heavy velvet curtains obscured the windows. Most of the paintings and tapestries showed scenes of hunting and bucolic revelry. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Mila felt a sudden sensation of bitter cold as soon as she passed through the doorway. However luxurious it might have been, the house had a very decadent atmosphere. If you listened carefully, you could hear silences past, which had settled over time into that looming quietude. Lara Rockford had consented to receive them. She knew very well that she couldn't have got out of it, but the use of that phrase provided a clue to the kind of person they were about to meet. She was waiting for them in the library. Mila, Goran, and Boris would question her. Mila saw her in profile, sitting on a leather sofa, her arm sweeping elegantly as she brought a cigarette to her lips. She was extremely beautiful. From a distance they were all struck by the slight curve of her forehead running down the slender nose to end in a fleshy mouth. As they got closer, they saw an intense magnetic green in her eye, framed by a long, graceful eyebrow. But when they came in and saw her from the front, they were startled by the sight of the other half of her face. It was ravaged by an enormous scar that, starting at her hairline, dug its way down her forehead to plunge into an empty eye socket, before plummeting like the furrow of a tear to end below her chin. Mila also noticed the woman's stiff leg, obvious despite the other leg thrown over it. Beside her, Lara held a book. The cover was turned face down, and they couldn't see either the title or the author.
"Good day," she said. "To what do I owe your visit?"
She didn't invite them to sit. They stood where they were on the large rug that covered almost half the floor. "We'd like to ask some questions," said Goran. "If possible, of course."
"Please, I'm listening."
Lara Rockford stubbed out what was left of her cigarette in an alabaster ashtray. Then she took another from the pack in her lap, in a leather case along with a gold lighter. As she lit it, her thin fingers trembled very slightly. "It was you who offered the 10 million reward for finding the 6th girl," said Goran.
"It seemed the least I could do."
She was challenging them on the terrain of truth. Perhaps she wanted to upset them. Perhaps it was only her curious refusal to conform, as a contrast to the austerity of the house in which she was exiled. Goran decided to rise to the challenge. "Did you know about your brother?"
"Everyone knew. No one said anything."
"Why did they break their silence this time?"
"What do you mean?"
"The gamekeeper who found the little girl's body. I imagine he was on the payroll, too." Mila guessed what Goran had already worked out, that Lara could easily have just hushed up the whole business, but she hadn't wanted to.
Do you believe in the existence of the soul?"
As she asked the question, Lara stroked the cover of the book beside her. "Do you?"
"I've been thinking about it for a while."
"Is that why you won't let the doctors disconnect your brother from the machines that are still keeping him alive?" The woman didn't reply immediately. Instead, she raised her eyes to the ceiling. Joseph B. Rockford was on the floor above, in the bed in which he had slept since childhood. His room had been turned into an intensive care ward worthy of a modern hospital. He was connected to a machine that breathed for him, that fed him medicines and liquids, that cleansed his blood and relieved his bowels.
"Don't misunderstand me. I want my brother to die."
She looked sincere. "Your brother probably knew the man who kidnapped and killed the 5 little girls, and now he's keeping the 6th one prisoner. You can't imagine who it could be." Lara turned her one eye towards Goran. At last she was looking him in the face, or rather, she was ostentatiously letting him look at her.
"Who knows? It could be a member of staff, one of the ones who are here now, or one who was here in the past. You should check."
"We're already doing that, but I fear that the man we're looking for is too clever to grant us a similar favor."
"As you will already have understood, the only people who came into this house were people whom Joseph could pay, taken on and salaried, under his control. I've never seen strangers here."
"But you saw the boys?" Mila asked on impulse. The woman took a long time to reply.
"He paid them, too. Every now and again, especially recently, he liked to give them a kind of contract with which they sold him their soul. They thought it was a game, a joke to get a little money out of a crazy billionaire. So they signed. They all signed. I found some of the parchments in the safe in his study. Their signatures are quite legible, even if what was used was not ink in the strict sense of the word."
She laughed at her macabre allusion, but it was a strange laugh that disturbed Mila. It gurgled up from the depths, as if she had chewed it for a long time in her lungs before spitting it out. It was raucous with nicotine, but also with pain. Then she picked up the book she kept by her side. It was Faust. Mila took a step towards her. "Do you have any objections if we try to question your brother?" Goran and Boris looked at her as if she had lost her mind. Lara laughed again.
"What do you intend to do? He's more dead than alive now."
Then her face grew serious as she said,
"It's too late."
But Mila insisted. "Let us try." 30. At first sight, Nikla Papakidis looked like a frail woman, perhaps because she was short and disproportionately wide at the hips, perhaps because of her eyes, which contained a sad gaiety that made her look like a song from a Fred Astaire musical, or the photograph of an old New Year's ball, or the last day of summer. In actual fact, she was very strong. She had built up her strength a little at a time in years of adversities, great and small. She was born in a little village, the first of 7 children, the only woman. She was only 11 years old when her mother died, so it was up to her to keep the household going, look after her father, and bring up her brothers. She had managed to get them all through school so they would end up with decent jobs. Thanks to the money she had saved with her untiring sacrifices and severe household economies, they had never wanted for anything. She had seen them marry good girls, set up homes, and provide about 20 little nieces and nephews who were her pride and joy. When even the youngest of the brothers had left the paternal home, she had stayed to look after her father in his old age, refusing to put him in a retirement home. To keep from burdening her brothers and sisters-in-law with that weight, she'd just say, "Don't worry about me. You've got your families. I'm on my own. It isn't a sacrifice." She had tended to her father until he was over 90, looking after him as if he was a newborn baby. When he died, she had brought all the brothers together. "I'm 47 years old, and I don't think I'll ever get married. I won't have any children of my own, but I love my nieces and nephews as mine. Thank you for the invitation you have all sent me to come and live with you, but I have made my choice some years ago, even if I am revealing it to you only now. We will not see each other again, dear brothers. I have decided to dedicate my life to Jesus. From tomorrow, I will lock myself away in a closed convent until the end of my days."
"So she's a nun," said Boris, who had been listening in silence to Mila's story as he drove.
"Mikla isn't just a nun. She's much more than that."
"I still can't believe you managed to persuade Gavila. And not only that, but you managed to persuade Roche."
"It's a stab in the dark. What can we lose? And I maintain that Nikla is the right person to keep this business secret."
"That's for certain."
On the back seat there was a box with a big red bow. "Chocolates are Nikla's only weakness," Mila had said when asking Boris if they could stop at a sweet shop.
"But if she's in a closed order, she can't come with us."
"Well, it's actually a bit more complicated than that."
"What do you mean?"
Nikla spent some years in a convent. When they realized what she could do, they sent her back into the world. They arrived shortly after midday. Chaos ruled in that part of the city. Traffic noise mingled with music from stereos, the screams of arguments from apartment blocks, as well as the sounds of the more or less legal activities going on in the streets. The people who lived there never moved away. The centre, which was only a few subway stops away, with its smart restaurants, boutiques, and tea rooms, might as well have been on the planet Mars. You were born and you died in areas like this, and you never left. The sat-nav of the car they were travelling in had stopped giving directions immediately after the highway turn-off. The only street signs were the murals that marked the borders of gang territories. Boris turned off into a side street that ended in a blind alley. For some minutes he'd been watching a car that had been given instructions to follow their movements. The fact that 2 police officers were driving around hadn't gone unobserved by the sentries who kept every corner of the neighborhood under constant surveillance. "Just drive at walking pace and keep your hands in view," Mila had told him, having been in these parts before. The building they were headed for was at the end of the street. They parked between the carcasses of 2 burned-out cars. They got out, and Boris started looking round. He was about to turn on the central locking when Mila stopped him. "Don't. And leave the keys in, too. These guys would be capable of forcing the doors just out of spite."
"So what's going to stop them stealing my car?"
Mila passed by the driver's side, rummaged in her pocket, and took out a red plastic rosary. She wrapped it around the mirror. "This is the best anti-theft device around here." Boris looked at her, puzzled. Then he followed her towards the building. The cardboard sign at the front door announced, "Food queue starts at 11. And since not all those for whom the message was intended knew how to read, a drawing had been added with the hands of a clock above a steaming plate. It smelled of a mixture of cooking and disinfectant. In the hallway, some mismatched plastic chairs stood around a table with some old magazines on it. There were also some brochures about various subjects, from the prevention of tooth decay in children to ways of avoiding sexually transmitted diseases. The idea was to make this place resemble a waiting room. Various handbills and leaflets spilled from a notice board on the wall. Voices could be heard running from one point of the building to the other, although it was impossible to know exactly where they were coming from. Mila pulled Boris's sleeve. "Let's go. She's upstairs." They started going up. There wasn't a single unbroken step, and the banister swung dangerously. "What kind of place is this?" Boris avoided touching anything for fear of some kind of contagion. He went on complaining until they reached the landing. A very pretty girl of about 20 stood by a glass door. She was handing a bottle of medicine to an old man in ragged clothes who stank of alcohol and acidic sweat. "You have to take one a day, okay?" The girl didn't seem bothered by the stench. She spoke in a loud, kind voice, clearly articulating her words as you do when talking to children. The old man nodded, but didn't look convinced. Then the girl pressed her point. "It's very important. You must never forget. Otherwise you'll end up like last time when they took you away at death's door." Then she took a handkerchief from her pocket and knotted it around his wrist. "That way you won't forget." The man smiled contentedly. He took the bottle and walked away, still looking at his arm with its new present. "Can I help you?" the girl asked them. "We are looking for Nikla Papakidis," said Mila. Boris stared enraptured at the young woman, suddenly forgetting all the complaints he'd been coming out with on the way upstairs. "I think it's in the last room at the end," she said, pointing to the corridor behind her. When they passed beside her, Boris's gaze fell to her breasts and encountered the gold cross the girl was wearing around her neck. "But she's a—" "Yes," Mila replied, trying not to laugh. "Shame." As they walked down the corridor, they were able to look into the rooms that appeared on either side. Steel beds, camp beds, or only wheelchairs. They were all occupied by human relics, young and old, without distinction. They were suffering from AIDS. They were drug-dependent or alcoholics with their livers reduced to mush, or they were just sick and old. They had two things in common: weary expressions and the awareness of having made poor life choices. No hospital would have had them in that condition, and they probably didn't have a family to look after them, or, if they did, they had been banished from it. People came to this place to die. That was what it was all about. Nikla Papakidis called it the port. "This really is a wonderful day, Nora." The nun was carefully combing the long white hair of an old woman lying on the bed facing the window, accompanying her gestures with relaxing words. "This morning, as I walked through the park, I left a little bread for the birds. With all this snow, they spend all their time in their nests, keeping each other warm." Mila knocked at the already open door. Nikla turned round, and when she saw Mila, her face lit up. "My little one," she said, coming over to hug her. "How lovely to see you again." She was wearing a sugar-coloured sweater, with the sleeves rolled up because she always felt hot, a black skirt that reached below her knees, and trainers on her feet. Her hair was short and grey. Her very white complexion stressed her intensely blue eyes. The whole effect was one of candour and cleanliness. Boris noted that she wore a red rosary around her neck, like the one Mila had tied to the car mirror. "This is Klaus Boris, a colleague of mine." Boris stepped forward somewhat uneasily. "A pleasure." "You've just met Sister Mary, haven't you?" Nikla asked, shaking his hand. Boris blushed. "As a matter of fact—" "Don't worry. She has that effect on lots of people." Then she turned to look at Mila again. "Why did you come here to the port, little one?" Mila grew serious. "You may have heard of the case of the missing girls. We pray for them here every evening.
but the newsmen don't tell us much. I can't either. Nicholas stared at her. You've come here about the sixth one, haven't you?
What can you tell me about her?
Nicholas sighed. I'm trying to establish contact, but it isn't easy. My gift isn't what it once was. It's got a lot weaker. Perhaps I should be glad of that, since if I lost it entirely, they would let me go back and join my fellow sisters in the convent.
Nicola Papakidis didn't like being called a medium. She said it wasn't the right word to describe a gift from God. She didn't feel special. Her talent was. She was just the conduit chosen by God to bear it within her and use it for the benefit of others. Among the many things she had said to Boris while they were heading for the port, Mila had told him about when Nicola had discovered she had superior sensory abilities. At the age of 6, she was already famous in her village for finding missing objects, wedding rings, house keys, wills too well hidden by the deceased. One evening, the chief of the local police turned up at her house. A 5-year-old boy had gone missing, and his mother was desperate. She was brought to the woman, who begged her to find her son. Nicholas stared at her for a moment, and then said, "This woman is lying. She buried him in the vegetable garden behind the house." And that's exactly where they found him. Boris was very shaken by the story. Perhaps that was partly why he went and sat a little apart from the others, letting Mila talk to the nun. "I have to ask you something a bit different from usual," said the policewoman. "I need you to come to a place and try to make contact with a dying man." Mila had used Nicola's visions several times in the past. Sometimes the solution to her cases had come thanks to her intervention. "Little one, I can't move from here, you know. They always need me." "I know, but I can't help insisting. It's the only hope we have of saving the 6th little girl." "I told you, I'm not sure my gift still works. I thought about you for another reason, too. There's a large sum of money available for anyone who finds the girl." "Yes, I've heard that. But what could I do with 10 million? Mila looked around her as if it was natural to think of using the reward money to renovate this place. "Believe me, when you know the whole story, you'll realize that it would be the best possible use for that money. So what do you say?"
"Vera has to come and see me today."
It was the old woman in the bed who spoke. Until then she had lain silent and motionless, looking out the window. Nicola approached her.
"Yes, Nora. Vera will be coming later."
"She promised."
"Yes, I know. She promised, and she will keep her word, you'll see."
"But that boy is sitting on her chair,"
she said, pointing to Boris, who immediately began to get up, but Nicola stopped him. "Stay where you are." Then, in a quieter voice,
"Vera was her twin. She died 70 years ago, when they were still children."
The nun saw Boris blanch and smiled wryly.
"No, officer, I can't contact the afterlife. But Nora likes to be told that her sister is coming to see her every now and again."
"So, you'll come?" Mila pressed. "I promise someone will bring you back here before evening." Nicola Papakidis thought about it again for a moment.
"But you've brought something for me."
A smile spread across Mila's face. "The chocolates are waiting for you down in the car." Nicola nodded contentedly, then turned serious again.
"I won't like what I see in that man, will I?"
"I really don't think so." Nicola clutched her rosary.
"Fine. Let's go."
It's called pareidolia. It's the instinctive tendency to find familiar shapes in chaotic images, in the clouds, in constellations, or in the flakes of oatmeal floating in a bowl of milk. In the same way, Nikla Papakidis saw things blossoming inside her. She didn't call them visions, and she liked the word pareidolia because, like herself, it had Greek origins. She explained it to Boris as she sat in the back of the car, gulping down one chocolate after another. What startled him wasn't so much the nun's story as the fact that he had found his own car where he had left it, without a scratch, in that rough neighborhood.
"Why do you call it the port?"
That depends what you believe in, Boris. Some see it only as a point of arrival, others as one of departure.
What about you?
Both.
In early afternoon, the Rockford estate came into view. Goran and Stern were waiting for them outside the house. Sarah Rosa was upstairs making arrangements with the medical staff looking after the dying man.
"You got here just in time," said Stern. "The situation has worsened very quickly since this morning. The doctors are sure it's only a matter of hours now."
As they were leaving, Gavila introduced himself to Nikla and explained what she was to do, although he was unable to conceal all his skepticism. He had seen all kinds of mediums at work, making their own contributions to the police. Very often their interventions produced a big fat nothing, or else they muddled the investigation by creating false leads and pointless expectations. The nun wasn't surprised by the criminologist's wariness. She had seen that expression of disbelief on people's faces many times. Stern, being religious, wasn't convinced by Nikla's gift. As far as he was concerned, it was all mere charlatanism. But the fact that it was being practiced by a nun confused him.
"At least she isn't doing it for money,"
he had said a little while before to an even more sceptical Sarah Rosa.
"I like that criminologist,"
Nikla whispered confidentially to Mila as they were going upstairs.
"He has misgivings, and he doesn't try to hide them."
The comment didn't come from her gift. Mila understood that it was a natural observation straight from her heart. Hearing those words from such a dear friend, Mila felt a surge of gratitude. The statement brushed away all the doubts that Sarah Rosa had tried to sow in her about Goran. Joseph B. Rockford's room was at the end of a wide corridor hung with tapestries. The big windows pointed to the east, towards the sunrise. From the balconies you could enjoy the view of the valley below. The four-poster bed was in the middle of the room. All around it, medical apparatus accompanied the billionaire's last hours. They beat out a mechanical rhythm for him, made up of beeps from the heart rate monitor, the sighs and puffs of the respirator, repeated drips, and a low and continuous electrical murmur. Rockford's torso was raised by several pillows. His arms rested along his hips on the embroidered bed cover. His eyes were closed. He wore a pair of raw silk pajamas, pale pink in color, open at the neck to accommodate the endotracheal tube. The little hair he had was extremely white. His face was hollow around an aquiline nose, and the rest of his body barely formed an outline under the blankets. He looked 100 years old when he was barely 50. At that moment, a nurse was tending to the wound in his neck, changing the gauze around the nozzle that helped him breathe. Of all the staff who took turns around that bed 24 hours a day, they had only been allowed to see his private doctor and the doctor's assistant. When the members of the team crossed the threshold, their eyes met those of Lara Rockford, who would not have missed this scene for the world. She was sitting in an armchair, apart from the others, smoking, in defiance of all hygienic rules. When the nurse had pointed out that this was perhaps not a great idea, given the critical condition of her brother, she had replied simply, "It can't hurt him anyway." Nikla walked confidently towards the bed, watching this privileged death scene. A death so different from the wretched ones that she saw every day at the port. As she came close to Joseph B. Rockford, she made the sign of the cross. Then she turned back to Goran, saying,
"We can start."
They couldn't record what was about to happen. Never in a million years would a jury accept it as evidence, and neither could the press find out about this experiment. Everything had to stay within these walls. Boris and Stern took up their positions, standing beside the closed door. Sarah Rosa went to stand in a corner and leaned against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest. Nikla went to sit in a chair beside the bed. Mila sat next to her. Facing them was Goran, who wanted to keep a close eye on both Rockford and the nun. The medium began to concentrate. Mila didn't know where Joseph B. Rockford really was at that moment. Perhaps he was there with them, and perhaps he could even hear them, or else he had already gone down far enough to rid himself of his own fantasies. But she was sure of one thing. Nikla might have to fall into a deep and treacherous abyss to find him.
I'm beginning to feel something."
Nikla's hands rested on her knees. Mila noticed that her fingers were beginning to contract with tension.
"Joseph is still here," the medium announced, "but he is very far away. However, he can still perceive something of what's happening up here."
Sarah Rosa exchanged a puzzled glance with Boris. He couldn't help giving an embarrassed half-smile, but managed to keep it in check.
"He's very disturbed. He's angry. He can't bear the fact that he's still here. He wants to go away, but he can't. Something's holding him back. He can't stand the smell."
"What smell?" asked Mila.
"The smell of rotting flowers. He says it's unbearable."
They sniffed the air, hoping for confirmation of those words, but all they could smell was a pleasant perfume. There was a big vase of fresh flowers on the windowsill.
"Try and make him speak, Nikla." "I don't think he wants to. No, he doesn't want to talk to me."
"You've got to persuade him."
"I'm sorry."
"What?" But the medium didn't finish the sentence. Instead, she said,
"I think he wants to show me something. Yes, that's it. He's showing me a room. This room. But we aren't there. Neither are the machines that are keeping him alive right now."
Nikla stiffened.
"There's someone with him."
"Who is it?"
"A woman. She's beautiful. I think it's his mother."
From the corner of her eye, Mila saw Lara Rockford stirring in the armchair as she lit her umpteenth cigarette. "What's he doing?"
"Joseph is very small. She is holding him on her knees and explaining something to him. She is telling him off and warning him. She's telling him that the world out there can only hurt him. So he's better off staying here. He will be safe. She's promising to protect him, to take care of him, never to leave him."
Goran and Mila looked at one another. That was how Joseph's gilded prison had begun, with his mother removing him from the world.
"She's telling him that of all the world's dangers, women are the worst. The world out there is full of women who want to take everything from him. They will only love him for what he owns. They will deceive him and take advantage of him."
Then the nun said again,
"I'm sorry."
Mila looked at Goran again. That morning the criminologist had confidently asserted, in Roche's presence, that the origin of Rockford's rage, the same rage that would in time turn him into a serial killer, lay in the fact that he couldn't accept he was the way he was. Because someone, probably his mother, had one day discovered his sexual preferences and had never forgiven him. Killing his partner meant erasing the guilt. But plainly, Gavila was wrong. The medium's story partially contradicted his theory. Joseph's homosexuality could be linked to his mother's phobias. Perhaps she knew about her son and said nothing. But in that case, why did Joseph kill his partners? I wasn't even allowed to invite a girlfriend. Everyone turned to look at Lara Rockford. The young woman gripped her cigarette between trembling fingers and stared at the ground as she spoke. "It was his mother who brought these boys here," said Goran, and she confirmed his words. "Yes, and she paid them." The tears began to pour from her one good eye, turning her face into a mask even more grotesque than before. "My mother hated me." "Why?" asked the criminologist. "Because I was a woman." "I'm sorry," Nicola said again. "Shut up!" Lara yelled, looking at her brother. "I'm sorry, little sister." "Shut up!" She yelled it in a furious voice, rising to her feet. Her chin trembled. "You can't imagine. You don't know what it means to turn and find those eyes on you. A gaze that follows you everywhere, and you know what it means, even though you don't want to admit it, because the very idea disgusts you. I think he was trying to understand why he felt attracted to me." Nicola was in a trance, trembling violently as Mila held her hand. "That's why you left home, isn't it?" Goran stared at Lara Rockford, trying to win her reply at all costs. "And it was then that he began killing." "Yes, I think that's what happened." "Then you came back 5 years ago." Lara Rockford laughed. "I knew nothing about it. He tricked me, saying he felt alone and abandoned by everyone, that I was his sister and he loved me, and we had to make peace, that everything else was fixations on my part. I believed him. When I came here, he behaved normally for the first few days. He was sweet and affectionate. He paid attention to me. He didn't seem like the Joseph I'd known as a little girl, until—" She laughed again, and that laughter said more than words could have done about all the violence to which she'd been subjected. "It wasn't a car accident that left you like this." Lara shook her head. "This way, he could be absolutely sure that I would never leave again." They felt terribly sorry for that young woman, a prisoner not of that house, but of her own appearance. "I'm sorry," she said, as she limped towards the door, dragging her ruined leg as she did so. Stern and Boris stepped aside to let her pass. Then they turned to look at Goran, waiting for him to take a decision. He turned to Nicola. "Do you feel like going on?" "Yes," replied the nun, although the effects of her exertion were clearly apparent. The next question was the most important of all. They would have no chance to do it again. It wasn't only the survival of the 6th child that depended on it. It was theirs as well. Because if they failed to discover the meaning of what had been happening for days, they would bear the marks of events forever. "Nicola, make Joseph tell us when he met the man who was like him." 31. At night he heard her screaming. It was the migraines that gave her no peace and didn't let her sleep. But now not even the morphine could calm her sudden twinges. She stretched out in the bed and shrieked until she lost her voice. Her former beauty, which she had tried so carefully to preserve from the inexorable withering of age, had vanished entirely, and she had become vulgar. She who had always paid such attention to her words, who had been so measured, had become coarse and fanciful in her cursing. She had curses for everyone, for her husband who had died too soon, for her daughter who had run away from her, and for God who had left her like that. He alone could placate her. He went into her room and tied her hands to the bed with a silk scarf so that she couldn't hurt herself. She had already pulled out all her hair, and her face was streaked with coagulated blood from all the time she had plunged her nails into her cheeks. "Joseph," she called him as he stroked her forehead, "tell me I was a good mother. Tell me, please." And he, staring into the eyes that were filling with tears, told her. Joseph B. Rockford was 32, and he was only 18 years from his date with death. Not long before, a famous geneticist had been called in to check if Joseph would share the fate of his father and grandfather. Given the scant knowledge of the time concerning the genetic heredity of illnesses, the answer had been vague. The probability that this rare syndrome had been at work in him since birth varied between 40 and 70%. Since then, Joseph had lived with that one goal ahead of him. Everything else just brought him one stage closer, like his mother's illness. The nights in the big house were shaken by her inhuman cries echoing around the big rooms. It was impossible to escape. After months of forced sleeplessness, Joseph had started putting in earplugs just to keep from hearing her agony, but they weren't enough. One morning at around 4 o'clock, he had woken up. He was having a dream, but he couldn't remember it. But that wasn't what woke him up. He had sat up in bed, trying to work out what it had been. There was an unusual silence in the house. Joseph understood. He got up and put his clothes on, a pair of trousers, a high-necked jumper, and his green Barbour. Then he left the room, passing by the closed door of his mother's bedroom and walking on. He came down the imposing marble stairs, and in a few minutes he was outside. He walked down the long avenue of the estate until he reached the west gate, which was normally used by servants and delivery men. It was the boundary of his world. He and Lara had made their way here so many times in their childhood explorations. Even though she was much younger than him, his sister would have liked to go beyond it, demonstrating an enviable courage. But Joseph had always pulled back. Lara had left almost a year before. After she had found the strength to cross that limit, nothing more had been heard from her. He missed her terribly. In that cold November morning, Joseph stood motionless by the gate for several minutes. Then he climbed over it. When his feet touched the ground, a new sensation took hold of him, a tickle in the middle of his chest that spread all around him. For the first time in his life, he experienced the meaning of joy. He walked along the asphalt road. Dawn was heralded by a glow on the horizon. The landscape around him was exactly the same as the landscape of the estate, and for a moment he had a sense that he hadn't actually left the place, and that the gate was only a pretext, because the whole of creation began and ended there. And every time he passed through that boundary, he would start again from the beginning, unchanged, and so on until infinity. An interminable series of identical parallel universes. Sooner or later he would see his house emerging from the path again, and he would know for certain that it had been nothing but an illusion. But it didn't happen. As the distance grew, the awareness that he could do it came to the surface. There was no one in sight, not a car, not a house.
The sound of his footsteps on the tarmac was the only trace of humanity amidst the song of the birds as they began to reclaim the new day. No wind stirred the trees, which seemed to stare at him as he passed, like a stranger, and he had been tempted to greet them. The air was effervescent, and it had a smell of frost, dry leaves, and fresh green grass. The sun was more than a promise now. It slipped across the fields, spreading and spreading like a tide of oil. Joseph couldn't have said how many miles he had walked. He was headed nowhere. But that was the great thing. He didn't care. Lactic acid pulsed through the muscles of his legs. He had never suspected that pain could be pleasant. He had energy in his body and air to breathe. Those two variables would decide the rest. For once, he didn't want to think about things. Until that day, his mind had always found some new anxiety to block his way, and since the unknown still lay in wait all around him, during those few moments he had already learned that, apart from danger, it could also harbor something precious, like astonishment, like wonder. That was exactly what he felt when he became aware of a new sound. It was low and far off, but steadily approaching, behind him. He soon recognized it. It was the noise of a car. He turned round and saw only its roof appearing beyond a hump. Then the car went into a dip before reappearing. It was an old beige station wagon. It was coming towards him. The windscreen was so dirty that it was impossible to see the passengers. Joseph decided to ignore it, turned round and started walking again. When the car was close to him, it seemed to slow down. "Hey!" He hesitated to turn round. Perhaps it was someone wanting to put an end to his adventure. Yes, that was it. His mother had woken up and started shouting his name. Not finding him in bed, she had let the servants loose in and out of the estate. Perhaps the man calling out to him was one of the gardeners who had come looking for him in his own car, hoping for a handsome reward. "Hey, you! Where are you going? You want a lift?" The question reassured him. It couldn't be someone from the house. The car pulled up beside him. Joseph couldn't see the driver. He stopped, and so did the car. "I'm going north," said the man at the wheel. "I could save you a few miles' walk. It's not much, but you won't find many other lifts around here." His age was indeterminable. He might have been 40, maybe less. His beard was reddish, long and dishevelled, making it hard to guess. His hair was long, too, and he wore it combed back with a centre parting. His eyes were grey. "So, what do you want to do? Are you getting in?" Joseph thought for a moment, then said, "Yes, thanks." He sat down beside the stranger, and the car set off. The seats were covered with brown velvet, and worn in places, revealing the canvas underneath. There was a smell that was a mix of car deodorants superimposed over one another over the years, hanging from the rearview mirror. The back seat had been lowered to make a bigger space, now occupied by cardboard boxes and plastic bags, tools and jerry cans of various sizes. Everything was perfectly arranged. There were traces of old stickers on the dashboard. The car radio, an old model with a tape machine, was playing a country music cassette. The driver, who had lowered the volume to talk to him, turned it back up again. "Walking long?" Joseph avoided his eye for fear that he might notice he was lying. "Yes, since yesterday." "Weren't hitching?" "Yes, I was. A truck driver gave me a lift, but he had to go in a different direction." "Why? Where are you going?" He wasn't expecting that, and told the truth. "I don't know." The man started laughing.
If you don't know, why did you let the trucker go?
Joseph turned to look at him seriously. Because he asked too many questions.
The man laughed even louder. My God, I like your directness, kid.
He was wearing a red, short-sleeved wind cheater. His trousers were light brown, and his knitted woolen jumper had a pattern of rhomboids. He wore working boots with a reinforced rubber sole. He gripped the wheel with both hands. On his left wrist he wore a cheap plastic quartz watch.
Listen, I don't know what your plans are, and I won't press you to tell me. But if you feel like it, I live not far from here, and you could come for breakfast. What do you say?
Joseph was about to say no. It had already been risky enough accepting a lift. Now he wasn't going to follow this man somewhere to let him rob him, or worse. But then he realized that he was just being influenced by another of his fears. The future was mysterious, not threatening, as he had discovered that very morning. And to savor its fruits, you had to take risks.
Okay. Eggs, bacon, and coffee, the stranger promised.
20 minutes later, they left the main road to go up a dirt track. They travelled slowly, with holes and bumps, until they reached a wooden house with a sloping roof. The white paint covering it had flaked off in places. The porch was dilapidated, and tufts of grass poked out here and there among the planks. They parked beside the front door. Who is this guy? Joseph wondered when he saw where he lived, aware that the answer wouldn't be as interesting as the possibility of exploring his world.
"Welcome,"
said the man, as soon as they crossed the threshold. The first room was middle-sized. The furniture consisted of a table and 3 chairs, a sideboard with a few drawers missing, and an old sofa with its upholstery torn in several places. An unframed painting showing an anonymous landscape hung from one of the walls. Beside the only window was a soot-stained stone fireplace containing cold, blackened logs. On a stool carved from a tree trunk, several pans encrusted with burnt fat stood in a pile. At the end of the room were 2 closed doors.
"Sorry, there's no bathroom, but outside there's a whole load of trees," the man added, laughing.
There was no electricity or running water either, but soon the man went out to the back of the car and took out the jerry cans that Joseph had noticed a short time before. With some old newspapers and wood that he had collected outside, he lit the fire in the fireplace. After cleaning one of the pans as best he could, he started frying up some butter, and then threw in the eggs and the bacon. Second-rate it might have been, but the food gave off a smell that would have given you an appetite. Joseph watched him curiously, tormented by questions, like the ones children ask adults when they reach the age at which they begin to discover the world. But the man didn't seem annoyed. He seemed to like talking. "Have you been living here long?"
"For a month, but this isn't my house."
"What does that mean?"
"That thing out there is my real house," he said, pointing his chin at the car parked outside. "I travel the world."
"Why have you stopped, then?"
"Because I like this place. One day I was driving along the road and I saw the path. I turned off onto it and found myself here. The house had been abandoned for God knows how long. It probably belonged to some farm labourers. There's a tool shed out the back."
"What happened to them?"
"Oh, I don't know. They must have done the same as so many others. When there was a crisis in the country, they went in search of a better life in the city. There are plenty of abandoned farms around here."
"Why didn't they try to sell the property?"
The man laughed. "Who would buy a place like this? You can't get a cent out of land like this, my friend."
He stopped cooking and poured the contents of the pan straight onto the plates laid out on the table. Joseph, without waiting, plunged his fork into the yellow mush. He had discovered that he was very hungry. The smell was terrific.
You like it, don't you? Well, eat away. There's as much as you want.
Joseph went on greedily wolfing it down. Then, with his mouth full, he asked, "Are you going to stay here for long?"
"I thought I'd go at the end of the month. The winters are hard around here. I'm getting some supplies together, and then I'll go out looking for other abandoned farms, in the hope of finding some things that might still be useful in some way. This morning I found a toaster. I think it's broken, but I can fix it."
Joseph registered everything, as if putting together a kind of manual with all kinds of ideas in it. How to make an excellent breakfast with only eggs, butter, and bacon, and how to get hold of drinking water. Perhaps he thought they would be useful in a new life. The stranger's life struck him as enviable. It might have been hard, but it was infinitely better than the one he had lived until then.
"You know, we haven't even introduced ourselves."
Joseph's hand, still clutching its fork, froze in mid-air.
"If you don't want to tell me your name, that's fine by me. I like you anyway."
Joseph went on eating. The man didn't press the point, but he felt obliged to repay him in some way for his hospitality. He decided to tell him something about himself. "I'm almost certainly going to die when I'm 50. And he told him about the curse on the male heirs of his family. The man listened attentively. Without naming names, Joseph explained to the man that he was rich, and told him the origin of his wealth, of that courageous and astute grandfather who had planted the seed of a great fortune. And he also told him about his father, who had enlarged the legacy with his entrepreneurial genius. Finally, he talked about himself, about the fact that he had no other targets to reach, because everything had already been won. He had come into the world to pass on only two things: a huge fortune and an inexorably fatal gene.
"I understand that the sickness that killed your father and grandfather is inevitable, but for the money there's always a solution. Why not give up your wealth if you don't feel free enough?"
"Because I grew up with money, and without it I wouldn't know how to survive for a single day. As you see, whatever change I make, I'm always destined to die." "Balls," said the man, as he got up to wash out the pan. Joseph tried to put it better. "I could have anything I desire, but for that very reason, I don't know what desire is."
"What on earth are you talking about? Money can't buy everything."
"Oh, believe me, it can. If I wanted you dead, I could pay some men and they would kill you, and no one would ever know."
"Ever done that?"
asked the other man, suddenly serious. "What?
Ever paid someone to kill for you?"
"I haven't, but my father and grandfather did, I know." There was a pause.
"But health you can't buy."
"That's true. But if you know in advance when you're going to die, the problem's solved. You see, the rich are unhappy because they know that sooner or later they're going to have to leave everything they possess. You can't take your money to the grave. I'm not condemning myself to thoughts of my own death. Someone else has already done it for me." The man stopped to think.
"You're right," he said. "But it's very sad not to desire anything. There must be something you really like, isn't there? So start with that."
"Well, I like walking, and since this morning I've liked bacon and eggs. And I like boys."
"You mean you're—"
"I really don't know. I go with them, but I can't say it's something I really desire."
"So why don't you try going with a woman?"
"I probably should. But first it should be something I desire, you see. I can't put it better than that."
"No, I think you're clear enough already."
The man set down the pan on top of the others on the stool. Then he looked at the quartz watch on his wrist. It's 10 o'clock. I've got to go into town. I need some parts to fix the toaster.
Then I'll go too.
No, why? Stay here and rest for a while if you want. I'll be back soon. Maybe we could eat together again and talk some more. You're really something, you know that?
Joseph looked at the old sofa with the torn upholstery. It looked very inviting. "Okay," he said. "I'll sleep for a while, if you don't mind."
The man smiled. "Fantastic."
He was about to leave when he turned round.
"By the way, what would you like for dinner?"
Joseph stared at him. "I don't know. Surprise me." A hand shook him gently. Joseph opened his eyes, and he discovered that it was already evening.
"There's tiredness for you," said his new friend, smiling. "You've slept 9 hours through."
Joseph pulled himself up, stretching. He hadn't rested as well as that for a long time. He suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "Is it dinner time already?" he asked.
"Time to make the fire, and I'll get it ready straight away. I've got some chicken to cook in the embers, and some potatoes. Is that okay as a menu?"
"Fantastic. I'm starving."
"Meanwhile, get yourself a beer. They're on the windowsill."
Joseph had never drunk beer, apart from the beer that his mother put in the Christmas punch. He took a tin from the 6-pack and pulled the tab. He rested his lips on the aluminium rim and took a long sip. He felt the cold drink quickly going down his esophagus. It was a pleasant, thirst-quenching sensation. After the second sip, he burped. "Bless you," the man exclaimed. It was cold outside, but inside the fire gave off good warmth. The light from the gas lamp in the middle of the table faintly illuminated the room.
"The ironmonger said the toaster's fixable. He also gave me some advice on how to mend it. That's great. It means I might be able to sell it again at a fair."
"So that's what you do for a living?"
"Yes, that too, from time to time. People throw away a lot of things that can still be used. I take them and fix them up. And then I make some money. Some things I keep, like this painting, for example."
He pointed at the unframed landscape on the wall. "Why that one?" asked Joseph.
"I don't know. I like it. I think it reminds me of the place where I was born. Or perhaps I've never even been there. Who can say? I've travelled so much."
"Have you really been to lots of different places?"
"Yes, loads."
He seemed lost in thought for a moment, but he immediately went on.
"My chicken is something special, you'll see. And by the way, I've got a surprise for you."
"A surprise? What surprise?"
"Not now. After dinner."
They sat down at the table. The chicken and potatoes were perfectly cooked and delicious. Joseph filled his plate several times. The guy, that was how Joseph thought of him now, ate with his mouth open, and had already drunk 3 beers. After dinner, he took out a hand-carved pipe and some tobacco. As he was preparing to smoke, he said,
"You know, I've thought a lot about what you said to me this morning."
"What exactly?"
"What you said about desire. I was struck by it."
"Really? Why?"
"You see, I don't think it's so bad to know exactly when your life is going to end. I see it as more of a privilege."
"How can you say something like that?"
"Well, of course it depends on how you look at the whole picture, whether you're inclined to see the glass as half full or half empty. In short, you can list all the things you lack, or you can define the rest of your life according to your deadline."
"I don't follow you."
"I think the fact you know you're going to die at 50 makes you think you have no power over your life. But you're wrong there, my friend."
"What do you mean by power?"
The guy took a twig from the fire and lit his pipe with the end of it. He took a deep puff on it before he replied. "Power and desire go hand in hand. They are made from the same accursed substance. The second depends on the first, and vice versa. And that's not just philosophical crap. You can see it in nature itself. You put it well this morning. We can only desire what we don't have. You think you have the power to get anything, and you desire nothing. But that happens because your power derives from money.
Why? Is there any other kind?
Certainly. The power of the will, for example. You have to put it to the test to understand. But I suspect you don't want to do it.
Why do you say that? I can do it.
The guy looked at him. Are you sure?
Definitely.
Fine. Before dinner I told you I had a surprise for you. Now I've got to show it to you. Come on.
He got up and walked towards one of the closed doors at the end of the room. Joseph unsteadily followed him to the half-open doorway.
Look.
He took a step into the darkness, and he sensed it. There was something in the room, breathing quickly. He immediately thought of an animal and stepped backwards.
Come on, the guy said. Take a better look.
It took Joseph a few seconds for his eyes to get accustomed to the dark. The gas lamp on the table was just bright enough to shed a faint light on the boy's face. He was lying on a bed with his hands and feet tied to posts with thick ropes. He was wearing a checked shirt and jeans, but no shoes. A handkerchief around his mouth kept him from talking, so he just made disconnected noises, like animal cries. The hair over his forehead was drenched with sweat. He was struggling like an imprisoned animal, and his eyes were wide with terror.
"Who is he?" Joseph asked. "A present for you."
"And what should I do with it?"
"Whatever you like."
"But I don't know who he is."
"Neither do I. He was hitchhiking. I got him into the car on the way back here."
"Perhaps we should untie him and let him go."
"If that's what you want."
"Why shouldn't it be?"
"Because this is a demonstration of what power is, and how it is linked with desire. If you want to free him, do that. But if you want anything else from him, it's up to you to choose."
"Are you talking about sex by any chance?"
The guy shook his head, disappointed. "Your horizon is very limited, my friend. You have a human life at your disposal, the greatest, most astonishing of God's creations, and the only thing you can think of doing is fucking it."
"What should I do with a human life?"
"You said it today. If you wanted to kill someone, you would just have to pay someone else to do it for you. But do you really think that gives you the power to take a life? Your money has that power, not you. Until you do it with your own hands, you're never going to experience what it means."
Joseph looked at the visibly terrified boy again. "But I don't want to know," he said.
"Because you're afraid of the consequences, of the fact that you might be punished, or about your sense of guilt."
"It's normal to be afraid of certain things."
"No, it isn't, Joseph."
He didn't notice that the guy had called him by name. At that moment he was too busy looking back and forth between man and boy.
"What if I told you that you can do it, that you can take someone's life, and no one will ever know?"
"No one? What about you?"
"I'm the one who kidnapped him and brought him here, remember? And I'll also be the one who will bury his body."
Joseph lowered his head. "No one would ever know?"
"What if I told you that you would be unpunished? Would that give you the desire to try?" Joseph looked at his hands for a long while, and his breathing grew faster as he began to feel a strange euphoria rising up within him, something he had never felt before. "I'd like a knife," he said. The guy went into the kitchen. As he waited, Joseph stared at the boy who was pleading with him with his eyes and crying. At the sight of those silent tears, Joseph discovered he felt nothing. No one would mourn his death when at the age of 50 the disease of his father and grandfather came to claim him. For the world he would always be the rich boy, undeserving of any kind of compassion. The guy came back to him with a long, sharp knife. He put it in his hands. "There's nothing more gratifying than taking a life," he said. "Not a particular person's life, an enemy or someone who has hurt you, just any human being. It gives you the same power as God." He left him alone and walked away, closing the door behind him. The moonlight slid between the broken blinds, making the knife in his hand gleam. The boy grew agitated, and Joseph was aware of his anxiety, his fear in the form of sounds, but also of smells. His acid breath, the sweat from his armpits. He approached the bed, slowly, his footsteps squeaking on the floor, so that even the boy must have been aware of what was happening. He put the blade of the knife flat on his chest. Should he say something? Nothing came to mind. A shiver ran through him, and something happened that he really wasn't expecting. He had an erection. He lifted the blade a few inches, running it slowly along the boy's body until it reached his stomach. He stopped. He took a breath and slowly pushed the tip of the blade through the fabric of his shirt until it touched the flesh. The boy tried to scream, but all that came out was the pitiful imitation of a cry of pain. Joseph pushed the blade even further in, and the skin parted as if it was being torn. He recognized the white of the fatty tissue, but the wound still wasn't bleeding. Then he plunged the blade in all the way until he felt the hot blood on his hand, and he became aware of a pungent exhalation from the intestines. The boy arched his back, involuntarily helping him with his task. He pressed again until he felt the knife tip touch the dorsal column. The boy was a tense bundle of muscle and flesh beneath him. He remained in that arched position for a few moments. Then he fell back heavily on the bed, stripped of his strength, like an inanimate object. And at that moment, the alarms began sounding all together. The doctor and the nurse ran around the patient with the emergency trolley. Nicola, bent over, tried to get her breath back. The shock of what she had seen had torn her violently from her trance. Mila had her hands on her back, trying to make her breathe. The doctor tore open the pajamas covering Joseph B. Rockford's chest, pulling off all the buttons which rolled around the room. Boris nearly slipped on them as he tried to come to Mila's support. Then the doctor put the plates that the nurse had passed him on the patient's chest, shouting, "Now!" before the electrical discharge. Goran walked over to Mila. "Let's get her out of here," he said, going to relieve the nun. As they were leaving the room with Rosa and Stern, the policewoman turned towards Joseph B. Rockford one last time. His body was racked by the shocks, but under the blankets she noticed what looked like an erection. "You complete bastard," she thought. The beep of the heart monitor stabilized into a single peremptory note. But at that moment Joseph B. Rockford opened his eyes. His lips began moving without being able to make a sound. His vocal cords had been damaged when they had given him the tracheotomy to enable him to breathe. He should have been dead by now. The machines around him said that he was now just a lifeless piece of meat, and yet he was trying to communicate. His groans made him sound like a man drowning and trying to catch one last desperate breath of air. It didn't take long. In the end, an invisible hand dragged him down again, and it was as if Joseph B. Rockford's soul had been swallowed up by his deathbed, leaving nothing but an empty, discarded body. 32. As soon as she recovered, Nikla Papakidis made herself available to a federal police draftsman to draw the identikit of the man she had seen with Joseph. The stranger whom he had christened the Guy, and who was presumed to be Albert. The long beard and the curly mane of hair prevented her from giving a precise description of the man's salient features. She didn't know what his jaw was like, and his nose was just a vague shadow on his face. She couldn't catch the exact shape of his eyes. All she could say with any certainty was that they were grey. But the result would be sent out to all police cars, to the ports and airports and border patrols. Roche was trying to decide whether to have copies in the press as well, although that would have involved an explanation of how they had ended up with the identikit. If he revealed that there was a medium behind it, the media would deduce that the police had nothing to work with, that they were stumbling around in the dark, and that they had turned to a psychic out of desperation. "That's a risk you have to take," Goran suggested. The chief inspector had joined the team at the Rockfords' house again. He hadn't wanted to meet the nun, because he had made it clear from the start that he didn't want anything to do with their experiment. As always, all the responsibility would fall on Goran. The criminologist had willingly accepted, because he had come to trust Mila's hunches.
"Little one thing has occurred to me,"
said Nikla to her favourite as they sat in the mobile unit camper watching Gavila and the chief inspector talking on the lawn in front of the house.
"What?" "That I don't want the reward."
"But if this is the man we're looking for, it will go to you by right."
"I don't want it."
"Just think of all the things you could do for the people you look after every day."
"And what do they need that they don't have already? They have our love, our care, and believe me, when one of God's creatures reaches the end of his days, he doesn't need anything else."
"If you took that money, I could think that something good had come out of all this."
"Evil generates only more evil. That has always been its chief characteristic."
Once I heard someone say that evil can always be demonstrated, good can't, because evil leaves traces of its passing, while you can only bear witness to good. Nikla smiled finally.
"It's odd," she said suddenly. "You see, Mila, the fact is that good is too fleeting to be recorded in any way. And as it passes, it doesn't leave a trail. Good is clean, evil is dirty. But I can prove that good exists, because I see it every day. When one of my poor people is approaching the end, I try and stay with them as much as possible. I hold their hand, listen to the things they have to say to me. If they tell me their sins, I don't judge them. When they understand what is happening to them, whether they have led a good life and done no evil, or whether they have done evil and repented, well, they're always smiling. I don't know why, but it happens, I assure you. So, the proof of good is the smile with which they challenge death."
Comforted, Mila nodded. She wouldn't insist that Nikla accept the reward. Perhaps she was right. It was almost 5 in the evening. The nun was tired, but there was one more thing to do. "Are you sure you would recognize the abandoned house?" she asked.
"Yes, I know where it is."
They just had to perform a routine inspection before going back to the studio. It was required for positive proof of the medium's information, but they all went anyway. In the car, Sarah Rosa followed Nicola's directions and turned where she said. The weather report said there was more snow on the way. On one side, the sky was clear and the sun was setting quickly. On the other, the clouds were already gathering on the horizon, and there were flashes of approaching lightning. They were bang in the middle. "We've got to get a move on," said Stern. "It'll soon be dark." They reached the dirt road and turned down it. The stones rattled under their tires. After all those years, the wooden house was still standing. The white paint had flaked off completely and only remained in a few distinct patches. The planks exposed to the weather were rotting, making the house look like a rotten tooth. They got out of the car and headed towards the porch. "Careful, it could collapse," Boris warned. Goran climbed the first step. The place matched the nun's description. The door was open. The criminologist barely had to push it. Inside, the floor was covered with a layer of soil, and rats could be heard moving under the tables, disturbed by their presence. Gavila recognized the sofa, even though nothing was left of it now but a skeleton of rusty springs. The dresser was still there. The stone fireplace had partly collapsed. Goran took a little torch from his pocket to examine the 2 back rooms. Meanwhile, Boris and Stern had come in and were looking around. Goran opened the first door. "This is the bedroom." But the bed was no longer there. In its place was a lighter shadow on the floor. It was there that Joseph B. Rockford had received his blood baptism. God knows who the boy was who had been killed in that room almost 20 years before. "We'll have to dig around here for human remains," said Gavila. "I'll call the gravediggers and Chang's men as soon as we've finished checking the place," Stern said. Meanwhile, outside the house, Sarah Rosa was walking nervously back and forth, her hands in her pockets to protect them against the cold. Nicola and Mila watched her from inside the car.
"You don't like that woman,"
said the nun. "It would be more accurate to say that she doesn't like me."
"Have you tried to work out why?"
Mila looked at her sideways. "Are you trying to tell me it's my fault?"
"No, I'm just saying that before making accusations, we should always be sure.
She's been on my back ever since I got here." Nicola raised her hands in a gesture of surrender.
"Then don't rise to her bait. It will all pass as soon as you have gone."
Mila shook her head. Sometimes the nun's good sense was unbearable. Inside, Goran left the bedroom and turned automatically towards the other closed door. The medium hadn't mentioned that second room. He aimed the light at the handle and opened the door. It was exactly the same size as the one next to it, and it was empty. The damp had attacked the walls, and a patina of mildew already nestled in the corners. Goran shone his torch beam around. As it passed across one of the walls, he noticed that something was reflecting the light. He held the torch steady and saw that there were 5 gleaming squares, each about 6 inches across. He stepped closer, then froze. Fixed to the walls with simple drawing pins was a series of snapshots. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. In the pictures, they were still alive. Albert had brought them here before killing them, and he had immortalized them in that very room, in front of that wall. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes a mess. A merciless flash had surprised them with their eyes red from crying, their faces filled with terror. They were smiling and waving. He had forced them to assume that grotesque pose in front of the lens. That cheerfulness, forced by fear, was horrifying. Debbie's lips were twisted into a grimace of unnatural contentment, and she looked as if she might burst into tears again at any moment. Annika held one arm raised, the other dangling along her hips in a gesture of resignation and defeat. Sabine had been captured as she was looking round, trying to understand what her childish heart could not grasp. Melissa was tense and combative, but it was plain that she, too, would soon give in. Caroline was motionless, eyes wide above her smile of disbelief. It was only after studying them all that Goran called in the others. Absurd, incomprehensible, pointlessly cruel. There were no other terms for it. They all maintained the silence that had taken hold of them on their way back to the studio. It was going to be a long night. No one was confident of finding sleep after a day like that. Mila had held out for 48 uninterrupted hours, during which too many things had happened. Albert's outline being found on the wall of Yvonne Gress's villa, her evening chat at Goran's house when she had told him she had been followed, as well as revealing her theory that their man had an accomplice. Then there had been that question about the colour of Sabine's eyes that had led to the discovery of Roche's deception, the visit to the Rockfords' ghostly house, the common grave, Lara Rockford, the intervention of Nikla Papakidis, the exploration of the mind of a serial killer. And last of all, those photographs. Mila had seen many photographs in the course of her work, pictures of miners taken by the sea or at school concerts. She was shown them by parents or relations when she went to see them, children who disappeared before reappearing in other photographs, often naked or wearing grown-up clothes, in the collections of paedophiles or in mortuary files. But in the 5 pictures found in the abandoned house, there was something more. Albert knew they would find their way there, and he was waiting for them. Had he even predicted that they would investigate his pupil Joseph with a medium? "He's been watching us from the start," had been Gavila's laconic comment. "He's always a step ahead of us." Mila reflected that their every move had been circumspect, elusive, and neutralized. And now they had to watch their backs, too. That was the burden that weighed upon her companions in the car as they returned to their headquarters. And there were still 2 bodies to discover. The first was definitely a corpse. The second would be, with the passing of time. No one was brave enough to admit it, but now they despaired of preventing the murder of child number 6. As for little Caroline, who could say what horror would be revealed? Could there be anything worse than all that they had already discovered? Albert was preparing for a grand finale with the 6th. It was after 11 when Boris parked the minivan below the studio. He let everyone out, locked the car, and noticed that they were waiting for him to go up. They didn't want to leave him behind. The horror that they had witnessed had left them more united than before, because all they had left was their colleagues. Even Mila was part of that fellowship, and so was Goran. They had been shut out for a while, but it hadn't lasted for long, and it had only happened because of Roche's desire to control everything. They had been allowed back in again. That wrong had been forgiven. They slowly climbed the stairs of the building. Stern put an arm around Rosa's shoulders. "Go home to your family tonight," he said to her. But she merely shook her head. Mila had understood. Rosa couldn't break the chain. Otherwise the whole world would fall apart, and the gates that still protected it would be thrown wide open to the champion of evil, and he would come flooding in. They were the last vanguard in this struggle, and even if they were losing, they had no intention of letting go. They all crossed the threshold of the studio at the same time. Boris waited to close the door, then joined them, and found them standing in the corridor as though hypnotized. He didn't understand what was happening until he glimpsed, in a gap between their shoulders, the body lying on the ground. Sarah Rosa screamed. Mila turned away, unable to look. Stern crossed himself. Gavila couldn't speak. Caroline, the fifth girl. And this time the child's body was meant for them. Blanked out prison. Penitential District Number 45. Report Number 2, the Director Alphonse Berenger, 23rd November. For the attention of the Office of the General Prosecutor J.B. Marin, in the person of the Vice Prosecutor Matthew Cedris. Subject: Outcome of inspection confidential. Dear Mr. Cedris, we wish to inform you that the inspection of the isolation cell of prisoner RK357/9 was made by surprise last night. The prison guards burst in to take away organic material, quote, lost by chance or left spontaneously by the individual, unquote, with a view to identifying his genetic imprint, all following your officer's recommendations to the letter. I must inform you that, to their great astonishment, my men found themselves faced with an immaculate cell, which makes us think that prisoner RK357/9 was expecting us. I can only reason that the prisoner keeps himself in a constant state of alert, and that he predicted and calculated our every move. I fear that without an error on the part of the inmate, or a change in the incidental circumstances, it will be difficult to achieve concrete results. Perhaps we still have one chance of getting to the heart of the mystery. We have noticed that prisoner RK357/9 sometimes, perhaps because of his isolation, talks to himself. They seem to be ravings and uttered in a low voice, but at all events we consider it appropriate, with your agreement, to place a bug in his cell to record his words. Obviously, we will also repeat our surprise inspections designed to secure his DNA. I present one last observation for your attention. The subject is always calm and accommodating. He never complains and does not seem annoyed by our attempts to lead him into error. We have little time left. In 86 days we will have no other choice but to set him free. Yours sincerely, Director Dr. Alphonse Berenger. 33. Apartment known as the Studio, now renamed Site 5. 22nd February. It would never be the same again. With that shadow hanging over them, they had confined themselves to the guest room, waiting for Chang and Krep's teams to examine the apartment. Roche, who had been informed immediately, had been talking to Goran for over an hour. Stern was lying on his camp bed, with one arm behind his neck and his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He looked like a cowboy. The perfect crease of his suit had been unaffected by the knot of his tie. Boris had turned onto one side, but he clearly wasn't sleeping. His left foot went on nervously tapping the bed cover. Rosa was trying to contact someone on her mobile phone, but the signal was weak. Mila regarded her silent companions one by one before returning her gaze to the laptop on her knees. She had requested the files with the amateur photographs taken at the fair on the evening of Sabine's abduction. They had already been viewed to no effect, but she wanted to see them in the light of the theory she had already expounded to Goran, that the perpetrator might be a woman. "I'd like to know how the hell he managed to get Caroline's corpse in here," Stern admitted, expressing the question that troubled them all. "Yeah, I'd like to know that too," Rosa agreed. The office block that housed the studio was no longer guarded, as it had once been, when witnesses had been brought there for their own protection.
The building was practically empty, and the security systems had been deactivated, but the only access to the apartment was the front door, and it was armoured.
"He came in through the front door,"
Boris said laconically, emerging from his feigned lethargy. But there was another thing that made them nervous more than anything else. What was Albert's message this time? Why had he decided to cast such a heavy shadow over his pursuers?
"If you ask me, he's just trying to slow us down," Rosa suggested. "We're getting too close to him, so he's shuffled the cards."
"No, Albert doesn't do things by chance," Mila cut in. "He has taught us that every move is carefully premeditated."
Sarah Rosa fixed her eye on her. "So? What the hell are you saying? That one of us is a fucking monster?"
"That's not what she meant," said Stern. "She's just saying that it must be a reason connected with Albert's plan. It's part of the game he's been playing with us since the start. It might also have something to do with this place, and what it was used for in the past."
"It might involve an old case," Mila added, noticing that the suggestion had fallen on deaf ears. Before the dialogue could resume, Goran came into the room, leaving the door ajar behind him.
"I need your attention."
He sounded urgent. Mila took her eyes off her laptop. They all looked at him.
"In theory, we're still in charge of the investigation, but things are getting complicated." "What does that mean?" Boris shouted. "You'll understand in a few moments, but for the time being I advise you to stay calm. I'll explain afterwards." "After what?" Goran had no time to answer before the door opened and Chief Inspector Roche stepped in. With him was a stoutly built man of about 50, in a crumpled suit and with a tie too thin for his bull-like neck and an unlit cigar between his teeth.
Sit down,"
said Roche, even though no one had given any kind of greeting. The Chief Inspector wore a forced smile of the kind that is supposed to inspire calm and instead produces anxiety.
"Gentlemen, the situation is confused, but we will come out of it. I certainly won't let some psychopath cast doubts about my men."
As always, he underlined the last phrase too emphatically.
"So, I've taken some precautions, entirely in your interest, and I'm adding an extra colleague to your investigation."
He announced this without mentioning the man standing beside him.
"This is nothing short of embarrassing. We can't find this Albert, and he comes and finds us. In agreement with Dr. Gavila, I have entrusted Captain Mosca here with the task of assisting you until the closure of the case."
No one breathed, even though they had already understood what the assistance would consist of. Mosca would assume control, giving them only one option: to stand by him and try and regain a little credibility, or get out. Terence Mosca was very well known in police circles. He owed his fame to an operation lasting more than 6 years, in which a drugs trafficking organization had been infiltrated. He was responsible for hundreds of arrests and various undercover operations, but he had never worked on serial murders or pathological crimes. Roche had brought him in for only one reason. Years before, Mosca had competed with him for the post of Chief Inspector. The way things were going, it had struck him as appropriate to involve his worst rival in the case, to make him shoulder part of the weight of a failure that he now considered more than likely. A risky move, which showed the extent to which he felt he was on the ropes. If Terence Mosca now solved the Albert case, Roche would have to make way for him at the top of the command hierarchy. Before Mosca began speaking, he took one step ahead of Roche as a way of stressing his autonomy.
"The pathologist and the scientific expert have not yet produced anything significant. The only thing we know is that to get into the apartment, the subject tampered with the armored door."
When he had opened the door on their return, Boris had not noticed any signs of a break-in.
He's very careful to leave no clues. He didn't want to spoil your surprise."
Mosca went on chewing on his cigar and staring at everyone with his hands in his pockets.
"I've instructed some officers to go around the neighborhood in the hope of finding a witness. We might even get a number plate. As to what it was that led the subject to put the corpse here, of all places, we are obliged to improvise. If anything comes to mind, please let me know. That's all for now."
Terence Mosca turned on his heels, and without giving anyone a chance to reply or add anything, he returned to the crime scene.
But Roche stopped. "You haven't much time. We need an idea, and we need it quickly."
Then the chief inspector left the room as well. Goran closed the door, and the others immediately came to stand around him. "What on earth's going on?" Boris asked huffily. "Why do we need a guard dog now?" Rosa echoed.
"Calm down, you haven't understood," said Goran. "Captain Mosca is the most appropriate person right now. I was the one who requested his intervention."
The others were startled.
"I know what you're thinking, but it let me give Roche an escape route, and I saved our role in the investigation. Officially we're still involved, but everyone knows that Terence Mosca likes to be a maverick," Stern observed. "That's exactly why I suggested him. If I know him, he won't want us under his feet, so he won't care what we do. We just have to tell him how we are getting on, that's all."
It seemed like the best possible solution, but it didn't lift the burden of suspicion that weighed on each of them.
"They'll all have their eyes on us."
Stern shook his head irritably.
"So we'll let Mosca go after Albert, while we dedicate ourselves to child number 6.
It seemed like a good strategy. If they found her alive, they would sweep away that atmosphere of suspicion that had formed around them.
"I think Albert left Caroline's body here to trick us, because even if nothing is ever proved against us, a doubt about us will always remain."
Even though he was doing everything he could to seem calm, Goran was well aware that his statements were still not enough to lighten the mood. Because since the 5th corpse had been found, each of them had begun to look differently at the others. They had known each other a lifetime, but none of them could have ruled out the possibility that each of them had a secret of some kind. That was Albert's true purpose, to divide them. The criminologist wondered how long it would be before the seed of mistrust began to germinate among them.
"The last child doesn't have much time left," he said confidently. "Albert has almost accomplished his plan. He's just preparing for the finale. But he needed a free hand, and he has ruled us out of the competition. That's why we have only one chance of finding her, and that's through the only one of us who is free of all suspicion, since she didn't join the team until Albert had already planned everything."
Suddenly feeling their eyes upon her, Mila felt uneasy.
"You'll be able to move much more freely than us,"
Stern said encouragingly.
"If you had to act entirely on your own initiative, what would you do?"
In fact, Mila did have an idea, but she had kept it to herself until then. "I know why he only chose girls." They had asked themselves that question in the thinking room when the case was still in its early stages. Why had Albert not kidnapped boys as well? There was no sexual intent behind his behavior, since he didn't touch the girls. Mila thought she had come up with an explanation. They all had to be girls because of number 6. I'm almost convinced that he chose her first, not last, as he wants to make us believe. The others were girls only to conceal that detail. But she was the first object of his fantasy. We don't know why. Perhaps she has some special quality, something that distinguishes her from the others. That's why he has to keep her identity secret from us until the end.
It wasn't enough for him to let us know that one of the kidnapped girls was still alive. No, we could absolutely on no account know who it was.
Because that could lead us to him, Goran concluded.
But these were merely fascinating conjectures that were no help to anyone.
Unless,
said Mila, guessing what the others were thinking, and repeated,
unless there's always been a link between us and Albert.
Now they didn't have much to lose, and Mila no longer had any qualms about telling everyone the story of how she had been followed.
It's happened twice, even though it's only the second time I'm absolutely sure about. While outside the motel, it was more a feeling than anything else.
So?
Stern asked curiously.
What's it got to do with anything?
Someone has followed me. It may have happened other times, too. I couldn't swear. I didn't notice. But why? To check on me? What for? I've never had any information of vital importance, and I've always been a bit of an outsider amongst you lot.
Perhaps to throw you off the track, Boris ventured.
That too. There's never been a real track, unless I really did get too close to something and became important to the case without being aware of it.
But when it happened at the motel, you'd only just got here, and that rules out the hypothesis of throwing you off the track, said Goran.
Then there's only one explanation left. Whoever followed me wanted to intimidate me.
What for? Said Sarah Rosa. Mila ignored her.
In both cases, my pursuer didn't give himself away involuntarily. In fact, I think he revealed himself deliberately.
Fine, we've understood. But why should he have done that? Rosa insisted. It makes no sense. Mila turned abruptly towards her, using their difference in height to her advantage.
Because from the outset I was the only one among you who was capable of finding the sixth girl.
She looked at them all again.
Don't take this the wrong way, but the results I've got so far prove me right. You're great at finding serial killers, but I find missing people. I've always done it, and I know how to do it.
No one contradicted her.
From that perspective, Mila represented the most concrete threat to Albert, because she was the only one capable of blowing his plans sky high. Let's recapitulate. He kidnapped the sixth child first. If I'd found out straight away who number 6 was, his whole plan would have collapsed.
But you didn't find out, said Rosa. Perhaps you're not as good as you think.
Mila didn't rise to the provocation. By coming so close to me outside the motel, Albert may have made a mistake. We've got to get back to that moment.
How do we do that? You're not trying to tell me he's got a time machine?
Mila smiled. Without being aware of it, Rosa had come very close to the truth. Because there was a way of going back.
Ignoring his nicotine breath once again, she turned towards Boris.
How good are you at questioning people under hypnosis?
Now relax.
Boris's voice was barely a whisper. Mila was lying on his camp bed, her hands along her sides and her eyes closed. He was sitting beside her.
Now I want you to count to 100.
Stern had put a towel over the lamp, plunging the room into a pleasant gloom. Rosa had taken up position on her bed. Goran was sitting in a corner, carefully observing what was happening. Mila slowly articulated the numbers. Her breath began to assume a regular rhythm. By the time she finished counting, she was perfectly relaxed.
Now I want you to see things in your mind. Are you ready?
She nodded.
You're in a big meadow. It's morning, and the sun is shining. The rays warm the skin of your face, and there's a smell of grass and flowers. You're walking, and you're barefoot. You can feel the cool of the earth under your feet. And there's the sound of a stream calling to you. You walk over to it and lean down to the bank. You plunge your hands into the water and then bring it to your mouth to drink it. It's very good." The image was not chosen at random. Boris had evoked those sensations to take control of all of Mila's senses. That way it would be easier to bring her back in her memory to the exact moment when she was crossing the area outside the motel. "Now that you've quenched your thirst, there's something I'd like you to do for me. Go back to a few evenings ago." "All right," she replied. "It's night, and a car has just brought you back to the motel." "It's cold," she said suddenly. Goran thought he saw her shiver. "And what else?" "The officer who drove me back nods goodbye, then reverses, and I'm left alone in that space outside the motel." "What's it like? Describe it to me." "There isn't much light, only the neon sign creaking in the wind. In front of me are the various bungalows, but the windows are in darkness. I'm the only guest tonight. Behind the bungalows there's a strip of very tall, swaying trees. There's gravel on the ground." "Go on walking." "I can only hear my own footsteps." She almost thought she could hear the sound of the gravel. "Where are you now?" "I'm heading towards my room, walking past the porter's office. There's no one there, but the TV is switched on. I'm carrying a paper bag containing 2 cheese-toasted sandwiches. It's my dinner. My breath is condensing in the chilly air, so I quicken my pace. My footsteps on the gravel are the only sound I can hear. My bungalow is the last one in the row." "You're doing very well." "Only another few yards, and I'm concentrating on my thoughts. There's a little hole in the ground. I don't see it, and I trip, and I hear him." Goran wasn't aware that he was doing it, but he instinctively lunged towards Mila's bed as if he could join her in that gravel square, protecting her from the threat that she faced. "What did you hear?" "A footstep on the gravel, behind me. Someone is copying my steps. He wants to approach me without me noticing, but he lost the rhythm of my footsteps." "And what are you doing now?" "I'm trying to stay calm, but I'm scared. I continue towards the bungalow at the same pace, even though I'd like to start running. And at the same time, I'm thinking." "What are you thinking?" "That there's no point taking out my gun, because if he's armed, he will have plenty of time to shoot first. I'm also thinking about the television that's switched on in the porter's office, and telling myself that he's already killed him. Now it's my turn. The panic is mounting." "Yes, but you managed to stay in control." "I'm rummaging in my pocket for my key, because my only chance is to get to my room, as long as he lets me." "You're concentrating on that door. You're just a few yards away now, yes?" "Yes. That's all there is in my field of vision. Everything else around me has disappeared." "But now you've got to make it come back." "I'm trying." "The blood is thundering through your veins. The adrenaline is pumping. Your senses are on the alert. I want you to describe the taste." "My mouth is dry, but I can smell the acid smell of saliva." "Touch." "The cold of the key to my room in my sweaty hand." "Smell." "The wind carries a nasty smell of rotting rubbish. The bins are on my right, and pine needles, and resin." "Sight." "I see my shadow stretching across the square." "And then?" "I see the door to the bungalow. It's yellow, and the paint's flaking. I see the 3 steps leading to the porch." Boris had deliberately left the most important sense to last, because Mila's only perception of her pursuer had involved sound. "Hearing." "I can't hear anything except my footsteps." "Listen more carefully." Goran saw a frown appearing on Mila's face, right between her eyes, as she struggled to remember. "I can hear him. Now I can make out his footsteps as well." "Excellent. But I want you to concentrate even harder." Mila obeyed. Then she said, "What was that?" "I don't know. Boris replied. "You're alone there. I didn't hear anything." "But there was something." "What?" "That sound." "What sound?" "Something metal. Yes, something metal falling on the ground, on the gravel." "Try to be more precise." "I don't know." "Come on. It's a coin." "A coin? Are you sure?" "Yes, a small coin. He's dropped it, and he hasn't noticed." It was an unexpected trail. If they found the coin in the middle of the gravel square and took prints from it, that might take them to Mila's pursuer. The hope was that this was Albert. Mila kept her eyes closed, but she couldn't stop repeating, "A coin! A coin!" Boris took control again. "That's fine, Mila. Now I'll have to wake you up. I'll count to 5, then I'll clap my hands and you will reopen your eyes." He slowly began to articulate. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mila opened her eyes wide. She looked confused, bewildered. She tried to stand up, but Boris gently sat her back down by resting a hand on her shoulder. "Not yet," he said. "Your head might spin." "Did it work?" she asked him, blinking at him. Boris smiled. "It seems we may have a clue." "You absolutely have to find it," she said to herself as she swept the gravel in the square with her hand. "My credibility depends on it. My credibility and my life." That was why she was being so careful. But she had to get a move on. There wasn't much time. She only had a few yards to search, the distance separating her from her bungalow, as it had done that night. She was on her hands and knees, unworried about getting her jeans dirty. She plunged her hands into the little white stones, and on her knuckles she already had the bleeding marks of little cuts peeping through the dust that covered them. But the pain didn't bother her. In fact, it helped her concentration. "The coin," she went on repeating to herself. "How could I not have noticed?" It would have been very easy for someone to find her, a guest or even the porter. She had come to the motel before the others because there was no longer anyone she could trust. And she had the feeling that her colleagues didn't trust her any more either. "I've got to hurry." She moved the stones by throwing them over her shoulder, biting her lip. She was nervous. She was angry with herself and with the world at large. She breathed in and out a number of times, trying to overcome her agitation. For some reason she found herself remembering something that had happened when she was a raw recruit at police academy. Even then it had been apparent that she had a very reserved character and found it difficult to make contact with other people. They had put her on patrol with an older colleague who couldn't stand her. They were chasing a suspect down the alleyways of Chinatown. He was too fast, and they hadn't managed to catch him, but her colleague had thought that as they passed the rear of a restaurant, the suspect had thrown something into a vat of oysters. So he forced her to climb up to her knees in that stagnant water and rummage around the rotting mollusks. Obviously there was nothing there, and he had probably only wanted to teach her something a recruit has to learn. She had never eaten another oyster since, but she had learned an important lesson. And the rough stones that she was throwing aside with such intensity were a test as well. Something to demonstrate to herself that she was still capable of getting the best out of things. It had been a gift of hers for a long time. But just as she was beginning to feel pleased with herself, a thought ran through her head. Like her older colleague that other time, someone was making fun of her now. There wasn't really a coin. It had just been a trick. Just as Sarah Rosa reached this realization, she raised her head and saw Mila approaching. Unmasked and powerless, her rage fled at the sight of her younger colleague, and her eyes filled with tears. "He has your daughter, hasn't he? She's number 6. 34. Her mother is in the dream. She's speaking with her magical smile. That's what she calls it, because it's lovely when she isn't angry, and becomes the loveliest person in the world. But now it happens less and less. In the dream, her mother is telling her about herself, and also about her father. Now her parents are getting on better and have stopped arguing. Her mother is telling her what they are doing, about work and life and home in her absence. And she even lists the films that they've been watching on the video recorder. Not her favorites, though. They'll wait for those. She likes to hear it said. She'd like to ask her when she can come back, but in the dream her mother can't hear her. It's as if she's talking to her through a screen. However much she tries, nothing changes, and the smile on her mother's face now seems almost ruthless. A caress slides gently through her hair, and she wakes up. The little hand goes up and down from her head to the pillow, and a tender voice murmurs a song. It's you. Such is her joy that she forgets where she is. What matters now is that she didn't imagine the little girl. "I've been waiting for you for so long," she says to her. "I know, but I couldn't come before." "Weren't you allowed?" The little girl looks at her with big, serious eyes. "No, I was busy." She doesn't know what tasks could have kept her so busy that she couldn't come and see her, but for now it doesn't matter. She has 1,000 questions for her, and she starts with the one closest to her heart. "What are we doing here?" She takes it for granted that the little girl is a prisoner too, even if she's the only one tied to the bed, while the other one is apparently free to wander at will around the belly of the monster. "This is my house." The answer takes her aback. "What about me? Why am I here?" The little girl says nothing and concentrates on her hair again. She understands that the girl is avoiding the question and doesn't insist. The moment will come for that as well. "What's your name?" The little girl smiles at her. "Gloria?" She takes a closer look at her. "No." "No what?" "I know you. Your name isn't Gloria." "Yes, it is." She struggles to remember. She's seen her before. She's seen her before. She's sure of it. "You were on the milk carton." The little girl still doesn't understand. "I only came here recently, 4 weeks at the most." "No, it's at least 3 years." She doesn't believe her. "It's not true." "Yes, it is. And your parents made an appeal on television." "My parents are dead." "No, they're alive. And your name is Linda. Your name is Linda Brown." The girl stiffens. "My name is Gloria, and the Linda you're talking about is someone else. You're getting mixed up." Hearing her voice crack like that, she decides not to press the point. She doesn't want the girl to go away and leave her on her own again. "All right, Gloria. Whatever you like. I must have made a mistake. Sorry." The girl nods contentedly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she goes on combing her hair with her fingers again and singing to herself. Then she tries something else. "I feel terrible, Gloria. I can't move my arm. I have a fever all the time, and often I faint. You'll be better soon. I need a doctor. Doctors just mess things up." The phrase sounded false on her lips. It's as if she has heard someone else saying it, so often that over time it has entered her own vocabulary, and now she's repeating it for her benefit. "I'm dying. I can feel it." 2 huge tears fall from her eyes. Gloria stops and collects them from her cheeks. Then she starts staring at her fingers, ignoring her. "Did you understand what I said to you, Gloria? I'll die if you don't help me. Steve said you'd get better." "Who's Steve?"
The little girl is distracted, but she answers anyway. "Steve, the one who brought you here." "Who kidnapped us, you mean?" The little girl stares at her again. "Steve didn't kidnap you." Even though she's afraid of making her angry again, she can't compromise on this point. Her survival depends on it. "Yes, he did. And he did the same to you, I'm sure of it." "You're wrong. He rescued us." She doesn't want to lose her temper, but the question is too much for her. "What the hell are you saying? Rescued us from what?" Gloria hesitates. She can see her eyes draining, making way for a strange fear. Gloria takes a step back, but she manages to grab her wrist. She tries to escape, tries to break away, but she isn't going to let her go without an answer. "From who?" "From Frankie." Gloria bites her lips. She didn't want to say it, but she did. "Who is Frankie?" Gloria manages to wrench herself free. She's too weak to stop her. "We'll see each other again, won't we?" Gloria walks away. "No, wait, don't go." "You need to rest now." "No, please. You won't come back." "I will. I'll be back." The girl leaves. She bursts into tears. A bitter lump of desperation rises into her throat, and it spreads to her chest. She's racked with sobs. Her voice breaks as she cries into the darkness. "Please, who is Frankie?" But there is no reply. 35.
Her name is Sandra.
Terence Mosca wrote it at the top of his notepad. Then he looked back up at Sarah Rosa.
When was she kidnapped?
The woman rearranged herself on the chair before replying, trying to get her ideas in order. 47 days have passed by now. Mila was right. Sandra had been taken before the other 5, and then Albert had used her to attract Debbie Gordon, her blood sister. The 2 girls had met one afternoon in the park, watching the horses at the riding stables. They had exchanged a few words, and a rapport had immediately been established. Debbie felt low because she was so far from home. Sandra because she was separated from her parents. United by their respective sadnesses, they had immediately become friends. They had both been given free horse rides. It was no coincidence. It was Albert who had brought them together.
How was Sandra kidnapped?
"It was while she was on the way to school," Rosa replied. Mila and Goran saw Mosca nodding. They were all there, including Stern and Boris, in the big archive room on the first floor of the Federal Police Building. The captain had chosen this unusual place to avoid the news getting out, and to keep the conversation from seeming like an interrogation. The room was deserted at that time of day. Long corridors of shelves full of files spread out from the place where they were assembled. The only light came from the consulting table that they were all sitting around. Sounds and voices were lost in the echoing darkness.
What can you tell us about Albert?
"I've never seen or heard him. I don't know who he is."
Obviously,
observed Terence Mosca, as if this must be an aggravating circumstance for her. Sarah Rosa still hadn't been put in any kind of custody, but soon she would be charged with complicity in abduction and the murder of children. It was Mila who had identified her when investigating the kidnapping of Sabine at the merry-go-round. She had thought that Albert might have used a woman so that the abduction passed unobserved in front of everyone. Not just any accomplice, though, but one who could be blackmailed. The mother of child number 6, for example. Mila had received confirmation of this incredible hypothesis when going through the photographs from that evening at the fair on her laptop. In the background of a snapshot taken by a father, she had noticed a mass of hair and a foreshortened profile that had provoked an intense tickle at the base of her neck, followed by an unmistakable name: Sarah Rosa.
Why Sabine? Mosca asked.
I don't know, said Rosa. He let me have a photograph of her and let me know where I would find her. That's all.
And no one noticed a thing.
In the thinking room, Rosa had said, everyone was looking only at their own child. People don't give a damn, that's the truth of it. And Mila had remembered. Mosca went on.
Then he knew the family's movements.
I suppose so. His instructions to me always seemed very accurate.
How did he get his orders to you?
All by email.
And you never tried to trace them?
There was an answer to the captain's question. Sarah Rosa was a computer expert. If she couldn't do it, it meant it was impossible. But I did keep all the emails. Then she looked at her colleagues. He's very cunning, you know, and he's smart. She said it as if trying to justify herself. And he's got my daughter, she added. Mila wasn't moved by her plea. She had been hostile to her since the first day, putting her life in jeopardy because she was really the only one capable of discovering the identity of the sixth child.
Was he the one who ordered you to get rid of Officer Vasquez as soon as possible?
No, that was my initiative. She could have given him problems. She had wanted to display her contempt once more, but Mila forgave her. Her thoughts went to Sandra, the girl who suffered from an eating disorder, as Goran had told her, and who was now in the hands of a psychopath, with one arm amputated and prey to unspeakable suffering. For days she had been obsessed by her identity. Now she finally had a name.
So you followed Officer Vasquez twice, to frighten her and force her to abandon the investigation.
Yes. Mila remembered that after being followed in the car, she had gone to the studio, and there'd been no one there. Boris had told her in a text that they were all at Yvonne Gress's villa, and she had joined them. Sarah Rosa was there, getting ready by the mobile unit's camper. Mila hadn't wondered why she hadn't been in the house with the others. Her lateness hadn't aroused her suspicions. But just in case, Sarah Rosa had attacked her verbally so as not to give her time to think, sowing doubts about Goran. And by the way, he fooled you because I voted against you. Except she hadn't, because she would have risked drawing suspicion to herself. Terence Mosca wasn't in a hurry. He wrote down Rosa's answers in his notebook and thought about them before continuing with his next question.
And what else have you done for him?
I sneaked into Debbie Gordon's room at the boarding school. I stole her diary from the tin box, tampering with the padlock in such a way that no one would notice. Then I took the photograph with my daughter in it off the wall, and I left the GPS transmitter that led you to the second discovery at the orphanage.
Didn't you ever think that someone might discover you sooner or later?
Asked Mosca. Did I have a choice?
It was you who put the fifth girl's corpse in the studio.
Yes.
You got in with your key and faked the damage to the armored door.
So that no one would get suspicious.
Yeah.
Then Mosca stared at her for a long while.
Why did you take that body to the studio?
It was the answer they had all been waiting for. I don't know. Mosca breathed deeply through his nose. That gesture meant that their conversation was over. Then the captain turned to Goran.
I think that might be enough, unless you have any questions.
None, said the criminologist. Mosca turned back to the policewoman.
Special Agent Sarah Rosa. In 10 minutes, I'm going to phone the prosecutor, who will officially formulate the charges against you. As agreed, this conversation will stay between us. But I advise you not to open your mouth except in the presence of a good lawyer. One last question. Is anyone, apart from you, involved in this business?
If you're referring to my husband, he doesn't know a thing. We're in the middle of a divorce. As soon as Sandra disappeared, I threw him out of the house, using some excuse to keep him in the dark about everything. We'd also been arguing a lot lately because he wanted to see our daughter and thought I was stopping him." Mila had seen them talking animatedly outside the studio.
"Fine,"
said Mosca, rising to his feet. Then he turned to Boris and Stern, pointing at Rosa.
"I will mandate someone immediately to formalize the arrest."
The two officers nodded. The captain bent down to pick up his leather bag. Mila saw him putting his notebook next to a yellow folder. On the cover, she could see some typed letters, W, on, and P. Wilson Pickett, she thought. Terence Mosca walked slowly towards the exit, followed by Goran. Mila stayed with Boris and Stern along with Rosa. The two men were silent, waiting to guard the colleague who hadn't trusted them. "I'm sorry," she said, with tears in her eyes. "I had no choice," she repeated. Boris didn't reply, barely able to contain his rage. Stern said only,
"Fine, but stay calm now."
But he didn't sound very convincing. Then Sarah Rosa looked at them imploringly. "Find my little girl, please." Mila found Stern outside, sitting on one of the steel steps of the fire escape. He had lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips, balancing it between his fingers.
"Don't tell my wife,"
Stern said to her as soon as he saw her coming out of the fire door. "Don't worry, it'll be our secret," Mila reassured him as she went to sit beside him.
"So, what can I do for you?"
"How do you know I've come to ask you for something?" Stern replied by raising an eyebrow. "Albert will never let himself be caught. You know that yourself," Mila said. "I think he's already planned his death. It, too, is part of his plan."
"I don't care if he kicks the bucket. I know it isn't Christian to say certain things, but that's how it is."
Mila stared at him and grew serious. "He knows the team, Stern. He knows lots of things about you. Otherwise he would never have put the fifth corpse in the studio. He must have followed your cases in the past. He knows how you move, which is why he's always been able to get ahead of you. And I think he knows Gavila in particular."
"What makes you think that?"
"I've read one of his statements in the tribunal about an old case, and Albert behaves as if he wants to prove his theories false. He's a serial killer, sui generis. He doesn't seem to suffer from a narcissistic personality disorder because he prefers to draw attention to other criminals rather than himself. He doesn't seem to be governed by an unstoppable instinct. He's very good at controlling himself. He doesn't get pleasure from what he does. He seems more attracted by the challenge that he is presented. How can you explain that?"
"It's simple. I can't. And I'm not interested."
"How can you not care?" snapped Mila.
"I didn't say I didn't care. I said I wasn't interested. It's different. As far as I'm concerned, we never took up his challenge. He can only keep us on our toes because there's still a child to save. And it isn't true to say that he hasn't got a narcissistic personality, because what he wants is our attention, not someone else's, just ours. You understand? The press would be over the moon if he gave them a sign. But Albert doesn't feel like it. Not for now, at least."
"Because we don't know what finale he has in mind."
"Exactly."
"But I'm convinced that Albert is trying to draw attention to you at the moment. And I'm talking about the case of Benjamin Gorka."
"Wilson Pickett."
"I'd like you to talk to me about that."
"Read the file."
"Boris told me there was some kind of hitch." Stern tossed aside what was left of his cigarette.
"Boris sometimes doesn't know what he's saying."
"Come on, Stern. Tell me what happened. I'm not the only one interested in this whole affair." She told him about the card she had seen in Terence Mosca's bag. Stern grew thoughtful.
"All right, but you're not going to like it, believe me."
"I'm ready for anything."
"When we caught Gorka, we started going through his life. He practically lived in his truck, but we found a receipt for the purchase of a certain quantity of food. We thought he'd realized that the circle was closing in on him and that he was getting ready to hide away in a safe place, waiting for the waters to calm.
But that wasn't the case.
About a month after he was captured, we had a report of a missing prostitute.
Rebecca Springer.
Exactly. But the disappearance dated back to some time around Christmas,
when Gorka was arrested.
You've got it. And the street she walked fell within the area covered by the truck.
Mila drew a conclusion. Gorka was keeping her prisoner. The supplies were for her.
We didn't know where she was and how long she could survive, so we asked him.
And obviously he denied it. Stern shook his head.
In fact, he didn't. He admitted everything, and he agreed to reveal the place where she was imprisoned, but on one small condition. He would only do it in the presence of Dr. Gavila.
Mila didn't understand. So what was the problem?
The problem was that Dr. Gavila couldn't be found.
And how did Gorka know that?
He didn't, the sadistic bastard. We were looking for Gavila, and meanwhile time was passing for that poor girl. Boris subjected Gorka to all kinds of questioning.
And did he get him to talk?
No. But listening to the recordings of the previous interrogations, he noticed that Gorka had casually mentioned an old warehouse where there was a well. It was Boris who found Rebecca Springer on his own.
But she'd already died of starvation.
No. She'd cut her veins with one of the box cutters that Gorka had left her along with the food supplies. But the most infuriating thing is something else. According to the medical examiner, she killed herself just a few hours before Boris found her.
Mila felt a chill run through her. Then she asked anyway, "And what was Gavila doing all that time?" Stern smiled to hide his true feelings.
He was found a week later in a gas station toilet. Some motorists had called an ambulance. He was in a drunken stupor. He had left his son with the nanny and gone home to work through his wife's desertion. When we went to see him in hospital, he was unrecognizable.
That story perhaps included the reason for the unusual bond between the officers on the team and a civilian like Goran. Because it's more often human tragedies than successes that unite people, Mila thought. And she recalled a phrase she had heard from Goran when they had been at his place after she had discovered that Roche had tricked her about Joseph B. Rockford. "We think we know everything about people, when in fact we know nothing at all." It was absolutely true, she thought. Try as she might, she would never be able to imagine Goran in the state they had found him in, drunk and delirious. And that thought, at that moment, troubled her. She changed the subject. "Why did you call the case Wilson Pickett?"
Good nickname, don't you think?
From what I've learned, Gavila usually prefers to give a real name to the criminal he's after to make him more three-dimensional.
Usually, but this time he made an exception.
Why was that? The special agent stared at her.
There was a survivor.
You don't survive a serial killer. Weeping, despairing, pleading, they're all pointless. On the contrary, they feed the murderer's sadistic pleasure. The prey's only hope is flight. But fear, panic, the inability to understand what's happening all play to the predator's advantage. Still, in a few rare cases, the serial killer doesn't manage to complete his killing. It happens because, just as he is about to finish off the act, something, a break, suddenly activated by a phrase or a gesture from the victim, stops him. That was why Cynthia Pearl was a survivor.
She said something to him. It came to her spontaneously. Perhaps it was panic, I don't know. She said, Please, when I'm dead, take care of my son. His name is Rick, and he's 5 years old." She couldn't believe she'd done it afterwards, but it saved her.
It halted his rage.
He dropped her off at a parking lot. As she walked, "In the Midnight Hour" came on the radio. Then she fainted and woke again in hospital. She didn't remember a thing. We asked her how she'd got those injuries, and she had no idea. Even when we showed her Gorka's photograph, his face meant nothing. Until one Tuesday afternoon, she was at home alone and turned on the radio. They were playing the same Wilson Pickett song. It was only then that the memory came rushing back.
Stern threw down his cigarette and returned to the building. Mila understood that the team had given Gorka the nickname only after he had been caught, and they had chosen it as a warning and a reminder of all their mistakes. Goran Gavila's team had fallen to pieces, and the investigation had collapsed with it. And the other thing that was shattered was the hope of saving little Sandra, who was now, somewhere, using up the last of the energy that still kept her alive. In the end, she would have been killed, not by a serial killer with a made-up name, but by the selfishness and shortcomings of other men and other women. This was the best finale that Albert could have imagined. As she was formulating those thoughts, Mila saw Goran's face appearing in the glass door in front of her. He was behind her, but he wasn't looking into the building. He was looking for her eyes in the reflection. Mila turned round. They looked at one another for a long time, in silence. They were united by the same discomfort, the same distress. It was natural to lean towards him, close her eyes, and try to find his lips, to plunge her own into his mouth, and for him to respond. Dirty water poured down on the city. It flooded the streets, poured down the manhole covers. The gutters tirelessly swallowed it up and spat it back out again. The taxi had brought them to a small hotel near the station. The facade was blackened by smog, and the shutters were always closed, because the people who stayed there had no time to open them. There was a constant bustle of people, and the beds were constantly being remade. In the corridors, sleepless chambermaids pushed squeaking trolleys of linen and pieces of soap. Breakfast trays arrived at all hours. Some people stopped there only to freshen up and change their clothes, and some came to make love. The porter gave them the key to room 23. They went up in the elevator without saying a word, holding one another by the hand, but not like lovers, like two people afraid of losing one another. In the room, mismatched furniture, spray deodorant, and stale nicotine. They kissed again, more intensely this time, as if to shed their thoughts before they shed their clothes. He rested a hand on one of her little breasts. She closed her eyes. The light from a Chinese restaurant sign filtered through, gleaming with rain, and carved out their shadows in the darkness. Goran began undressing her. Mila let him do it, waiting for his reaction. First he revealed her flat belly, then rose, kissing her, towards her chest. The first scar appeared, level with her hip. He slipped off her sweater with infinite grace, and saw the others. But his eyes didn't linger on them. That task was reserved for his lips. To Mila's great surprise, he began to kiss those old wounds, very slowly, as if he could somehow heal them. When he slipped off her jeans, he repeated the operation on her legs, where the blood was still fresh or had just congealed, where the blade had recently paused before plunging into the living flesh. Mila felt again all the anguish she had felt when inflicting that punishment on her soul through her body. But along with that old pain, there was now something sweet, like the tickle of a healing wound, at once stinging and pleasant. Then it was her turn to undress him. She did it as you take the petals from a flower. He, too, wore the signs of suffering, a thin rib cage slowly dug from despair, and protruding bones where the flesh had been consumed by sadness. They made love with strange violence, full of anger, of rage, but also of urgency, as if each of them, with that act, were trying to pour all of themselves into the body of the other, and for a moment they even managed to forget. When it was all over, they were left there side by side, separate but still united, listening to the rhythm of their own breathing. Then the question came, disguised as silence, but Mila could see it floating above them like a black bird. It concerned the origins of the pain, her pain and his, which was first imprinted on her flesh, and which she then tried to hide with her clothes. And inevitably the interrogation was interwoven with the fate of a child, Sandra. As they exchanged that feeling, she, somewhere near or far, was dying. Anticipating the words, Mila explained, "My work consists in finding missing people, especially children. Some of them have been away for whole years, and then they don't remember anything. I don't know if that's good or bad, but perhaps it's the aspect of my job that causes me the most problems." "Why?" asked Goran, interested. "Because when I lower myself into the darkness to pull someone out, I always have to find a motive, a strong reason to bring myself back into the light. It's a kind of safety rope to bring me back. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the darkness calls to you. It seduces you with its pull, and it's hard to resist the temptation. When I come out with the person I've rescued, I'm aware that we are not alone. There's always something else that comes with us out of that black hole stuck to our shoes, and it's hard to get rid of." Goran turned to look into her eyes. "Why are you telling me?" "Because it's from darkness that I come, and to darkness that I must, from time to time, return." 36. She's leaning against the wall, with her hands behind her back, in the shadows. How long has she been there, staring at her? Then she decides to call her. "Gloria," and she comes over. She has the usual curiosity in her face, but this time there's something different. A doubt. "I've remembered one thing. I used to have a cat," says Gloria. "I've got one too. He's called Houdini." "Is he nice?" "He's mean." But she immediately knows that that's not the answer the little girl wants from her, and corrects herself. "Yes, he has white and brown fur. He's always sleeping, and he's always hungry." Gloria thinks about that for a moment, then asks again, "Why do you think I'd forgotten mine?" "I don't know." "I thought if I forgot him, I'll forget lots of other things as well. Maybe even my real name." "I like Gloria," she says encouragingly, thinking of her reaction when she told her that her real name was Linda Brown. "Gloria." "Yes?" "Will you tell me about Steve? Steve loves us, and soon you'll come to love him too. Why do you say he saved us?" "Because it's true, he did." "I didn't need to be saved by him.
You didn't know, but you were in danger. Is Frankie the danger? Gloria is afraid of the name. She's undecided. She doesn't know whether to speak or not. She weighs up the situation, then comes closer to the bed and speaks in a very low voice. Frankie wants to hurt us. He's looking for us. That's why we have to stay hidden here. I don't know who Frankie is or why he's angry with me. He isn't angry with us. He's angry with our parents. With mine? Why? She can't believe it. It sounds like a ridiculous story. But Gloria is very convinced. Our parents swindled him, something to do with money. Once again she sounds like she's saying something borrowed from someone else and passively learned by heart. My parents don't owe money to anybody. My mother and father are dead. Frankie killed them. Now he's after me to finish the job. But Steve is sure that he won't find me if I stay here. Gloria, listen to me. Every now and again, Gloria wanders off, and she has to go and get her from wherever she has ended up in her thoughts. Gloria, I'm talking to you. Yes? What is it? Your parents are alive. I remembered seeing you on TV a while ago. They were on a talk show, and they were talking about you. They were wishing you a happy birthday. She doesn't look surprised by the revelation, but now she starts considering the possibility that it's all true. I can't see the TV, only the tape Steve gives me. Steve. Steve is the bad man, Gloria. Frankie doesn't exist. He's only an invention of Steve's to keep you prisoner here. He exists. Think about it. Have you ever seen him? She thinks about it. No. So why do you believe in him? Even if Gloria is the same age as her, she seems much younger than her 12 years. It's as if her brain had stopped growing when she was 9. When, that is, Steve had kidnapped Linda Brown. That's why she always needs to think about things a bit. Steve loves me, she repeats, more to convince herself than anything else. No, Gloria, he doesn't love you. So you're saying that if I try and leave here, Frankie won't kill me? It'll never happen. And we're going to leave together. You won't be alone. Will you be with me? Yes. But we have to find a way to escape Steve. But you're ill. I know, and I can't move my arm. It's broken. How did that happen? I don't remember. You fell down the stairs together when Steve brought you here. He's very angry about it. He doesn't want you to die. And then he won't be able to teach you how to love him. That's very important. Do you know that? I'll never love him. Gloria takes a couple of seconds. I like the name Linda. I'm glad you like it, because it's your real name. So you can call me that. All right, Linda. She articulates it clearly, and she smiles at her. So, now we're friends. Really? When you swap names, you become friends. Didn't anyone tell you that? I already knew your name. You're Maria Elena. Yes, but all my friends call me Mila. 37. The bastard's name was Steve. Steve Smitty. Mila uttered the name with contempt as Goran held her hand on the 3/4-sized hotel bed. He was just an idiot who'd never done anything with his life. He moved from one stupid job to another and couldn't hold one down for as much as a month. Most of the time he was unemployed. When his parents died, he had inherited a house, the one in which he kept us prisoner, and the money from a life insurance policy. Not much, but enough to let us bring his grand plan to life at last. She said it with exaggerated emphasis. Then she shook her head on the pillow, thinking of the absurdity of the story. Steve liked girls, but he didn't dare approach them because his penis was the size of a little finger, and he was afraid they'd laugh at him. A mocking, vindictive smile brightened her features for a moment. So he started taking an interest in children, sure that he'd have more success with them. "I remember the Linda Brown case," said Goran. "I'd just been given my first chair at university. I thought the police had made a few mistakes." "Mistakes? They made a complete mess of it. Steve was an unskilled slob. He'd left a trail of clues and witnesses behind. They couldn't find him straight away, so they said he was clever, when in fact he was a complete fool. A very lucky fool. But he had managed to convince Linda. He had tortured her, exploiting her fear. He had invented this evil character, Frankie, and given him the role of the bad guy so that he could set himself up as the good one, the savior. That imbecile hadn't even had much imagination. He'd called him Frankie because it was the name of a turtle he had when he was a child. It worked. Mila calmed down. With a child who was terrified and distressed, it's easy to lose your sense of reality in those conditions. All along I thought I was in some damned basement and called it the belly of the monster. But there was a house above me, and the house was in a suburban area with a lot of other houses around it, all the same, all normal. People walked by and didn't know I was down there. The worst thing about it was that Linda, or Gloria, as he had rechristened her, giving her the name of the first girl who had rejected him, could move freely. But she didn't even think of going outside, even though the front door was practically always open. He didn't lock it even when he went out for a walk. He was so sure that the story of Frankie would work. You were lucky to get out alive. My arm was almost in a state of necrosis. For a long time the doctors despaired of saving it, and I was starving too. The bastard gave me baby food and treated me with out-of-date medicine that he stole from a pharmacy dump. He didn't need to drug me. My blood was so poisoned by that filth that it was a real miracle that I was conscious. The rain outside was pelting down, washing the streets of leftover snow. Sudden gusts of wind shook the blinds. Once I woke from that kind of coma because I'd heard someone say my name. I'd also tried to attract attention, but Linda had appeared and persuaded me to stop. So I'd bartered my safety for the small happiness of not being alone. But I hadn't been mistaken. Up above me there really had been 2 police officers scouring the area. They were still looking for me. If I had called out more loudly, perhaps they would have heard me. Basically, we were separated only by a thin wooden floor. There was a woman with them, and she had been the one who called my name. But she hadn't done it with her voice, just her mind. It was Nikla Papakidis, wasn't it? That's how you met her. Yes, it was. But even though I didn't reply, she had still heard something. So she'd come back over the next few days. She'd walked around outside the house in the hope of hearing me again. So it wasn't Linda who saved you? Mila snorted. Her. She always went and told Steve everything. She was his small and involuntary accomplice by now. For 3 years he had been her whole world. As far as she knew, Steve was the last adult left on Earth. And children always trust adults. But Steve had already thought of getting rid of me. He was sure that I would die soon, so he had prepared a hole in the shed behind the house. The photographs in the newspapers of that hole had struck her more than anything else. When I left that house, I was more dead than alive. I didn't notice the paramedics carrying me away on the stretcher, up the same stairs that klutz Steve had dropped me down when he'd been carrying me to the basement. I couldn't see the dozens of policemen gathering around the house. I didn't hear the applause of the crowd that had collected there to celebrate my freedom. But I was accompanied by Nikla's voice, which was still describing everything to me and telling me not to go towards the light. What light? Goran asked curiously. Mila smiled. She was convinced that there was one. Perhaps because of her faith, she believed that when we die, we become detached from our bodies, and after we have gone quickly down a tunnel, a beautiful light appears to us. I've never told her that I didn't see anything, just darkness. I didn't want to disappoint her. Goran leaned over her and kissed her on the shoulder. It must have been terrible. I was lucky, she said, and her thoughts ran suddenly to Sandra, girl number 6. I should have saved her, but I didn't. What chance did she have of surviving? That's not your fault. Yes, it is. Mila drew herself up, still sitting on the edge of the bed. Goran stretched an arm out towards her again, but he could no longer touch her. His caress touched her skin, but couldn't reach her, because she was far away again. He noticed and let her go. I'm going to have a shower, he said. I have to go home. Tommy needs me. She stayed there, motionless, still naked, until she heard the water running in the bathroom. She wanted to empty her mind of those horrible memories, to have a white void to fill with the weightless thoughts that children have, a privilege that had been torn from her. The hole in the tool shed behind Steve's house had not been left empty. Her ability to feel empathy had ended up in there. She stretched out a hand to the bedside table and picked up the television remote. She turned it on in the hope that, like the water of Goran's shower, meaningless chatter and images would wash away the remains of all the pain in her head. On the screen, a woman was clutching a microphone as wind and rain tried to carry her away. To her right was the logo of a television news program. Below her, the scrolling text of breaking news. In the background, a long way away, a house surrounded by dozens of police cars, their flashing lights splitting the night. And in an hour, Chief Inspector Roche will issue an official statement. Meanwhile, I can confirm that the news is real. The maniac who has been terrorizing the country by kidnapping and killing innocent little girls has been identified. Mila couldn't move. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. He is the offender, released on probation, who this morning opened fire on 2 correction officers who had visited his house for a routine check. Mila couldn't believe it. Following the death in hospital of the wounded correction officer, the special units sent to the site decided to break in. It was only after killing the offender and entering the house they made the unexpected and surprising discovery. The little girl! Tell me about the little girl! For the benefit of viewers who have just joined us, the name of the offender was Vincent Clarisso. Albert, Mila corrected in her head. Department inform us that the 6th child is still in the house behind me. We believe she is receiving first aid from a medical support team. We have no confirmation, but it would seem that little Sandra is still alive. Electronic Surveillance Report Number 7, 23rd December, 3:25 a.m. Duration 1 minute 35 seconds. Prisoner RK357/9. No. Be ready. Be prepared. Followed by words incomprehensible to the transcriber. Deserving of our rage. Do something. Trust above all. Incomprehensible phrase. Too good. Condescending. Must not be tricked. No. Be ready. Be prepared. Incomprehensible word. There's always someone who will take advantage of us. The necessary punishment. Serve our sentence. It isn't enough to understand things. Sometimes you have to act consistently. No, be ready, be prepared. Incomprehensible word. Kill, 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 kill. 38. Department of Behavioral Science, 23rd February. Vincent Clarisso was Albert. Or was he? He had been out of jail for less than 2 months after serving the remainder of a sentence for armed robbery. Once he was free, he had started his plan. No record of violent crime, no symptom of mental illness, nothing to mark him out as a potential serial killer. The armed robbery had been a setback, according to the lawyers who had defended Vincent in that trial. The stupidity of a young man with a serious codeine dependency. Clarisso came from a good bourgeois family. His father was a lawyer and his mother a teacher. He had studied, graduating as a nurse. He had worked for a while in a hospital as a theatre nurse. It was probably there that he had acquired the knowledge necessary to keep Sandra alive after amputating her arm. Gavila's team's hypothesis that Albert might be a doctor was not far from the truth. Vincent Clarisso had allowed all those experiences to settle in an embryonic layer of his personality before going on to become a monster. But Mila didn't believe it. "It's not him," she went on repeating to herself as her taxi reached the Federal Police Building. After learning the news from the TV, Goran had spent about 20 minutes on the phone to Stern, who had told him of the latest developments. The criminologist had paced up and down the hotel room beneath Mila's anxious gaze. Then they had parted. He had called Mrs. Runa to ask her to stay with Tommy that night, and had immediately hurried to the place where Sandra had been found. Mila would have liked to go with him, but her presence would no longer have been justifiable. So they had arranged to meet later at the Department of Behavioral Sciences. It was after midnight, but the city was one big snarl-up. People were pouring into the streets, heedless of the rain, to celebrate the end of a nightmare. It was like the middle of a New Year's party, with car horns sounding and everyone hugging everyone else. To complicate the traffic situation, there were roadblocks to intercept any possible fleeing accomplices of Clarisso, but also to keep onlookers away from the area where the story's epilogue had taken place. As the taxi proceeded at a walking pace, Mila was able to hear a new report on the radio. Terence Mosca was the man of the hour. Solving the case had been a stroke of luck, but, as often happened, the only one to benefit directly had been the man in charge of operations. Tired of waiting for the line of cars to move, she decided to confront the pelting rain and got out of the taxi. The Federal Police Building was a few blocks away, so she had pulled up the hood of her parka and continued on foot, immersed in her reflections. The figure of Vincent Clarisso didn't coincide with the profile of Albert drawn up by Gavila. According to the criminologist, their man had used the corpses of the 6 little girls as a kind of pointer. He had put them in specific places to reveal horrors that had never come to light, but of which he himself was aware. They had hypothesized that he was a secret associate of those criminals, and that they had all met him in the course of their lives. "They're wolves, and wolves often hunt in packs. Every pack has a chief, and Albert is telling us this. He's their leader," Goran had asserted. Mila had become even more convinced that Vincent wasn't Albert when she had heard the serial killer's age, 30. Too young to have known Ronald Dermis as a boy in the orphanage, or indeed Joseph B. Rockford. In fact, she and the team had deduced that he must be between the ages of 50 and 60. And nor did he resemble the description given by Nikla after she saw him in the mind of the billionaire. And as she walked through the rain, Mila found something else that justified her skepticism.
Clarisso was in jail when Felder was slaughtering Yvonne Gress and her children in the villa in Capo Alto, so he couldn't have witnessed the massacre, leaving his outline in blood on the wall. It's not him. They're making a mistake. But Goran will have noticed, and he's bound to be explaining it to them now. She reached Federal Police Headquarters and became aware of a certain euphoria in the corridors. The officers were slapping one another on the back. Many of them were returning from the crime scene, still wearing their SWAT team uniforms, and passing on the latest news. Then the report passed from mouth to mouth, increasingly enriched by new details. Mila was intercepted by an officer who told her that Chief Inspector Roche urgently wanted to see her. "Me?" she asked, startled. "Yes, he's waiting for you in his office." As she climbed the stairs, she thought that Roche had summoned her because they had noticed that something didn't square with the reconstruction of events. Perhaps all that excitement that she could see around the place would soon settle or subside. There were only a few plainclothes officers in the Department of Behavioral Sciences, and none of them were celebrating. The atmosphere was the same as any working day, except that it was night time, and they were all still at work. She had had to wait for a long time before Roche's secretary called her into his office. Outside the door, Mila had been able to catch some of the words of the chief inspector, who was probably having a telephone conversation. But when she stepped inside, she discovered that he wasn't alone. Goran Gavila was with him.
"Come in, Officer Vasquez."
Roche waved her over. He and Goran were standing on opposite sides of the desk. Mila stepped forward, approaching Gavila. He turned slightly towards her with a vague nod. The intimacy they had shared only an hour earlier had completely disappeared.
"I was just telling Goran that I'd like you both to attend the press conference that will be held tomorrow morning. Captain Mosca agrees with me. We would never have caught him without your help. We need to thank you."
Mila couldn't contain her surprise, and she saw that Roche was just as confused by her reaction. "Sir, with the greatest respect, I think we're making a mistake." Roche turned back to Goran.
"What the hell's she saying?"
"Mila, it's all okay," the criminologist said calmly. "No, it isn't. This guy isn't Albert. There are too many incongruities.
"You're not going to say that at the press conference,"
the chief inspector protested.
"If that's how things are, you can't take part."
"Stern will agree." Roche waved around a piece of paper from his desk.
"Special Agent Stern has resigned with immediate effect."
"What? What on earth's going on?" Mila couldn't believe it. "This guy Vincent doesn't match the profile." Goran tried to explain, and for a moment she saw in his eyes the same gentleness with which he had kissed her scars. "There are dozens of corroborations that tell us he's our man. Exercise books full of notes about kidnapping children and where to put their corpses, diagrams of the security system at Capo Alto, a plan of Debbie Gordon's boarding school, and electronics and computer manuals that Clarisso had started studying when he was still in jail." "And have you also found all the links with Alexander Berman, Ronald Dermis, Felder, and Rockford?" Mila asked, exasperated.
"There's a whole team of investigators at work in that house, and they're still finding clues. Something will come out about those links, you'll see."
"It's not enough. I think that—"
"Sandra has identified him," Goran interrupted her. "She has told us that he was the one who kidnapped her."
Mila focused on this for a moment. "How is she?"
"The doctors are optimistic." "Happy now?" Roche broke in. "If you want to cause some kind of trouble for me, you should go home right now."
At that moment, the secretary's voice from the intercom told the chief inspector that the mayor urgently wanted to see him and that he should get a move on. Roche took his jacket off the back of a chair and set off, after saying to Goran,
"You tell them that the official version is this. Either you agree, or you fuck off."
Then he left, slamming the door. Mila hoped that Goran would tell her something different when they were on their own, but instead he said, "Unfortunately, all the mistakes were ours."
"How can you say that?"
"It was a total failure. We created a false trail and followed it blindly, and I was the one chiefly responsible. All those conjectures were mine."
"Aren't you wondering how Vincent Clarisso knew about all those other criminals? He was the one who let us catch them."
"That's not the point. The point is how it took us so long to find out about them."
"I don't think you're being objective at the moment, and I think I can guess why. In the days of the Wilson Pickett case, Roche saved your reputation and helped you keep the team going when his bosses wanted it to disband. Now you're returning the favor. If you accept this version of events, you'll take some of the glory away from Terence Mosca and save his job as chief inspector."
"That's enough!"
Goran exploded. For a few seconds, neither of them said a word. Then the criminologist headed for the door. She was left alone in the room, fists clenched at her sides, cursing herself, and at that moment her eye fell on Stern's letter of resignation. She picked it up. In those few formal lines there wasn't a trace of the real reasons for his decision, but it was obvious to her that the special agent must have felt somehow betrayed, first by Sarah Rosa, and now by Goran as well. This was all wrong. She had to get into the monster's lair. 39. The taxi wheels splashed up the water that had accumulated on the tarmac, but luckily it had stopped raining. The streets glittered like the stage of a musical. It seemed that at any moment brilliantined dancers in dinner jackets might appear. "This is as far as you're going to get," the taxi driver said, turning towards her.
"That's okay. I'm there."
She paid and got out of the car. Ahead of her was a cordon of policemen and dozens of cars with flashing lights. The vans of various TV channels were lined up along the street. The cameramen had set up their equipment so that they always had a good view of the house. Mila had reached the place where it had all started. The crime scene that went under the distinctive name of Site Zero. Vincent Clarisso's house. She still didn't know how she would get past the police checks and into the house. She just took out her pass and hung it around her neck, in the hope that no one would notice that she wasn't under their jurisdiction. As she came forward, she recognized the faces of the colleagues she had seen in the department corridors. Some of them were holding improvised gatherings around the boot of a car. Others were taking a break to eat snacks and drink coffee. She also spotted the medical examiner's van. Chang was writing a report, sitting on the running board, and didn't look up when she passed in front of him. "Hey, where are you going?" She turned and saw an overweight policeman panting towards her. She didn't have a ready excuse. She should have thought of one before she came, and now she'd probably flunked it. "She's with me." Krepp walked towards them. The scientific expert had a plaster on his neck, from which the head and claws of a winged dragon appeared, almost certainly his latest tattoo. He turned to the police officer. "Let her in. She's authorized." The officer accepted his assurance and turned on his heels to go back where he had come from. Mila looked at Krepp, unsure what to say. The man winked at her, then continued on his way. In a way, it wasn't that strange that he had helped her, Mila thought. Both, albeit in different ways, wore part of their personal history imprinted on their skin. The path leading up to the front door of the house was on a slope. On the gravel there were still cartridge cases from the shootout that had cost Vincent Clarisso his life. The front door had been slipped off its hinges for easier access. As soon as she stepped inside, Mila was struck by a very strong smell of disinfectant. The sitting room was furnished with 70s-style Formica furniture. A swirly-patterned sofa still in its plastic covering. A fireplace with a mock fire. A mobile bar that harmonized with the yellow carpet. The wallpaper had a pattern of huge brown stylized flowers that looked like snapdragons. Instead of halogen lamps, the room was lit by table lamps. That, too, was a sign of the new course taken by Terence Mosca. No scene for the captain. Everything had to be kept sober. Old-school policing from a long time ago, Mila thought. And in the kitchen she glimpsed Mosca holding a little summit with his closest collaborators. She avoided going in that direction. She had to remain as unobserved as possible. They all wore shoe covers and latex gloves. Mila put them on and then started to look around, mingling with the others. One detective was taking out the books from a library, one at a time. He picked them up, quickly flicked through them, and set them down on the floor. Another was rummaging in a chest of drawers. A third was classifying the ornaments. Where the objects had not yet been moved and examined, everything seemed to be obsessively tidy. There wasn't a speck of dust, and everything could be catalogued just by looking round, as if everything had been assigned a precise place. She felt as if she was in a completed jigsaw puzzle. Mila didn't know what to look for. She was only there because it was the natural place to start. She had to see if this really was Albert. She had to know why the fifth corpse was found at the studio. Mila worked out the source of the smell of disinfectant when she saw the room at the end of the short corridor. It was an ascetic room, with a hospital bed wrapped in an oxygen tent. There were large quantities of drugs, sterile overalls, and medical equipment. It was the operating theatre where Vincent had performed the amputations on his little patients, then turned into the room where Sandra had been kept alive. As she walked by another room, she noticed a police officer watching a plasma screen with a digital video camera plugged into it. In front of the screen was an armchair with audio surround speakers around it. On either side of the television was a whole wall of mini-DV cassettes, classified only by data. The detective slipped them into the video camera, one by one, to view their content. Right now they were running through the images of a playground, children's laughter on a sunny winter's day. Mila recognized Caroline, the last little girl to have been kidnapped and killed by Albert. Vincent Clarisso had studied his victims meticulously. "Hey, could someone come and give me a hand with this thing? I don't know a thing about electronics," the policeman said as he tried to pause the film. When he noticed her in the doorway, for a moment he had the happy sensation of having had his wish granted, even though he then realized that he had never seen her before. Before he could say anything, Mila continued on her way. The third room was the most important. Inside there was a steel table, and the walls were covered with notice boards full of notes, post-its of various colors, and other things. That material set out in detail Vincent's plans, street maps and timetables, the blueprints of Debbie Gordon's boarding school and of the orphanage. There was Alexander Behrman's number plate and the stages of his business trips, the photographs of Yvonne Gress and her children, and a picture of Felder's dump. There were cuttings from society magazines dealing with the fortunes of Joseph B. Rockford, and, obviously, snapshots of the kidnapped girls. On the steel table there were other diagrams with confused annotations, as if his work had suddenly been interrupted. Hidden among those pieces of paper, perhaps forever, was the finale that the serial killer had imagined for his plan. Mila turned and froze. The wall that had been behind her until that moment was completely papered with photographs showing the members of the Violent Crimes Investigative Unit while they were at work. She was there too. Now I'm really in the belly of the monster. Vincent had always kept a close eye on their movements. "Shit, could someone give me a hand here?" came the voice of the officer in the next room. "You all right, Fred?" At last someone came to his aid. "How can I tell what I'm looking at? And how can I classify something if I don't know what it is? Let me see." Mila drew away from the wall of photographs, preparing to leave the house. As she passed by the television room, she noticed something on the screen. A place that the officer called Fred and his colleague couldn't identify. "It's an apartment. What else am I supposed to say?" "Yes, but what do I write in the report?" "Write unknown apartment." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Someone else can work out where it is." But Mila knew where it was. It was only then that they noticed her and turned to look at her, while she couldn't take her eyes off the film on the TV. "Can we help you?" She didn't reply and walked away. As she hurried through the sitting room, she looked in her pocket for her mobile phone. She called Goran's number. By the time he replied, she was on the path outside. "What's happening?" "Where are you now?" Her voice was alarmed. He didn't notice. "I'm still at the department. I'm trying to organize a visit by Sarah Rosa to her daughter in hospital." "Who's at your place at the moment?" Goran started to get worried. "Mrs. Runa is with Tommy." "Why?" "You've got to get there right now." "Why?" he repeated, full of concern. Mila passed by the group of policemen. "Vincent had film of your apartment." "What does that mean?" "That he'd searched your place. What if he had an accomplice?" Goran fell silent for a moment. "Are you still at the crime scene?" "Yes." "Then you're closer than me. Ask Terence Moscow to give you a few officers and go to my place. In the meantime, I'll call Mrs. Runa and tell her to shut herself in." "Fine." Mila hung up, then turned back towards the house to talk to Moscow. "And let's hope they don't ask me too many questions." 40. "Mila, Mrs. Runa isn't answering the phone." It was dawn. "Don't worry, we're nearly there. It won't be long." "I'm on my way. I'll be there in a few minutes." The police car stopped with a screech of rubber in the quiet street of the affluent district. The tenants of the surrounding buildings were still asleep. Only the birds had started greeting the new day, perched among the trees and on the rooftops. Mila ran towards the front door. She rang the entry phone several times. There was no reply. She tried a different bell. "Yes, who is it?" "It's the police, sir. Open up, please." The lock clicked open electronically. Mila pushed the door open and dashed towards the third floor, followed by the two officers who had come with her. They didn't use the goods lift that served as an elevator, but took the stairs to get there as quickly as possible. "Please let nothing have happened. Let the boy be all right." Mila was invoking a divine being that she had stopped believing in a long time ago. Even though it was the same God that had freed her from her tormentor through Nikla Papakidis's gift. Because she had encountered children less lucky than herself too often to keep her faith. "Please, don't let it happen again. Let it not happen this time." Reaching the third floor, Mila started knocking insistently on the closed door. "Maybe Mrs. Runa sleeps deeply," she thought. "Now she'll come and open the door, and everything will be all right." But nothing happened. One of the officers stepped towards her. "Do you want us to knock it down?" She didn't have enough breath to reply. She just nodded. She saw them taking a brief run-up and then delivering a kick. The door burst open. Silence. But not a normal silence. An empty, oppressive silence. A lifeless Silence. Mila drew her pistol and walked in ahead of the police officers. "Mrs. Runa!" Her voice rang out through the rooms, but no one answered. She nodded to the two officers to split up. She walked towards the bedrooms. As she walked slowly down the corridor, she felt a tremor in her right hand, gripping the handle of her pistol. She felt her legs growing heavy and the muscles in her face contracting as her eyes still stung. She reached Tommy's room. The door was ajar. She pushed it with her open hand until she revealed the room. The shutters were closed, but the clown-shaped lamp on the bedside table rotated, casting the figures of circus animals on the wall. In the bed, resting against the wall, a little body could be seen. It was curled up in a fetal position. Mila walked gently over. "Tommy," she said in a low voice. "Tommy, wake up." But the little body didn't move. As she reached the bed, she set her pistol down beside the lamp. She felt bad. She didn't want to move the blankets aside. She didn't want to uncover what she knew already. In fact, she wanted to give the whole thing up and leave the room straight away, not to have to face this along with everything else, damn it. She'd seen it happen too many times, and now she was afraid that it would end like this every time. But she forced herself to move her hand towards the edge of the blanket. She gripped it and pulled it away in a single tug. She stood there for a few seconds, holding the corner of the blanket raised, looking into the eyes of an old teddy bear, smiling up at her with a beatific and immutable expression. "I'm sorry." Mila gave a start. The two officers were watching her from the door. "There's a locked door back here." Mila was about to order them to knock it down when she heard Goran coming into the apartment and calling his son. "Tommy! Tommy!" She walked towards him. "He isn't in his room." Goran was desperate. "What do you mean he's not there? Where is he?" "There's a locked room over there. Did you know that?" Confused and anxious, Goran didn't understand. "What?" "The room is locked." The criminologist froze. "Did you hear that?" "What?" "It's him." Mila didn't understand. Goran pushed her aside and headed quickly towards the study. When he saw his son hiding under the mahogany desk, he couldn't hold back his tears. He bent down under the table and hugged him tight. "Dad, I was scared." "Yes, I know, my love, but it's all over now." "Mrs. Runa went away. I woke up and she wasn't there." "But I'm here now, isn't that right?" Mila was still standing in the doorway and had put her pistol back in her holster, reassured by what Goran was saying as he crouched under the desk. "I'll bring you your breakfast now. What would you like to eat? Are doughnuts all right?" Mila smiled. The terror was past. Goran said again, "Come here. Let me pick you up." Then she saw him coming out from under the desk, struggling to his feet. But he wasn't holding a little boy in his arms. "I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. Her name is Mila." Goran hoped his son would like her. He was often a bit shy with people he didn't know. Tommy didn't say anything. He just pointed at her face. Then Goran looked at her more closely. She was crying. The tears came unexpectedly from who knows where. But this time the pain that had provoked them was not mechanical in origin. The wound that had opened up was not in her flesh. "What's up? What's going on?" Goran asked her, acting as if he was really holding a human weight in his arms. She didn't know what to say. He didn't seem to be pretending. Goran really thought
he was holding his son in his arms. The two officers who had joined her in the meantime watched them, stunned and ready to intervene. Mila nodded to them to stop where they were. "Wait for me downstairs." "But we aren't—" "Go down and call the department. Tell them to send Agent Stern. If you hear a gunshot, don't worry. It'll have been me." The two policemen reluctantly obeyed. "What's happening, Mila?" Goran's voice sounded helpless now. He seemed so scared of the truth that he couldn't react in any way. "Why do you want Stern to come?" Mila brought a finger to her lips to keep him quiet. Then she turned round and went back to the corridor. She headed towards the room with the closed door. She fired at the lock, shattering it into pieces, then pushed the door. The room was dark, but they could still smell decomposition gases. There were two bodies in the big matrimonial bed. One big, the other smaller. The blackened skeletons, still wrapped in scraps of skin that fell like fabric, were melted in a single embrace. Goran walked into the room. He smelled the smell. He saw the bodies. "Oh, my God," he said, unable to understand who those two corpses in his bedroom belonged to. He turned towards the corridor to keep Tommy from coming in, but he couldn't see him. He looked back at the bed. That little body. The truth descended on him with ruthless force. And then he remembered everything. Mila found him by the window. He was looking outside. After days of snow and rain, the sun had started shining again. This was what Albert was trying to tell us with the fifth little girl. Goran said nothing. Her breath was glass that shattered each time she tried to draw air into her lungs. "Why?" asked Mila in a faint voice that broke in her throat. "Because after she left, she came back to this house. She hadn't come back to stay. She wanted to take from me the only thing I had left to love. And he wanted to go with her." "Why?" Mila repeated, unable to hold back the tears that now flowed freely. "One morning I woke up and heard Tommy's voice calling to me from the kitchen. I went and saw him sitting in his usual place. He asked me for breakfast, and I was so happy that I forgot he wasn't there." "Why?" she begged, and this time he thought hard before answering. "Because I loved them." And before she could stop him, he opened the window and threw himself into the void. 41. She had always wanted a pony. She remembered tormenting her mother and father to let her have one, without thinking that where they lived there wasn't even a proper place to keep one. The courtyard at the back of the house was too small, and beside the garage there was barely a strip of land where her grandfather had his vegetable garden. And yet she insisted. Her parents thought that sooner or later she would tire of that ridiculous whim, but every birthday and in every note to Father Christmas there was always that same request. When Mila emerged from the belly of the monster to come home,
at the end of her 21 days of prison and 3 months in hospital, she found a beautiful brown and white pony waiting for her in the courtyard. Her wish had been granted, but she couldn't enjoy it. Her father had asked for favours, had persuaded his few acquaintances to get a good price together. Her family certainly wasn't rolling in money, and they'd always had to scrimp and save at home. It was chiefly for economic reasons that she had stayed an only child. Her parents couldn't afford to give her a brother or sister, so they had bought a pony, and she wasn't happy with it. So many times she had imagined finally getting that present. She talked about it all the time. She imagined cuddling it, putting coloured bows in its mane, brushing it properly. Sometimes she forced her cat to undergo similar treatment. Perhaps that was why Houdini hated her and stayed away from her. There's a reason why children like ponies so much. Because they never grow. They're immortalized by the enchantment of childhood, an enviable condition. In fact, after she was freed, all Mila wanted to do was grow up all at once, to put a distance between her and what had happened to her. And, with a bit of luck, she might even be able to forget. But the pony, having absolutely no chance of growing, represented an unsustainable pact with time, as far as she was concerned. When she had been pulled, more dead than alive, from Steve's stinking basement, a new life had begun for her. After 3 months in hospital to recover the use of her left arm, she had had to regain trust in the things of the world, not only with everyday life in her house, but also with the routine of her emotions. Graciella, her very best friend, with whom she had celebrated the blood sister's rite before disappearing into the void, now treated her strangely. She was no longer the one with whom she always rigorously shared the last chewing gum in the pack, the one she wasn't embarrassed to pee in front of, the one she had French kissed to practice for when the boys came. No, Graciella was different. She talked to her with a fixed smile on her face, and she was worried that if it went on like that, her cheeks would soon start to hurt. She tried to be pretty and nice, and had even stopped teasing her, when, until recently, they'd called each other things like stinky old cow and freckly slut. They had pricked their index fingers with a rusty nail so that they would always be friends, because no boyfriend would ever come between them. And, instead, it had taken only a few months to dig a trench that no one could fill. If you thought about it, that prick in her finger had been Mila's first wound, but it had caused her more pain when it had healed completely. "Stop treating me as if I'd just come back from the moon," she had wanted to shout at everyone. And that expression on people's faces, she couldn't bear it. They turned their heads to one side and pursed their lips. Even at school, where she had never excelled, her mistakes were now indulgently tolerated. She was tired of other people's condescension. She felt as if she was in a black-and-white film, like the ones they showed on TV in the small hours, in which the Earth's inhabitants had been replaced by Martian clones, while she had been saved by staying in that strange lair. Then there were 2 possibilities. Either the world really had changed, or, after 21 days of gestation, the monster had given birth to a new Mila. No one around her mentioned what had happened. They let her live as if suspended in a bubble, as if she was made of glass and could explode into pieces at any moment. They didn't understand that all she wanted was a bit of authenticity after all the illusions she'd been subjected to. 11 months later, Steve's trial had begun. She had waited for that moment for a long time. It was in all the newspapers, on all the television news programs, which her parents wouldn't let her see,
To protect her, they said, but which she watched in secret as often as she could. Both she and Linda had been supposed to testify. The public prosecutor counted much more on her, because her terrified fellow prisoner still defended her tormentor. She had started demanding that they call her Gloria again. The doctors said that Linda suffered from serious mental problems. So it was up to Mila to get Steve put away. In the months after his arrest, Steve had done everything he could to appear mentally ill. He had made up ridiculous stories about hypothetical accomplices that he said he had only obeyed. He was trying to convince the world of the story that he had used with Linda, the one about Frankie, his evil associate. But that had been disproved as soon as a policeman had discovered it was only the name of the turtle he had had as a child. But people had swallowed the story anyway. Steve was too normal to be a monster, too much like themselves. The idea that there was someone else behind it all, someone who was still mysterious, a real monster, paradoxically reassured them. Mila had arrived at the trial determined to put all the blame on Steve, paying him back for the harm he had done her. She would make him rot in jail, and for that reason she was also willing to play the part of the poor victim, which she had obstinately refused to perform until then. She sat in the witness box, facing the cage in which Steve was held in handcuffs, planning to tell everything without ever taking her eyes off him. But when she saw him, in that green shirt buttoned up to the neck, too big for him now that he was little more than skin and bone, with his hands trembling as he tried to take notes on a pad, with his hair that he had cut himself, which was now much longer on one side, she felt something she had never expected to feel. Pity, but also rage for that wretch, precisely because she felt sorry for him. That was the last time that Mila Vasquez felt empathy for anyone. When she had discovered Goran's secret, she had wept. Why? A memory lost somewhere inside her told her that those tears had been tears of empathy. Suddenly, a bank had burst somewhere, releasing a surprising range of emotions. Now she even thought she was aware of what other people felt. Like the time Roche had come onto the scene and she'd been aware of his intense feeling that his days were numbered, because his best man, the pinnacle of his task force, had given him the worst kind of poisoned bait. Terence Mosca, on the other hand, had seemed caught between joy about his certain promotion and unease about his motivation. She was clearly aware of Stern's perplexity as soon as she crossed the threshold of that house, and she immediately knew that he would roll up his sleeves to bring some order to this horrible case. Empathy. The only person for whom she could feel nothing was Goran. She hadn't fallen into Steve's snare, as Linda had. Mila had never believed in Frankie's existence. Instead, she had fallen for the illusion that a little boy, Tommy, lived in that house. She had heard about him, but she had also heard his father phoning his nanny to check that he was all right and to say good night to him. She had even believed she had seen him as Goran was putting him to bed. All things that she couldn't forgive herself for, because they made her feel a fool. Goran Gavila had survived a 40-foot fall, but now he was caught between life and death in an intensive care bed. His house was guarded, but only on the outside. Only 2 people walked around inside. Special Agent Stern, who had put his resignation on ice for the time being, and Mila. They weren't looking for anything, just trying to put events in chronological order,
to find answers to the only possible questions. At what point had a calm and balanced human being like Goran Gavila brought his murderous project to fruition? When had the impulse of revenge been unleashed? When had he begun to turn his rage into a plan? Mila was in the study, and she heard Stern inspecting the adjacent room. He had carried out many searches in his career. It was unbelievable how revealing the details of someone's life can be. As she was exploring the refuge in which Gavila had formed his theories, she tried to remain detached, taking note of the details, the little habits that might accidentally reveal something important. Goran kept his paper clips in a glass ashtray. He sharpened his pencils straight into the wastepaper basket. And he kept a picture frame on his desk with no photograph in it. That empty frame was a window on the abyss of the man Mila had thought she could love. Mila looked away for fear of being swallowed up by it. Then she opened a drawer in the side of the table. In it was a file. She picked it up and put it on the one she had already looked through. This one was different because it seemed to deal with the last case that Gavila had dealt with before the story of the missing little girls had come to light. Apart from the documents, it contained a series of audio cassettes. She started reading the contents of the papers. She would listen to the tapes if it seemed worth it. It contained a correspondence between the director of a prison, one Alphonse Berenger, and the public prosecutor's office, and it concerned the peculiar behavior of an inmate who was identified only by his prison number, RK 357/9. The subject had been found months before by two policemen wandering at night, alone and naked, in the countryside. He had immediately refused to supply his personal information to the public officials. An examination of his fingerprints had revealed only that he had no criminal record, but a judge had sentenced him for obstructing the course of justice. He was still serving his sentence. Mila picked up one of the audio cassettes and looked at it, trying to imagine what it might contain. The label showed only a time and a date. Then she called Stern and quickly summed up what she had read. But listen to what the prison director writes. Since the moment he set foot in the penitentiary, inmate RK 357/9 has never shown any sign of indiscipline and has always respected prison rules. The subject is of a solitary disposition and reluctant to socialize. Perhaps for that reason no one has been aware of one particular trait of his, which has only recently been noticed by one of our warders. Prisoner RK 357/9 wipes and rubs with a piece of felt each object with which he comes into contact. He collects all the hairs that he loses each day. He polishes to perfection the sink, the taps, and the toilet each time he uses them. What do you think?
I don't know. My wife is obsessed with cleanliness.
But listen to how it goes on. We are plainly dealing with someone with a mania for hygiene, or, more likely, an individual who wants at all costs to avoid leaving behind organic material. We therefore seriously suspect that prisoner RK 357/9 has committed a particularly serious crime and wants to prevent us from taking his DNA to identify him. See? Stern took the piece of paper from her hands and read it.
This was November. Didn't they eventually learn something from his DNA?
It would seem that they couldn't oblige him to take the test, or take it against his will, because that would have violated his constitutional freedoms.
So what did they do?
They tried to collect some skin or hair with surprise inspections in his cell.
Did they keep him in solitary?
Mila ran through the papers for the passage where she had read something on the subject.
She found it. Here it is. The director writes, "So far, the subject has been sharing his cell with another recluse, which has certainly helped him in his task of mixing up his own biological traces. Thus, our first measure since discovering his habit has been to remove him from this social setting and put him in isolation."
So, did they manage to take his DNA or not?
Apparently the prisoner was cleverer than they were, and always left his cell perfectly clean. But then they noticed that he was talking to himself, and put a bug in the cell to understand what he was saying.
And what did Dr. Gavila have to do with it?
They asked him his expert opinion. I don't know. Stern thought for a moment.
Maybe we should listen to the cassettes.
On a little table in the study there was an old tape recorder that Goran probably used to record his verbal notes. Mila passed one of the cassettes to Stern, who walked over to the machine, put it in, and was about to press play. "Wait!" Surprised, Stern turned to look at her. She had turned pale.
"Fuck! What's wrong?"
"The name."
"What name?"
"The name of the prisoner he shared his cell with before he was put in solitary."
"Yes?"
"His name was Vincent. Vincent Clarisso." 42. Alphonse Berenger was a baby-faced 60-year-old. His ruddy face looked as if it was held together by a dense network of capillaries. Every time he smiled, his eyes narrowed to 2 slits. He had run the prison for 25 years, and he was a few months away from retirement. He was a passionate fisherman. In a corner of his office he kept a rod and a drawer of bait and hooks. Soon that would be the main occupation of his days. Berenger was seen as a good man. During his governorship of the prison, no serious episodes of violence had been recorded. He had a human touch with the inmates, and his guards rarely resorted to the use of force. Alphonse Berenger was an atheist, but read the Bible. He believed in second chances, and always said that every individual, if he so wishes, has the right to forgiveness, whatever crime he has committed. He had the reputation of being an upright man, and considered himself to be at peace with the world. But for some time he hadn't been able to sleep at night. His wife told him it was because he was about to retire, but that wasn't the case. What troubled his dreams was the thought that he would have to release prisoner RK357/9 without knowing who he was and whether he had committed some terrible crime. "This guy is ridiculous," he said to Mila as they passed through one of the security gates, heading for the wing that held the solitary confinement cells. "In what sense?" "He's completely imperturbable. We've stopped his running water, hoping that he would stop washing. He went on cleaning himself all over with rags. We confiscated those as well. He started using his uniform. We forced him to use prison cutlery. He stopped eating." "Then what?" "We certainly couldn't starve him. He responded to all our attempts with disarming perseverance, or mild determination. You decide." "And the scientists?" "They spent 3 days in that cell, but they never found enough organic material to extract DNA. And I wonder, how is it possible? We all lose millions of cells every day in the form of tiny eyelashes or scales of skin." Berenger had used all his patience as an experienced fisherman in the hope that it would be enough. But it hadn't been enough. His last resort was the policewoman who had turned up by surprise that morning, telling a story so crazy that it sounded true. As they walked down the long corridor, they reached an iron door, painted white. It was solitary confinement cell 15. The director looked at Mila. "Are you sure?" "In 3 days this man will get out of here, and I have a sense that we won't see him again. So, yes, I'm absolutely sure.
The heavy door was opened and closed right behind them. Mila took the first step into the little universe of prisoner RK-357/9. He wasn't as she had imagined him from the identikit that Nikla Papakidis had drawn after looking into the memories of Joseph B. Rockford, except for one detail: the grey eyes. He wasn't a tall man. He had narrow shoulders and protruding collarbones. His orange prison overalls were too big for him, so much so that he had to roll back both the sleeves and the hem of the trousers. He had very little hair, and it was concentrated on the sides of his head. He was sitting on his folding bed with a steel bowl on his knees. He was wiping it with a yellow duster. Laid out in an orderly fashion on the bed beside him were some cutlery, a toothbrush, and a plastic comb. He had probably just finished polishing them. He lifted his head slightly to look at Mila, rubbing away as he did so. Mila was sure the man knew why she was there. "Hello," she said. "Do you mind if I sit down for a moment?" He nodded politely, pointing to a stool against the wall. Mila took it and sat down. The regular, insistent rubbing of cloth against metal was the only sound in that narrow space. The typical sounds of jail had been banished from the solitary section, rendering the mind's solitude even more oppressive. But prisoner RK-357/9 didn't seem to mind. "Everyone here is wondering who you are," Mila began. "It's become a kind of obsession, I think. It certainly is for the director of this prison, and for the public prosecutor's office. The other prisoners tell the story of your legend." He went on imperturbably looking at her. "I know you're the person we called Albert, the person we've been hunting." The man didn't react. "You were in Alexander Berman's armchair in his paedophile lair, and you met Ronald Dermis at the religious institution when he was still a little boy. You were at Yvonne Gress's villa while Felder was slaughtering the woman and her children. That's your outline in the blood on the wall. You were with Joseph B. Rockford when he killed for the first time in that abandoned house. They were your disciples. You instigated their disgrace, inspired their evil, always crouching in the shadows." The man went on rubbing, without losing his rhythm even for a moment. "Then, just over 4 months ago, you decide to get yourself arrested. Because you did it on purpose, I have no doubts about that. In jail, you meet Vincent Clarisso, your cellmate. You have almost a month to teach him before Clarisso serves his sentence. Then Clarisso, just out, starts pursuing your plan, kidnapping 6 children, amputating their left arms, placing the corpses in such a way as to reveal all those horrors that no one had ever been able to discover. While Vincent took his task to its conclusion, you were here. So no one can incriminate you. These 4 walls are the perfect alibi. But your masterpiece is still Goran Gavila." Mila took from her pocket one of the audio cassettes that she had found in the criminologist's study and threw it onto the bed. The man watched it travel before landing a few inches from his left leg. He didn't move. He didn't even try and avoid it. "Dr. Gavila never saw you. He didn't know you. But you knew him." Mila felt her heartbeats getting faster. It was rage, resentment, and something else. "You found a way of contacting him when you were still inside. It's brilliant. When they put you in solitary confinement, you started talking to yourself like some poor lunatic, knowing that they would plant a microphone so that they could have the recordings listened to by an expert. Not any old expert, but the best in his field." Mila pointed to the cassette. "I've listened to them all, you know. Hours and hours of electronic surveillance. Those messages weren't just ramblings. They were for Goran. Kill, kill, kill. He took notice of you, and he killed his wife and son. It was patient work on his psyche. Tell me one thing. How do you do it? How do you manage it? You're brilliant at it." Either the man didn't catch the sarcasm, or he didn't care. In fact, he seemed curious to know the rest of the story, because he didn't take his eyes off her. "But you're not the only one who can get into people's minds. Lately I've learned a lot about serial killers. I've learned that they're divided into 4 categories: visionaries, missionaries, hedonists, and power seekers. But there's a 5th kind. They're called subliminal killers." She rummaged in her pockets, took out a folded piece of paper, and opened it up. "The most famous is Charles Manson, who inspired the members of his famous family to carry out the massacre of Cielo Drive. But I think there are 2 even more emblematic cases." She read. "In 2005, a Japanese man called Fujimatsu managed to persuade 18 people he had met on chat lines all over the world to take their lives on St. Valentine's Day. Different in age, sex, financial status, and social origin, they were very normal men and women, without any apparent problems." She looked up at the prisoner. "How he managed to subjugate them all remains a mystery. But listen, this one's my favorite. In 1999, Roger Blest of Akron in Ohio kills 6 women. When he's arrested, he tells the investigators that the idea was suggested by a certain Rudolph Migby. The judge and jury think he's trying to pass as mentally ill and sentence him to death by lethal injection. In 2002, in New Zealand, an illiterate workman called Jerry Hoover kills 4 women, and then tells the police that it was suggested by a certain Rudolph Migby. The prosecution psychiatrist remembers the case in 1999, and, since it's unlikely that Hoover could know the case, discovers that the man has a work colleague by the name of Rudolph Migby, who lived in Akron, Ohio, in 1999. She looks at the man again. "So, what do you say? Do you see any similarities?" The man said nothing. His bowl was gleaming, but he still wasn't entirely satisfied with the result. A subliminal killer doesn't commit the crimes in a material sense. He's not chargeable. He's not punishable. To put Charles Manson on trial, they resorted to a judicial trick, whereby the death sentence was commuted to several life sentences. Some psychiatrists call you whisperers, because of your ability to impress weaker personalities. I prefer to call you wolves. Wolves act in packs. Every pack has a leader, and often the other wolves hunt for him. Prisoner RK357/9 stopped rubbing the bowl and set it down next to him. Then he rested his hands on his knees, waiting for the rest. "But you defeat them all." Mila shook her head. "There's nothing to demonstrate your involvement in crimes committed by your disciples. Without proof to convict you, soon you will be a free man again, and no one will be able to do anything." Mila sighed deeply. They stared at one another. "Shame. If only we knew your true identity. You'd become famous and go down in history, I can assure you." She leaned towards him, her tone of voice suddenly subtle and menacing. "Anyway, I'll find out who you are." Standing up, she cleaned her hands of imaginary dust and hurried from the cell. First, though, she allowed herself a few more seconds with the man. "Your last pupil failed. Vincent Clarisso couldn't complete your plan because child number 6 is still alive, which means that you too have failed." She studied his reaction, and for a moment she almost thought that something had stirred in his face, which had until then remained inscrutable. "We'll see each other outside." She held out her hand. He looked surprised, as if he hadn't expected that. He studied her for a long time. Then he raised a slack arm and shook it. At the touch of those soft fingers, Mila felt a sense of repulsion. She let her hand slip from his. She turned her back on him and walked towards the iron door. She knocked 3 times and waited, knowing that his eyes were still on her, burning into a spot between her shoulder blades. Someone outside started to turn the key in the lock. Before the door opened, prisoner RK357/9 spoke for the first time. "It's a girl," he said. Mila turned towards him, not understanding. The prisoner had returned to his rag, meticulously rubbing another bowl. She left. The iron door closed behind her, and Berenger came towards her. With him was Krepp. "So, did it work?" Mila nodded. She held out the hand with which she had shaken the prisoner's hand. The scientific expert picked up a pair of tweezers and delicately detached from her palm a thin, transparent film in which cells from the man's skin were trapped. To preserve it, he immediately put it into a flask of alkaline solution. "Now we'll see who this bastard is." 43. 5th of September. The sky was crisscrossed with isolated white clouds that enhanced its pure blue. Had they been put all together, they would have covered the sun for good. And yet there they were, carried on the wind. It had been a very long season. Winter had made way for summer without a break. It was still warm. Mila drove with both windows open, enjoying the breeze in her hair. She had let it grow, and that was only one of the little changes that had happened recently. Another was the clothes she wore. She had abandoned her jeans and now wore a floral-patterned skirt. On the seat beside her was a box with a big red bow. She had chosen the gift without thinking too hard about it, because now she trusted to instinct in everything she did. She had discovered the fertile unpredictability of life. She liked this new course of things, but the problem now was the whim of her emotions. Sometimes she found herself stopping in the middle of a conversation, in the middle of a task, and bursting into tears. For no reason, a strange and pleasant longing took possession of her. For a long time she had wondered where those emotions came from, the ones that regularly filled her in waves or spasms. Now she knew, but she hadn't wanted to know the sex of the child. "It's a girl." Now Mila was avoiding thinking about it, trying to forget the whole affair. She had different priorities now. There was the hunger that assailed her too often and unexpectedly, and which had restored some femininity to her figure. Then there was the sudden, urgent need to pee. Finally, there were those little kicks in her belly, which she had started feeling some time ago. Thanks to them, she was learning to look only to the future. But, inevitably, from time to time, her mind drifted back towards the memory of those events. Prisoner RK357/9 had come out of prison one Tuesday in March, without a name. But Mila's trick had been successful. Krepp had extracted the DNA from his epithelial cells, and it had been fed into all available databanks. Comparisons had also been made with unidentified organic material from unsolved cases. Nothing. "Perhaps we still haven't discovered the whole plan," Mila said to herself, and that hunch worried her. When the nameless man had regained his freedom, the police had at first kept him under constant surveillance. He was living in a house put at his disposal by the social services, and, ironically, had taken a job as a cleaner in a big department store. He revealed nothing about himself that they didn't already know. So, over time, the policemen's checks had drawn a blank. The senior officers were no longer willing to pay overtime, and the voluntary surveillance had lasted only a few weeks. In the end, they had given up. Mila had kept her eye on him, but he had become increasingly exhausting for her as well. After the discovery of her pregnancy, her checks had become less frequent. Then, one day, in mid-May, he had disappeared. He had left no traces of himself, and no one could imagine where he might have gone. At first Mila had been angry, but then she had discovered that she felt a curious sense of relief. The policewoman who found people who had disappeared basically wanted that man to disappear. The road sign to her right indicated the road towards the residential district. She turned into it. It was a lovely place. The streets were lined with trees which cast the same repeated shadow, as if they didn't want to offend anyone. The little villas stood side by side, with an area of land in front of them, all identical. The directions on the piece of paper that Stern had given her ended at the junction in front of her. She slowed down and looked around. "Stern, damn it, where are you?" she said into her phone. Before he answered, she spotted him in the distance with his mobile to his ear, waving to her with one arm held aloft. She parked the car where he indicated and got out. "How are you feeling?" "Apart from the nausea, the swollen feet, and always running to the bathroom, pretty good." He put an arm around her shoulders. "Come on, they're all round the back." It was strange to see him without his jacket and tie, with his blue trousers and a floral shirt open at the chest. If it hadn't been for his inevitable mints, he would have been almost unrecognizable. Mila let him guide her towards the back garden, where the former special agent's wife was laying the table. She ran to hug her. "Hi, Marie. You're looking great."
"Obviously, she has me at home all day,"
said Stern with a laugh. Marie slapped her husband on the back. "Shut up and cook." As Stern walked away towards the barbecue, ready to cook sausages and corn cobs, Boris came over, holding a half-empty bottle of beer. He hugged Mila with his strong arms and lifted her in the air. "How fat you've got." "You're one to talk. How long did it take you to get here?" "Were you worried about me?" "No, I was just hungry." They laughed. Recently Boris had put on weight because of his sedentary life and the promotion he had been given by Terence Mosca. Roche had presented his resignation immediately after the official closure of the case, but had first drawn up an exit procedure that involved a ceremony featuring the award of a service medal and a solemn commendation. It was said that he was considering the possibility of going into politics. "I'm such an idiot, I left the box in the car," Mila suddenly remembered. "Could you go and get it for me, please?" "Of course, straight away." As soon as Boris shifted his bulk, she was able to see all the other people. Sandra was sitting in a wheelchair under a cherry tree. She couldn't walk. It had happened a month after she was let out of hospital. The doctor said her neurological block was the result of shock. Now she was on a strict rehabilitation program. She had a prosthesis where her missing left arm had been. Standing beside the girl was her father, Mike. Mila had met Mike when visiting Sandra, and had liked him. In spite of his separation from his wife, he had gone on looking after his daughter with affection and dedication. Sarah Rosa was with them. She had changed a lot. She had lost a few pounds in jail, and her hair had turned white very quickly. She had received a stiff sentence, 7 years and a dishonourable discharge, which had also cost her her pension. She was there on special leave. Not far away was Doris, the surveillance officer who had come with her, and who nodded a greeting to Mila. Sarah Rosa got up and walked over to her. She tried to smile at her. "How are you? All okay with the pregnancy?" "The worst thing is the clothes. My size is constantly changing, and I don't earn enough to change my wardrobe so quickly. One of these days I'm going to go out in my bathrobe. Listen to me. Enjoy these moments, because the worst is yet to come. For the first 3 years, Sandra didn't let us get a wink of sleep. Isn't that right, Mike?" And Mike nodded. They had all met up several times, but no one had ever asked Mila who her child's father was. God knows how they would have reacted if they'd known she was carrying Goran's child. The criminologist was still in a coma. Mila had gone to see him only once. She had seen him from behind a pane of glass, but she had managed only a few seconds before having to leave. The last thing he had said to her before throwing himself into the void was that he had killed his wife and child because he loved them. It was the incontrovertible logic of someone justifying evil with love, and Mila couldn't accept it. Another time, Goran had claimed, "We think we know everything about people, when in fact we know nothing at all." She thought he was referring to his wife, and she remembered the words as a banal truth, no real match for his intelligence, until she had found herself involved in what he was saying. And she, of all people, should have understood. She who had said to him, "Because it's from darkness that I come, and to darkness that I must, from time to time, return." Goran, too, had often visited that same darkness. But one day, when he had re-emerged, something must have followed him. Something that had never let him go. Boris came back with the present. "What took you so long?" "I couldn't close the door on that old banger of yours. You should get a new car." Mila took the box from his hands and gave it to Sandra. "Hey, happy birthday." She bent down to kiss her. The little girl was always pleased to see her. "Mum and Dad gave me an iPod." She showed it to her, and Mila said, "It's fantastic. Now we've got to fill it up with some good, honest rock." Mike disagreed. "I'd rather have Mozart." "I'd like Coldplay best," said Sandra. They unwrapped Mila's present together. It was a velvet jacket with various kinds of frills and studs. "Wow!" exclaimed the birthday girl when she recognized the label of a famous designer. "Does that wow mean you like it?" Sandra nodded with a smile, without taking her eyes off the jacket. "Let's eat," said Stern. They sat down at the table in the shade of a gazebo. Mila noticed that Stern and his wife were constantly coming back to one another and touching each other like young lovers. She felt a little bit envious of them. Sarah Rosa and Mike were acting out the role of good parents for the benefit of their daughter. But he was also very solicitous of Sarah. Boris told a lot of jokes, and they laughed so much that Officer Doris choked on a mouthful of food. It was a pleasant, carefree day, and Sandra probably forgot her condition for a little while. She received lots of gifts and blew out 13 candles on a chocolate and coconut cake. They finished lunch just after 3. A gentle breeze had blown up, making them want to lie down on the lawn and sleep. The women cleared the table, but Stern's wife let Mila off because of her belly.
She took advantage of the fact to join Sandra under the cherry tree. With a little effort, she even managed to sit down on the ground next to her wheelchair. "It's lovely here," the girl said. Then she watched her mother carrying in the dirty dishes and smiled. "I'd like this day to go on forever. I missed my mother a lot." The use of the imperfect tense was revealing. Sandra was talking about a different kind of longing from the one she felt when her mother went back into jail. She was talking about what had happened to her. Mila knew very well that those little hints were part of the effort that the girl was making to put the past in order. She had to arrange her emotions and come to terms with a fear that, even though it was all in the past, would lie in wait for her for many years to come. One day the two of them would broach the topic of what had happened. Mila thought of telling the girl her own story first. Perhaps it would help. They had so much in common. "First find all the words we need, my little one. We have all the time in the world." Mila felt great tenderness for Sandra. In an hour, Sarah Rosa would have to go back to jail, and each time that separation was a source of great distress to both mother and daughter. "I've decided to let you in on a secret," she said, to distract her from that thought. "But I'm going to tell only you. I want to tell you who my baby's father is." Sandra gave a cheeky smile. "Everyone knows." Mila was paralyzed with amazement for a moment, and then they both burst out laughing. In the distance, Boris saw them, without knowing what was going on. "Women," he called out to Stern. When they finally recovered, Mila felt much better. Once again she had underestimated someone who loved her, creating pointless problems. But in fact, things were often incredibly simple. "He was waiting for someone," Sandra said seriously, and Mila understood that she was talking about Vincent Clarisso. "I know," she said simply. "He was to come and join us. That man was in jail, but we didn't know. We had also chosen a name for him, did you know that? We called him Albert." "No, that's not what Vincent called him." A gust of warm wind stirred the leaves in the cherry tree, but that didn't stop Mila from feeling a sudden chill running down her spine. She turned slowly toward Sandra and met her big eyes, which stared at her completely unaware of what she had just said. "No," the girl repeated calmly. "He called him Frankie." The sun was shining on that perfect afternoon. The birds sang their song in the trees, and the air was full of pollen and perfumes. The grass of the lawn was inviting. Mila would never forget the precise moment when she had discovered she had much more in common with Sandra than she imagined. And yet those similarities had always been there, in front of her eyes. He always took girls, never boys. Steve preferred girls too. He chose families. And, like herself, Sandra was an only child. He cut off a left arm from each of them. She had broken her left arm when she fell down the stairs with Steve. The first two were blood sisters, Sandra and Debbie, like her and Graciela many years before. Serial killers, with the things they do, are trying to tell us a story, Goran had once said. But that story was her story. Every detail sent her back into the past, forcing her to look the terrible truth in the face. Your last pupil failed. Vincent Clarisso couldn't complete your plan because child number 6 is still alive, which means that you too have failed. And yet it hadn't happened by chance. And that
was Frankie's true finale. It was all meant for her. A movement behind her brought her back. Then Mila lowered her eyes to her ripe belly. She struggled not to wonder if it too was part of Frankie's plan. God is silent, she thought. The devil whispers. And in fact, the sun was still shining on that perfect afternoon. The birds hadn't tired of singing their song in the trees, and the air was still full of pollen and perfumes. The grass of the lawn was still inviting. Around her and everywhere, the world contained the same message, that everything was the same as before. Everything, even Frankie, who had come back to vanish once more into the vast expanses of shadow. The end. Author's note. Criminology literature began to address the issue of whisperers during the rise of cults and sects, but had great difficulty finding a definition of whisperer for use in a legal trial because mere suggestion is so hard to prove. Where there is no causal connection between the guilty party and the whisperer, it is not possible to envisage any type of crime for which the latter might be liable. Incitement to criminal activity is usually too weak to lead to a sentence. The activity of these psychological controllers involves a subliminal level of communication which does not add criminal intent to the psyche of the agent, but brings out a dark side, present in a more or less latent form in each of us, which then leads to the subject committing one or several crimes. Often cited is the Offelbeck case of 1986, a housewife who received a series of anonymous phone calls and who then, out of the blue, exterminated her family by putting rat poison in their soup. Anyone who sullies himself with heinous crimes often tends to share moral responsibility with a voice, a vision, or imaginary characters. For this reason, it is particularly difficult to tell when such manifestations spring from genuine psychosis and when they may be traced back to the hidden work of a whisperer. Among the sources I used in the novel, apart from manuals of criminology, forensic psychiatry, and texts of legal medicine, I've also quoted studies by the FBI, an organization with the merit of having assembled the most valuable database concerning serial killers and violent crimes. Many of the cases quoted in these pages really happened. For some, names and places have been changed because the investigations relating to them are not closed or the trials have not yet taken place. The investigative and forensic techniques described in the novel are real, even though in some circumstances I have taken the liberty of adapting them to the needs of the narrative.
You have been listening to The Whisperer by Donato Carrisi, narrated by Saul Reitlin.
Want to find out more about Whole Story audiobooks? Visit us at www.wholestoryaudioBooks.co.uk. Here you'll find hundreds of best-selling titles, together with sound clips, narrator profiles, author interviews, and much more. Alternatively, contact us using the details on the cover to receive updates on new releases. Whole Story Audiobooks. The whole story, as the author intended.